Leviatán, I think their strengths honestly lie a lot on their individual characteristics, like their individual play.
Con el pie derecho, llevarse la de Spicy, no tiene información de los Santos, está presente. Revelación dada para Phoenix, Santos mete la tercera, Dios mío, Santos.
Their only weaknesses is their experience. Who knows how they handle the pressure? Who knows when the game gets close, how they react? And, you know, we're a team that I think thrive in those moments, so we should be able to push it over the edge there.
It's not a great pass. He's missing off to the side. The horn is going to be accounted for. Broken the ballad. And a single shot to the chest will do it.
Eu acho que a gente navega muito bem esse caos. Eu acho que a vibe do time, eu acho que levanta muito, tipo, a gente tá feliz, então mesmo no caos a gente tá muito calmo e a gente sabe lidar com isso.
Ojo con King, que no le esperan, no le esperan, ya le tiraron todas las utilidades y Spicy mete la doble. La sorpresa del rey llega al final al lado de Spicy, que se levanta de la silla.
Acho que com jogadores novos contra experientes, eu acho que essa vai ser a partida única da vez. Então a gente tem que estar sempre um passo na frente deles.
Hello everyone. Can you guys hear me?
All right, let's go ahead and bring out your first squad. Here is G2 Esports.
G2, they are that incredible, iconic organization in Americas. They're always winning. They have never lost back-to-back games here in Americas, and that is a statement by itself. But today, they're going to be challenged by LEV, and it feels like we said before.
Hello.
Good at learning from the mistakes, from changing things up when they have to, and now they have become a lot more flexible. It is showing in the past results.
Oh, I can't hear you. 1 second, might be me though.
But now it matters the most. They need this win more than anything.
Yeah, this is a big game for both teams, honestly.
I think it's me. Hello?
Oh.
Yeah, how you doing?
Sick. Gonna have to figure out like fucking channel mixing and nonsense for my stream.
Yeah, I had 100. You want 100%? Let's go, Dan.
This is a team that has so much.
How's your net looking?
It's looking good. No jinx. Hopefully it stays that way, but
Bro got bored of VMEA? No, it's more.
my
it's more
homeowners
clutch up.
association greenlit us getting the line replaced in my building, so hopefully my internet is about to get permanently fixed, but
Yeah, it sounds like your situation's rough.
yeah, it's not great.
Hey Shenyan, hey Baby Rage, Peaky, Stupid RNG,
This map pool
Steven,
is so sad.
MB.
When you think about LEV, I feel like every single one is a star player in a different way.
Bro, I was actually streaming from prisons there. I always just
G2
stream
going
from my
breeze.
room. It's just my
Have
room.
we seen
so-
G2's Breeze comp?
No, let me have a look. I know that I'm not happy with G2 right now.
I'm wondering if they pull
They
the
should just
comp that
be.
I like.
Well, I don't think they'll play
'Cause the-
Yoru, and they could play Chamber.
Yeah, well, they're harbor pilled.
Yeah, I mean
Mega Harbor
America's,
build?
so that's fine. Like I presume.
This is one of the only maps where I think you can actually go solo controller harbor and not just be absolutely inting your brains out doing it.
Solo controller harbor. What
Yeah,
What's
with
your
Neon and Phoenix.
what you replacing is the like what is the additional agent you get in that?
So you go double duelist, chamber, recon, harbor, and you go Neon Phoenix to band-aid the slices that you're losing with the,
Okay,
the
Neo
Viper.
Phoenix Chamber. So you basically get a duelist and a chamber.
Yeah,
Don't
you get to run the best duelist in the game right now, and still have an untradeable op. Because right now that's like the biggest drawback of running Neon Phoenix. They're
yeah.
running fucking Vice on this map, man.
Wait, you're way
What
ahead
the
of
fuck
me.
am I looking at?
Yeah, Vice. Ooh.
On Breeze
I
still?
guess it's just B anchor.
I mean, I guess the like default plant bottleneck on A Thorn's kind of good there.
B like you could do. I think he plays B and then he just puts a cross map thorns, right? Is that what you mean?
Probably.
You could do some deep shenanigans A main, but I don't know how good that actually is though.
Yeah.
So I can get in spammed on Steam.
Pretty much.
This is turn.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I like G2's creative comp for sure. I think it's creative. I think it's different. I think Lev makes simplicity, and they're really good at it.
All right, let's see
I think it's just like,
We're gonna get to our first pistol round.
oh, for fuck's sake, man.
To your casters.
The YouTube's the scroll bar thing is so frustrating because I got pushed to Toolcon for Discord, and every time I push it, it brings up the
Oh,
fucking
no.
YouTube scroll thing.
That's up for grabs now.
In Americas.
In Americas.
Don't look at the global event.
Don't look at global events. It's irrelevant. G2 also say don't look at the global events.
Yeah,
Wait, so who picked this?
big moment for them to
This was G2's pick. That's why I'm even more confused. They must think that this Vice cooks.
What makes today's match so interesting? Just both
I think it's one of those agents where like you're not gonna get punished, like how we see a lot of bad Vice implementation right now. You just don't get punished by teams right now because they don't actively make a game plan around the Vice, as in like they don't think, hey, we need to go break the wall or anything like that. They just randomly go places.
Yeah.
Okay, he's A with Flash to fight, and then Thorns on
Okay,
both.
yeah. So it's more along the lines of what I was saying, where it's like it's trying to deny that default bottleneck.
Where would
The one for
wall
doors is
go?
kind of shit though.
Where do you
'Cause
put
they can
it?
s-
On the other side of things, of course, Baby
You mean because it kind of fucks your holder? Like it doesn't like.
Well, it doesn't create like a kill box.
Yeah,
Like all
true.
that does is stall
just
them.
delay, yeah.
Like it's pretty easy for me to prod and bait out that thorn and then just second wave it. I'd
Yeah,
rather
so
the thorn
Anders-
create a situation where like they actually just die now.
So what Anders means is like, if the neon dove to here, we can thorns and delay, like put like a kill box in for the neon.
Nice.
Whereas here, it's almost like the neon ain't gonna get through. So I kind of hate like the. I wonder how deep this is gonna go because usually when I see solo players holding there, it's just ass.
Yeah, he's superheroed his one against the sliding neon and then got another guy through
Because realistically, the neon just
toxin
like
screen. How repeatable was that?
yeah, he just go like he didn't even path to the death box. He just went through the cleavage, so to speak. And
Yeah.
yeah. I do think that there is an abundance of smokes with the double controller comps where like it doesn't feel like you need that many smokes a lot of the time.
You definitely don't. I feel like if you're going double controller, you're almost only ever going to be correct going Astra as one of them because she can actually use the smokes as not just
Yeah.
a smoke.
Yeah.
She has like the most kit versatility.
Looking at this team to win another America's title, to go to London, I think he was the key players to turn it around, to find his key performance.
Let me see the
again.
B sub.
Even in that loss, like you mentioned, he was good there.
Is that thorns on top? The thorns don't really flood down as easy, right? So the thorn probably isn't on the. Oh, it is. Okay, so it'll bleed down.
It's all good. He's doing good work at this.
Some pretty nice thorns.
Two quick kills.
Bangkok is the Santiago of Thailand. A lot of people are saying this.
Yeah, in some ways, I suppose. That's another kill through a wall or a smoke for G2. Getting a whole lot of those.
There's a very good chance that Lev just play a very one-dimensional style that G2. Like I didn't like properly watch the Lev games to the point where like I was thinking about how I'd beat them. I was just like kind of enjoying the aggression, I guess. But there's a very good chance that they just get fucking stomped.
Yeah.
They are playing. They've gone for double controller here instead of aggression. I thought they just go double Neon Phoenix fucking chamber here still.
They can be a smoke, they can be a pull, and if you end up misfortunate enough to go to harbor site, that's even more that is suffocating you out. So for Leviatán, well, it was the speed and the pace that won them their last match. I think they have to find a bit more balance and work into mid to find success in this one.
Yeah, so far they've seen Baby Bay on different sites with that Vise.
Hello, Yumi.
Eyeing up mid, as previously mentioned, Giacomo pinged out every single time.
How are you doing with Analyst? That's fun. It was a bit of a crazy week. I'm starting to, I don't know. I say it every time that I feel more and more comfortable, but then
It's a good
I don't know.
reclear timing.
I will get good soon. I think I get good soon. Save us from.
I really
Levy
hate
and
Lev's
Ender.
positioning here.
I think that the thing with like flaming
They
casters
haven't
is
prodded
like
either extremity. They haven't done any, like they haven't taken any steps to deal with Vice Util yet.
Yeah, Anders is so loud for me. 1 sec.
Spike's position could be like some crazy dagger here, but
Like when else are they gonna get reps? You know, like not everyone starts with 1,000 games. You know, I know I'm kind of biased here because I actually got thrown into the deep end, but you know, it's regional play. You gotta give people a chance to improve at their craft. You know. So don't be mean. I quite like that wall. Well, I don't mind it. I think that what I think my standard for Vice Walls is so fucking low that it's like, oh, they didn't put it on the actual choke.
it's
Not
actually literally against the bottleneck. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah. Like I was looking at split ones yesterday after watching that C9 game, and I saw like in 30 seconds I found like 5 cool ones. I was like, wait, like there's so many interesting things that you could test here, and they're all pretty good. Like I don't think any of them were like egregious.
There's a really weird preoccupation people have with like, oh, but if they can walk out into the bottleneck before it triggers, then it's bad. And I'm like,
the sad thing is
watching that bottleneck anyway.
Yeah, I mean, but the sad thing is that like because they don't get punished by it because most people don't actually. People are still running into fucking Vice Walls, then they don't get like I don't know. It's the problem I have with the desk where I'm like so cynical, where it's like in some respects I feel like there are things like that where I'm like I know what the good shit is, but then no one does it, so it's like I almost like I need to find where the balance is between me just giving up and just accepting teams are shit versus like actually trying to push for good stuff.
This is like honestly the most frustrating part of the position I'm in and have been in for so many.
I mean, it's more frustrating for you, I presume, because I just try to explain stuff to casuals, where it's like you're just like knowing that you could actually improve a team, I guess.
That was a tough position to play from as well. You had highlighted how they'd lost that stall utility on B. That's also their information.
I wonder who I'd be. Who's the most likely? Because I presume you want a team that can actually win on some level.
Yeah, but at this point, like in 2027, it's gonna be really interesting what happens to the job market, because I think that the amount of positions that are hired purely on the basis of merit is going to increase substantially.
Sorry, I missed that. Why is that? Why, sorry?
In 2027, like merit-based hirings are gonna go through the roof.
Because inconsistency is just not allowed, basically, right?
Yeah, like there's presumably based off of like rumors and leaks, there's gonna be a decrease in the number of partner teams to the point where like paycheck collectors are gonna have less jobs to hold. Like they literally can't afford to do that in the new ecosystem.
Yeah. I'm very curious how it plays out. Hello, Kukuka.
Also, it doesn't hurt that I imagine most teams are going to shift to remote. And so one of the biggest drawbacks of me in the past is no longer actually a thing. It'll just be the norm.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess there'll probably be more teams remote. But I'm going to be interested to see, like, you remember the narrative about how, like, the pre-partnership era people seem to think was the golden age, and it's always obviously the people who had opportunities back then that probably don't now, because there was about 50 orgs invested, whereas like I presume that all that investment was still because they were trying to like, you know, get into the game early and like partnership and stuff. Like
exactly, they were angling for partnership slots.
Yeah,
and like those aren't gonna come.
So I am gonna start quote retweeting a bunch of people who are like the golden age back then about like, oh no, it's so good back then, you know, the open system. It's like, well, let's see how that plays out now. Like, let's see if we get more investment. I think there will be team orgs that like get more interested, who are like on the borderline right now, who probably could get VCT slots but didn't quite, if that makes sense. But apart from those, like, you know.
Pretty much all of his career almost always gets a little overshadowed by someone else on his team, be it Osboss or be it one of these youngsters like Sato or
Give me the best Bosch.
You gotta say he's one of the most consistent.
I can't do the Bosch. You need to be. I think about a month ago when I weighed a stone more, the Bosch with my red face would probably hit a little bit harder. But at the moment, I'm in like I'm in cut mode.
You have to spend a lot of time working that utility. It's certainly an interesting read.
I'm surprised.
Thank you, Duke.
That
Thank you for the sub.
Trey doesn't play more proactively for elbow control here. We have a forward deep line on A. He has Vice ulti, and I imagine Vice ulti on retake B is way
I think we're
better
on our way to what
coming
time?
from
What
the
time you
flank.
at? You're on a.
I'm at 55, 54, 53,
Oh.
52.
He just used it on fucking B site, right?
Yeah, he just used it. But like prior to that, he was like floating more in tunnel. I'm like, surely the best use case for that ulti here is to push down elbow and catch them on exec and anyone who's playing the B main bottleneck.
I think it's crazy you use the ult. But
Yeah, I mean using the ult was it's a bit troll.
but they got rewarded for it probably.
I mean Valen just wins the round, yeah. They can't even get to the spike and plant it in time. Put on your heelys, brother.
I feel like the current talent team is good at keeping conversation even when the games are done.
Gets it down. Okay. No. Why he rushed it, I
I
guess.
feel like the current talent team is good at keeping conversation even when games are dominant. So when they're saying something specific that may be wrong about the game, you're there to give your brutal take and say no, you're wrong. It makes the broadcast more interesting. This isn't the fault of other people on the desk. It just makes you more fun. Thank you, Bosch. Thank you, Bosch. Bosch. I give a posh Bosch. I just watched a film. I came back from a film. I watched that Robert Pattinson what's her name? Zendaya? Zendania? Who fucking knows? Zendaya? It was alright. Wasn't the best. I just get so bored. I just go to the cinema all the time, man. I've become addicted to just watching films. I think at this point, I think I'd be able to write a good
This
film.
open is literally
Bro, that
one
was
to one
crazy.
out of- Oh, that harbor was kind of juiced.
It's the I'm gonna make a dick joke at some point, but I don't know
mean,
how to
yeah.
make it.
I'm enjoying this chamber. Like this open, this TP location, the contact trip exactly
Yeah,
where you
yeah,
placed
that
it
was
is
nice,
1-to-1
right?
out of one of my Patreon books. Yeah.
Like TP in the doorway.
You do it in the doorway, and the elevation shifts just enough that the guy actually has to come back into double doors to clear it. Like it's a hard clearance piece of util
Oh,
that
the
they can't
actual
get rid of.
trip itself, you mean?
Yeah.
That's kind of
Yeah.
cool. The contact
it's
trip is
dope
cool,
as fuck.
but the actual idea that you have to go in and re-clear is kind of cool.
Like they'll hear it, and they still can't clear it unless they walk in 2 doors to get it. Kind of nasty. Oh. He thought he was sneaky, huh?
Send fucking Daya, and you don't even know her name. I don't hate women. Says convincingly.
I like this. Oh my god.
I recommend Dream Scenario as a film by the same director, but the drama, well, it was mid. And on my hating women arc, the 2 women behind me were talking quite a lot in the film, And I did almost tell them to shut the fuck up, but
He waits.
they quietened down after the first 30 minutes.
Holds his nerve. Barely flinching back.
No.
That's rough.
He even whiffed. Surely Spike kills him there.
Breaks up the crossfire. 2 clean kills. for his red
Robert
team.
Patterson is more talented than Zendaya. Zendaya.
Double take to go back in and clear from Spike.
Prize.
But she's more talented than Thomas.
Spike did so much work this round.
Tommy Boy,
That's
whatever his
actually
name is.
kinda tragic.
Her husband, her boyfriend, I don't know. Holland, Boaster. She's more talented than Boaster. I don't think that guy's a good actor.
He had his chance though.
And after a
Robert Pattinson's a very good actor,
to
though.
go aggressive, Sato, hello.
He's out of
Or at least he picks better projects than fucking Tom Holland does.
playing on a knife's edge. At the same time, there's an Omen that's teleported backside. This is a fake hit towards A. While the rest of Leviatán
It's a nice mid insert from Dre. Punish them for using the bad smoke.
With a shotgun, no less. He might have
Vice flash at middle. I mean, I keep just talking about random shit to my chat, and then I look up and there's Vice utility in interesting spots. So right now I'm gonna give it a slight tick, even though it might be terrible.
I mean, that flash is actually quite good.
Yeah, it's
The
interesting.
biggest downside of it is that the risk of team flash for your site side players is pretty high.
Oh, you mean because you could also use it if you're like bunkered B?
Yeah. Like, it can help you contest elbow, it can help you contest mid, it can also help you technically contest site if you're like a player like playing the normal like wall pivot. But if you have any player towards pillar, you risk just absolutely owning them.
Yeah, I don't even know how flashes work at that range. To be fair, would it own someone on pillar? I guess it would half flash them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. It's still playing the map, and that is something that's not super easy to do, but I think something that you
Yeah, they're very high pilled to the point of they're very un-Viper pilled.
I talked to Josh about it. It was interesting because like we were coach stacking the night before their first game, and I made a comment flaming some teams on how the fact that they were trying to replace their Viper with Harbor was just fucking inting. And then he asked a prodding question where I knew that they were doing it. And I was like, oh no.
I quite like the live comms even when it's like not in English. I think EMEA needs to do it more. I guess it's because we're scared, maybe. But I mean, it's live anyway, so.
Yeah, there's no hiding from it. Like,
yeah, the
if they
Turkish
say
team should have
a
comms.
gamer word, it's going to the broadcast.
Yeah.
Attack FPS, smile.
I need to write some notes.
Good damage. Yeah, I like the foreign language listen-ins though. I think it was the first one that we had was like Loud, I think, or Crew, and I think it was Crew.
Yeah,
and
Crew.
Just, like,
yeah.
the energy of the comms was like so.
Yeah, you don't
interesting.
need to know what they're actually talking about. You can just feel the comms out.
And then this great shot onto Sato, who's trying his best to dance away from it with Andre's Fury.
Man, ends up being the 3K for Jaw, right? With the shorty, no less. It's a full house between the two players that had guns at the end of the day.
So now 2 of those rounds
Yeah, Harbor plus Astro.
for Lev.
Yeah.
They're in a big deficit.
This is that combo play. I think the molly might have been a little bit short. It was intended to head, but regardless, G2 have a few players that could choose to fight.
They really like this wall.
If they wanted to.
Seems like it's part of their standard
Launching
like
back this VOD
response to
round,
A pressure.
my players to spam this smoke every round that Jaw has off.
Yeah,
He loves going into it with the shorty and just holding that angle.
it's true.
I feel so awkward if I was
For now,
on site right now.
more quiet.
If
Like-
I was anti G2, even off of just what they've already seen, I would read that they donate this like
Oh, easy.
doors plus A main multi slice off of really light mid pressure, and I would just be getting free A main orbs every single round.
Yeah.
And Valen locked into backside.
I'm
They're
yet
gonna
to
give us
see
literally an
like.
alt plus a half.
I mean, I didn't actually go back and watch the G2 games before, but I haven't seen a very good Harbor yet. Maybe the old G2
I
stuff was
think
pretty
that
good, but
theirs has been the best
yeah.
from the stuff that I have seen, and I also feel like I have very illegal levels of privileged information because Josh plays Harbor a lot in the coach stack, and so like I've caught him using util before where I'm like, there's no way you made that for yourself for ranked, homie. You can't
Hey,
hide
Beast.
from me.
Yeah, but J2, like, they're live comms, so how, like, isn't it just live? We do have a Turkish person on broadcast team, but like, I guess you can't rely on this one person pretty much.
Lost everything with that Vice. I think Lev have found the key here with working these splits from mid into A. Had a lot of success there.
Yeah, I wonder at what point G2
C9's macro fine.
really saw that was the elbow fight
Yeah.
that was kind of a mixed
No.
bag around later on.
So,
I'd be surprised if they return to it. Or even if they shift this Vice back towards A and try and use some of those thorns to help stall out.
I need to refresh my memory.
Something tells me it
I remember Pro, they were doing B splits at the time,
is gonna lead to some changes
but
here.
that was like a
Last 2
comp
rounds of
issue.
the half. Money-wise, it's a little bit awkward for G2. I think they have at least 4 guns.
Split was very, like, Split was actually quite good from them. Like, the split should have been a domination, and defense macro is quite good. I quite like that split defense. They just kind of inted. Haven's just Haven at this point. They played like I wouldn't call it macro, but like they are playing Gen G comp, which get completely countered by Paper X comp, and so they're playing Gen G comp into Paper X comp, so they just get naturally countered. And then Pro, they were pretty bad on Pro. Like they were pretty bad.
How much can they themselves do with an A main walk up
Yeah,
or a B
that's a
main
good
walk,
point.
things like this?
Their comp's good for it too with the amount of one ways they can throw with both Astra
It's a 5 second delay, so opportunity to complete per cut. Sure. Makes sense. I mean, I do think it's unfair that not all teams get that treatment. Like, I think all teams should have that treatment just for competitive integrity reasons, and also just generally narrative reasons. But
The concern is, of course, Neon with the operator in hand, so you're going to want to find him first before you look for something like that. The G2 have sent some early pings into A main. We'll see what the idea is, because Jogmo isn't with the pack right now. He's headed double doors.
My other thought is just have draw by a judge at some point and just hold blank.
Fair enough.
It's 2026. Buy the gun.
G2 head into this with 3 guns.
I wonder how you use this ult for.
Through doors, it's a pinch play into A main that Neon was waiting for. A bit of a gamble that Josh tried to cook up there with the timeout. Doesn't pay off to start, and that's just going to open up the floodgate onto this A side.
I mean, they're low buy. I thought they would play more around the. Oh my god. That's fair enough.
Finally taken out, but it's a 2-on-2 now.
I thought they'd play more around the Vice ult this
Simply
round.
have Trent 3K them.
But I mean, they did
That
play
was
one
actually what Josh called an attack.
Goes into outer space at the wrong moment.
I think they were literally just doing what they did before, where like Baby Bay would just ult them if they went B,
Yeah.
How long can he hold his nerve?
and Trent 3Ks them if they go A.
Wow, it's a hard read from Lev. A double hold on
Damn, they were so confident that he was coming from doors.
Eventually, Baby Bay bit up
I guess you can do this for the Vice ult.
Truly nice shots.
It's pretty good.
Even sell something this round, but you have to
On
remember
retake.
that first kill from Neon. Punishing the
Like on B,
trap
you play to like
great read from G2.
just
Expecting
to
a
hold,
main push. But Neon was
and then A you play for retake,
and it's now Lev looking to tie this half up.
and then if you're really good, you would obviously you'd have util. I don't know what util you have in your comp, but like you'd have util for the back
He
portion.
has switched his setup over onto this side of the map, though. That's been effective at isolating Sato from the rest of his team when they're all stuck behind it. So once again, he tries to go in. His feet get nipped at by the thorns. And now Hunter's Fury
There we go. It's the Visor looking great.
Devastation is Spike gets a little bit out of control on the teleport.
Neon again with these flicks.
It's a little bit crazy.
This is why Meteor sucks right now on T1. Is because like it's Santiago. He was like solo Astra playing here, and like teams that are like trying to hardhold this,
doesn't do enough on this map.
it just doesn't make any
Like,
sense.
I think this Thorn for the A default plant bottleneck is a pretty perfect illustration of why I think Vice is so middling here. Like, yeah, you're slowing them down in terms of their ability to get to the plant, but you're not creating a kill box. Like, the reason Vice is good isn't because she can stall, although people certainly use her for that. It's the fact that the isolation the Thorns creates develops a kill box for you.
Yeah. It's too wide.
All
Breeze
your
is too
Thorn
wide.
locations are so open that like there is no kill box. They still have the entirety of like front sight to play. So I don't know what they're going for.
I think it like literally. I think it would have made more sense just playing it B the whole game, and then you would just play Viper there if you wanted to do that kind of style.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
But yeah, they're kind of like Thorns bleeding down from the top of site and shit. And then this round he's got Visor and he's sat back A site and Visorting on reaction. He just gets killed Visorting. It's just a bit noob.
Yeah.
And retake B with the Visor, I can't see it being like you'd have to go. I don't think there's anywhere you can get a nice Visor on B. Elbow maybe? No.
Yeah, like I was saying, it has to be elbow, and you're basically like you're banking on the fact that there's going to be someone playing towards B main that you're getting meaningful value off of. Otherwise, even that one.
So I would have just played Vice B that round and then retake A with the Visor, because you can Visor behind Pyramid. And...
Yeah. What is, I wonder?
They just went for this.
How big is the Visor radius from like vent?
No, it's not great. I mean, that's the thing on attack now. The Visor's kind of bad on attack.
I think Vice is just kind of bad on this.
I mean,
map,
it's true.
if
I'm just trying to.
honest.
I'm trying to be in like desk mode where I'm not just like giving
you're
up
like,
on it
surely
already.
There's a way to make this look not shit. Yeah, the
post
vent one is
plan
way worse than I want it to be.
Post plan is you're throwing Visorts in post plan, I think.
Welcome back. We are heading into the second half here of Breeze, and I hope everyone's
Hey,
You
yeah,
literally
so
have to be
Vice
playing
did look interesting
Killer
defense, but attack side's
or
quite hard.
behind the pyramid.
I think
for any
Vice
of
in
these
general
Vice
is
ulti stacks
fine
being good.
on attack.
Spam kills at the end from Leaf, and
I think on this map it's kind of shit, but I think in general it's pretty good.
still, for Leviatán, they played well.
Hello, Monster. How you doing, bro?
Into the stall utility,
Backside B is also alright.
Any thoughts you can discuss on Milan's coaching style in game? I've never worked with Milan, so I wouldn't know.
here on the chamber.
I wouldn't really
I
know.
liked how they were calling a lot of that attack side, but now have to deal against a G2 team who's very good at working the map. And this pistol not getting too creative just yet, though.
Are they gonna play King? Is King gonna die here?
The charge.
Bro, you gotta run.
In a post plant, so much
Mr.
involved.
King, you have
Be
to
baby
run.
and get your 2 and then leave.
he's out with 20 HP. He's out and he's dead.
Oh
And
my
it's Trent,
word.
of course.
Oh, people fucking suck at Valorant, Anders. It's so bad.
Oh fuck! It's sad because it's true.
Like in that situation, Viper should be sat here looking here and then can escape. Instead, he's playing this side and then he's like, I'm gonna play really heavy. Oh wait, I can't play heavy. I have to run away. Oh wait, I'm dead.
Paladin kills 2, probably.
Like
Yeah?
this is
Gotta
a
be.
death zone, and like a death zone for fucking defenders. I'm telling you. If you're playing weak side, like you got 2 people here, like 1 or 2 people, and you're playing here,
Fred
you're
has
probably dead.
Opened his ginormous backpack this game.
Unless
Holy
you're like
fuck,
a
I just saw
Yoru or
his
Jet or
KD.
something.
20 seconds. And that buys time
Like if you got 3 people here and you got like some kind of like, you know, 2 people back here and like, you know, something going on, it's good. But every single fucking game of Breeze I'm watching, it's like someone just dies there. I don't know. And by the way, like it's really important because all you need to do is contain. If the enemy goes 5A, right, and you're able to contain this space, the retake's not that hard.
A kill's a kill at the end of the day.
I think Paper Rex wouldn't play like that. Obviously, Paper Rex would go for kills, but their micro is going to be so good that they're not gonna like. They're gonna create kill opportunities that isn't just a Viper fucking making a decision half like in the moment to run away when he's like committed already, you know. But then people watch Paper Rex.
Second round, that Leaf is playing his Astra like it's a lurking Senti.
So if you want to refight in, there's going to be a neon in your face in the smoke. There's going to be thorns late round. Oh, and by the way, Leaf's going to be flanking you.
Yeah, that's always
I think I've heard you talk about it before. Is you don't like that at all? Like the Astra.
I don't mind it depending on the player, but I think that Astra being one of the controllers that has to spend a lot of time in like an overworld placement mechanic, having them be a solo is always riskier than it needs to be.
I think it just means the type of lurks you can go for are very different. Like, they're the kind of lurks that I would just be like, because I'm a noob and I haven't got aim, my lurks would be a very, very, like, controlled and passive. And so you just have to do those kind of lurks, I guess. But then Leaf is Leaf, like, his lurking's pretty good, so he should... Like, if I trust anyone with that kind of shit, it's going to be probably Leaf. I didn't realize fucking Trent's 16-5 either. Can you name 100 women? It's a good question. It is a good question.
Smaller than it used to be. It's the same to be said with some of these other fights that we were highlighting on defense.
Start with Zendaya. Zendaya.
Leaf did upgrade into a Vandal. And G2 just wasted no time at all at the start here. Challenging over.
Is there a reason why America's uses Sova versus Fade EMEA? Is that true? Fade is very EMEA pilled? On what map? I mean, this map we do play Sova, but Fade is generally, I'd argue,
with no follow-up. He's literally just dry fishing for info mid.
Higher ceiling, like lower floor, higher. No, higher floor, higher ceiling.
Especially when they're playing a comp that has far less stall utility to hard hold sites. It's all the more
It's a harder floor.
Proactive extremities that allow faster rotates.
So G2 are going to take their time. Ah, yes, we just got our...
But yeah, the TLDR is you have no utility in the game anymore. So Fade has more utility than Sova, but Sova has more like has like it's the utility it has is stronger, but it's like less of it, right? Like the Sova drone is the best drone in the game.
We know he has a judge, guys. What are we? Oh, well, you also have a judge. Never mind.
Reverse Uno.
Oh man. Valorant in 2026.
With the offside players, time is ticking.
Ooh, Valen pushed back into the corner.
That's our Vice Star?
As a dart should come out. Stop this plant for a moment. Baby good on that shot. Leviatán need to get onto the strike. I'm not sure if G2 can stop the defuse. They manage it. And now Spike taken down before he has a chance.
Yeah.
That is a bonus round secured for G2.
When you slow down and play retake against this comp, it gets brutal. They have so many tools up in your face. Even looking back to the execute, how many players were on this site? There was two on a faster.
The pistol round made me think that LEV were gonna play this defense way too passive. I don't know what they did this round though. I wasn't really locked in. What does a coaching advisor do? I mean, it's not a very well-defined role, but
they tried to use like the chamber to anchor their retake and buy them space, but then he ended up dying to the judge. And then they tried to flood answering that. There was a thorn on the left side of
no, I mean, like, what did they open the round with on defense side? Do you know what they were doing?
Not much. It was pretty static, and then there was that 120 drone mid.
Oh, yeah. That's what I mean. It's like, I feel like if they weren't on this comp and actually on their double Judas comp, they would actually play defense better. They'd be, like, forced to, I think. Whereas, I got a feeling they're going to play a very passive defense that's not going to make G2 struggle at all. I like the stuff I'm doing at the moment is like initially it felt like they just wanted me to help the coaches with like generic coaching stuff, not necessarily strategic. And my response to that was, I think that I should give. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard because I can't fully interpret the initial intentions. Like I think they were trying to figure out the role as much as me. But yeah, I think that there's some very exciting stuff that like I'm gonna start talking to the management about for next year, because obviously like with the regional changes, there's a huge discussion to be had about the fact that like the issues that they have right now in terms of team building won't exist next year in the same way, because obviously like Japan tier 2 becomes part of the tier 1 in the same sense, right? And right now a lot of players don't want to play in VCT from the Japanese side of things, which is rare. It's a very rare occurrence. Like it's very strange. It's a very unique problem that the VCT Japanese teams have.
That was yep.
Well, they kept it calm, but that didn't lead to a round win for G2.
What happened?
Just blitzed their way in there. A good kill on
Remember, guys, when I said
They
that the
kinda just
retake
got
on A is
owned
pretty
when they
easy?
went to fight left. Like, I think it was Trent calls for a fight left there. 4 of them did shift to fight left. But then the person right lost their one, and Sato just ran them over.
Yeah. Do you smoke main there as a spike? No, I smoked the spike, I think.
G2 still have a buy, though, and Trent has the Hunter's Fury, which has been a massive issue for Leviatán so far.
Yeah, Trent in general has really been that problem. As Neon posts up here.
Gonna need someone to break this grid for him. That should be doable. King supports it, as now that ultimate unleashed. Neon waiting in the corner, and he's here for it. Gets some big damage down onto Jogamo before teleporting to the other side. 1 for 1 at the present. And G2 might have ideas to abandon this A site.
Look in mid. Leaf has been holding here, and there's a read here from Lev.
Whoa, Sato going quick on that one.
He didn't see Leaf.
No, he didn't.
Now they both die.
Now there's some reinforcements, and no one's even
Oh,
looking
now he
at
doesn't
Leaf.
expect the second, I guess.
1 kill, and instantly cuts noise. Some doubt creeping into Spike's mind. Could they be up through double doors yet? There's a tripwire there for the time being.
I like that from him. Take the risk, swing through and get the
On Haven specifically?
But still, there's 2 options.
Neon's
They
playing
double
here
back B,
without a
or they double
TP?
back in
Am
B.
I missing something?
Why do you think that's an EMEA thing? I thought that most of the EMEA probably
Okay,
played
there it goes.
Sova still?
So Neon is all on
I know that Narrate plays Fade.
to stop G2 from advancing to 11. He's gonna need something, but he can't do it. Teleports
I mean,
away.
G2 were the one popularizing it last year.
Spike TP's past the wall.
And then PaperX dabbled, I think.
It's a very fast timing.
The long story short is that, like, there's not really good recon bangs you can do with Sova on defense side. And then the actual info cycling on A, it feels a lot more comfortable with the Fade, I think.
It is about to go down. Leviatán.
There are cheeky things you can do with the recon to get info back on A, but like the drone is kind of ass.
Abandoned. 1 on 3.
And then attack side, like the drone's good for brute forcing, but Prowler's
Keep charging forward. Sees
you
the
get 3 pieces of util instead of 2 with Fade for attack.
Pivotal piece of that round was Leaf.
Also, Seize is pretty good for the A main fight, but a good shock dart isn't too bad.
But just not quite
Fade ult's better than Sova ult.
And Leaf continues to be a problem even later into the round. Low on health doesn't matter when he's the man on that flank angle. And another round that is so close that could have been
20 to 6.
comes down to the wire, and G2 takes it.
Okay, this round determines a lot, so I'm gonna actually pay attention.
Finally has the operator. He's in mid right now. And G2 aren't showing really anything at the start of this round.
But the way G2 have been playing though, it's going to be difficult. to get
Some nice lines.
You have to be very aggressive
Like, we have lines everywhere. Server can help with
You just
this.
have so many tools, pullback stars, drones, harbor utility, to block you off or push you off.
Can also ult towards B if they go B.
Make a go at anything. Moving back to A main. They've got a drone to push Spike off the line. Choose for the dart instead.
Would have been cool if he...
Fluid and how they scale up into A main, and that's some great damage on Spike.
Chamber's very locked into this position the whole round. It feels very odd.
Similar to what
They can't really be dynamic with the sub anymore.
G2 are taking their sweet time.
If G2 low rolls this late round in the op, it's gonna be so cooked.
to be the call.
And I'm looking at Sato.
It's a fake.
Fake? Yeah, heavy fake B with anti-retake thorns, just try and bait it.
G2 trying to make an honest fake here.
Surely we call the fake at this point. Yeah.
Seconds left and already onto the A site.
Why is the Omen... The Omen's hard holding.
Changed on the other side. It doesn't even matter. Spike gets that kill. And is still alive down to 10 seconds. He upgrades.
Why does he opt into the fight there?
I don't know, man.
Bro! Literally just hide in the fucking smoke with the spike for 4 more seconds.
The early pressure heavy on A. And while that late fake didn't sell,
Just make them push you. They literally have to insta-plant if they do.
on the side of B, and well, it got real sketchy with the time. These kills on the rotate back, catching those players from B, and Jaw making some great decisions in his path.
I feel like it's just ass to play on A side, man.
It sounded like he was gonna go back the other way. I don't know if they have any place to
The main argument now for the server is Neon support. I think the Fade still
Well, Sato, he's just into
does... If you're playing obviously very fast C long hits, then the server's very good. Like, the server's required
I
for good
think
C
how
hits.
passive Neon was playing his op that round is...
Yeah, I
is
was saying it. It's like
backstars are getting.
if he put the TP towards A link and then the drone came out and he could like push down bottom mid or something, it would have been cool. But I was like
Even
thinking
just,
like he what can he do after that first line? Like it's just
Yeah, instead of having it be like on the spawn side of Nest, literally just put it like
He should have been.
in
yeah in tunnel.
like B link in tunnel so that you can push down elbow and deep line there. Just create your TP anchor has to allow you to get a deep line. There has to be 2 steps to it.
Yeah, I haven't seen a single deep line this entire game.
They could pop a split into B with him
That's a
pushing
note.
so
That's a
fast
plat
that
chat
they're
note.
not ready for it.
Well, here we go. That's a reckoning hurled over towards the A site. Again, G2 trying some fake ideas. As with 30 seconds left, it's a reposition. Spike is joining the fight on B. It's a 3-stack for Leviatán now.
It's like G2's comp doesn't want you to fight it so much, disrupt it, I feel like.
Really trying to force their way through, and Trent will lay down the pathway. As Neon pulls the tour de force out from his back pocket. He is shut down by an operator on the other side. G2 set up into the post.
Could be lights out.
Babyface operator
Yeah.
on full display, leaves marksmanship as well. Absolutely perfect, and Trent, from beginning to middle to end, has been a superstar here today.
What a
13-6
fucking crazy map from Trent.
There was moments in the first half where it looked like it could have gone either way. But that second side, that attack from G2 was clean. I'm loving to see more of this Harbor double smokes read they have on display. I think that last round especially was really interesting the way they played that. Recognizing that trip, that it was going to be a weak setup in mid, that a split would be effective. Even using the cove to get through that Viper orb on the way in. They're showcasing some real creative stuff.
And it's so hard because not a lot of people are playing the Harbor all the time yet. You don't have a lot of reps versus it for sure.
Yeah, we talked a lot about how Energy was playing anti-meta on their run-up to 3rd place.
I don't know why it is that I feel like G2 are gonna smash this game. Like I can, like stylistically I can just feel that is the case. I think it's because Lev, whilst they are an aggressive team right now, they're not unpredictable in the way that like other aggressive teams are. Like Paper X is different kind of aggression. Like, I think a Fnatic and a G2 is always going to fuck over a team like LEV.
Yeah, I would agree. We go split next, right?
Mini, can you explain why Fnatic never look that impressive but always win? I mean, in EMEA, I think that's because EMEA is not very good. I think there is also something when like you're a very good team and you start slow, you just end up playing towards your like actual strength. Did you watch EG yesterday? I went to bed, I couldn't be bothered. But they won first map, I saw.
Yeah, I watched it all. It was certainly something.
The lowest actually looks the best in the world.
In love with really anything that they were doing. It was more so that Furia had like a really, really, really slow start. Like a crazily.
I mean, it just did like a Haven mirror.
It's
just Haven.
They ended up starting down. Like they got bonus,
yeah, they were like 6-0 or something.
Yeah, and then suddenly, like as soon as they came online, they almost won. Right? They like forced it all the way to OT at that point after starting down 0-6.
Yeah, that's what I meant about like the comment about like good teams can like if they're playing bad, they just end up playing their normal and just winning, or can easily come back. Now, that's the Fnatic comeback stuff was mostly just us being shit and then being like, okay, we'll just lock in now.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember if there was anything that stood out as to why that slow start happened. But I can't remember. It was like a truly unremarkable.
Fnatic's Lotus is good, but like I think Lotus, I was talking to Anders about Lotus, where it's like I think Lotus is the map that rewards the better team the most. Like I don't think you're ever going to see crazy upsets on Lotus. I think it's like the most stable map in the pool, and as a team like Fnatic who understands Lotus and have good players, when they're struggling against a team who they should be beating, Lotus just becomes the map where they're going to fuck on you. So like whilst their Lotus looks alright, I don't think it's like they could immediately go to global right now and just win Lotus against everyone.
Here with the head coach of G2 Esports, Josh RT. Well played, sir, on your map pick. It was a different half from the first half to the second half, though. Tell me, what was the conversation with the team in between the halves to make the second half better than the first half?
I mean, it's still different halves. Like, you know, when you play a bias comp on attack, it's going to be a little bit different from the defense side. But what carries over is just like how we practice our comms, like how well we comm. And there's some moments in that, like I think we're a little bit too hectic, and we're trying to work on that. Make sure we practice good comms hygiene, as I would call it. Just make sure like we're very clear and focused, and make sure we have like a very clear direction in terms of our plan making.
I wonder if I gave good answers. I've never thought about
good comms hygiene. I like that phrase. That's a good term. Good terminology. And in fact, you actually heard a lot.
I feel like I'm pretty political or diplomatic. Volume's kind of low. One sec.
The thing is, though, what helps G2 Esports is when you have a guy out there who's deadlifting 400 like it's nothing. Trent was an
I mean,
beast.
Trent was kind of going nuclear.
This guy, oh my Trent! Hey, look at that, we brought it back. Hey, made me sorry about that. No, but seriously, I mean, Athena,
is that better?
Was absolutely on fire. Those sheriff kills were a thing of beauty.
I mean, he had so many rounds for G2 just by clutching, getting those multi.
Who's on Plat Chat tomorrow?
Absolutely insane. Using his ult like that.
I mean, it's Monday. It's on Monday, not Sunday, right? I mean, I'm on, I think, for EMEA in Americas. I presume it's usually just gonna be like me and Kukuka meet EMEA. I think Sliggy's on everything. I think. Is this like actual leaking? I don't want to be a dick if it's supposed to be a surprise or something.
He cleared everyone in that server.
It's a classic Trent play.
No one in the
When two top teams face off, for example, the post-match interview culture is always what went wrong. Can it just be that micro mistakes happen in a 13-11?
I mean, the 4 4.7 KDA.
Sure, a growth mindset for comp changes and improvements is always good, but there's always an uncertainty when you fix things. I don't like you've gone into so many different directions with the question. I don't really know what you're asking anymore. Usually the coach will cope a little bit that like if it's 13-11, usually the natural response of the coach is those little details where it's like you're going to be biased towards yourself. You're going to be like, oh, that one round could have gone differently. And whatever that one round is that fucked you over, or two rounds that fucked you over, you narratively, you will hold on to that idea. Whereas, like, people at home, like, you know, people like me might be like, well, there is bigger picture stuff. You know what I mean? Like, maybe you don't even go lose 13-11 if your comp is an ass in the first place or whatever.
One thing that really stuck out to me, Athena, was that there were these rounds where I was so confident G2 would pull off the win in. And it was only a couple of rounds, obviously, based on the scoreboard there. But then Lev would out of nowhere.
I know, I kind of get what you mean there. So you're kind of, yeah, I see. You kind of tapped into my psyche a little bit there.
Yeah, like a lot of the comms issues, maybe getting a little.
In the moment, you're never gonna reflect because basically, if you
kind of wild that the scoreline is that skewed with only a 9 to 10 FK ratio.
like you're
punting a bunch of rounds where they FK.
You're never gonna philosophize after a 13-11 loss in the moment and be like, our comp's crap.
I wonder how
Because
much of that
then you're just asking
can be
to get
drawn
fired.
back to how passive they are. Even in situations where they were getting the first kills, they're not actually developing any further space off of it.
Wait, what do you say, sorry? 13-6, it didn't feel like a 13-6.
Yeah, like it was actually a blowout, and Lev had 9 FKs to G2's 10. So off of that, like, how is Lev dropping a third of the rounds that they have man advantage? I feel like I would have to rewatch to confirm, but I wonder how much of that can be drawn back to the fact that they weren't developing deep lines or anything. They'd get FKs and still not claim space off of it.
Well, I wonder how many of them are true FKs as well.
Yeah.
I'd imagine it was a lot. Like, it felt like on A site they'd get the first kill, but like you're on A site, so.
Yeah, they'd immediately get run down.
Wait, what happened there?
Insightful. Hey,
Words of wisdom.
don't worry about it. But I will tell you what Hay said.
Wait,
Playing your own
boss.
game.
You're
I could be owner.
We can,
you know.
we can interview you.
You know, we can try. Oh, I did get word. Kurt told me we could try again. Kurt, you're good. You're good, Kurt. All right, let's try it again. Let's run it back.
Here, the head coach of the Leviatán owner. Now that was a bit, you know, that was their map.
I thought Liz meant like Leviatán, like owner as in like the owner of Lev. I was like, when did owner become the CEO?
You know, we knew that Hedo is it's a kind of team that like to anti-threat a lot. So we tried, we wanted to pick something new, something that they didn't saw from us. We already played Heaven and Pair, because it's a really prepared team. We wanted to show something new to them.
The utter surprise.
I do think that
I feel like
Alex
it's
is the best
really really
coach
get to know the coaches and
at
how
being
they're thinking
well.
ahead of these matches,
It's hard for me to
knowing
say
that
because I don't know what
G2
other
likes to
coaches
understrat, but
are actually
also
dealing with.
knowing
But like
that
in terms of
G2
honesty,
were really
Alex
good
is
in this
extremely
match. I know
honest.
they lost against MIBR,
Honest to the
but
point
they
where sometimes
had
I'm like,
the same
wait,
kind
you're
of
saying
utility
that?
to delay those retakes. So I'm a little bit concerned.
I think I'm
for
fairly
Leviatán this
honest
time
when it
because,
comes
yeah,
to
you
like
don't want to give them that information from what you played week 1, but still
things that like I can say about players at times. Like I'm protective of players at times, but I'm also kind of honest.
G2 Esports never losing 2 games in a row, and I gotta credit them for.
But then if I sense the
like,
broadcast
you
is
know,
trying to
we could
attack a
probably beat
player
them on
or
it.
something, then
Yeah,
I'm
the
gonna
thing is, when
fucking
you have
defend
Coach
them.
Josh RT, Val, and these boys, it's so hard.
Like
They're
I'm the
gonna
one who
fix
gets to
those
say shit
mistakes.
things about my team or my players,
it's
not you.
definitely hard, and I think a lot of the issues we talked about earlier were with that inability to lurk for.
Like Jen once baited me, like I think it was bait. I think in hindsight, but she was like, "Oh, Bosa versus Angel is like a matchup that like Bosa struggled with historically," and I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about, Jen? Angel, we fucked him over. Like we don't struggle to Angel." But I think she might have been baiting me. But I didn't take the
Over
bait
under,
by
how
just
likely do you
immediately
think it
like
is that Dre's on Vice on
flaming
split?
Angel. I just was like, I don't agree with the question, which I think made it look a bit more awkward. Yeah, Pipson's quite honest, but Pipson's just a yapper.
They've already shown it, right? Yeah, he's gonna be
The most frustrating reaction for coaches is the ones who just say, "You're gonna see," like, "You're gonna see," or like, "You'll see today," or whatever. It's just like, well, we're asking you for a reason so that you can expand on the point. The question isn't literally the question sometimes, you know? Like, if we're asking you about a comp, and you're like, "Oh, you'll see," it's like, no, we want you to actually like give us some personality or like a philosophy or a reason for what you're doing. Like, most questions aren't questions to like fucking answer. Like if I thought a question was shit when I was asked them, sometimes I just like answer something else that I thought was more interesting.
Yeah, you thought Trent was a Tejo merchant? No, he can play Silva and Fade.
Wow, that's really exciting. I do want to talk about the
Players are the ones who get concerned more about answering stuff where they're not sure if they can answer.
I'm not a fan of the Phoenix on this map. That feels pretty troll.
Phoenix split.
Obviously that A main orb is pretty easy to
Yeah,
play if you're
I would just play Raze. Like, I'm thinking, like, I love Phoenix and Raze in ranked. And I'm like, if I was playing ranked, what would I play? And it's like, there's no way I'm playing Phoenix over Raze and ranked, so.
Leviatán I'm thinking defensive side in particular, where when you know the other team's going to be playing, you know, a whole lot of smokes, and you've got a lot of smokes yourself, like you can be popping out of anything for a lot of these quick fights.
And it's also just a super comfortable agent for Sato. I also think the mollies are actually pretty underrated on him, especially on a map like this that has some really tight shows.
Is there anything they could do,
though?
though?
Is that it is jaw locking the Raze
What?
this time.
Anything interesting they could do?
With the
What do you
Phoenix?
make of that Raze change coming in here? Because I think to a certain extent there's some ideas.
I mean, the big thing for me is like both of the orbs are dog shit to farm on this map, so you're not funneling Phoenix ultis. Like, that is pretty much guaranteed.
You might get. I mean, there's no Yoru, but if you had a Yoru, you could contest A main orb, I guess, on defense.
Yeah.
Both are completely fine, and if that's what he prefers, that's great. And while you're trading off having
Putting
fast rotates on defense,
Jaw
trading off the
on
relay bolt,
Raze
getting
instead of Neon is a nice change, though.
for an extra piece of util, those
that
are all
Raze?
reasonable trades to make.
Yeah, I think Raze
Yeah.
is just, it's just frustratingly underrated.
Interesting to see.
I don't get it, man. I think people are just so fixated on Neon right now.
Different read on the meta than a lot of our other squads, but Leviatán as well. This will be the third time Sato is locking in the Phoenix. Played it in both of the maps Leviatán had last week.
We got orb number 1.
Hey, we're off to the races.
Uncontested B orb that they shouldn't be able to get.
At least
Pog.
early from G2 over towards mid. Now they've gone back. That Roomba in question already re-clearing A.
Yeah, Leviatán keeping it quiet.
This is a nice refight setup. Off the jiggle, they can flash,
Anything that
seize
the
nade,
Phoenix can
and then
do.
triple swing in.
We'll see if Jogamo actually gets into position. He's playing all the way down in vents right now. Not fully getting ready for that
Flash fight middle,
Yeah,
I
you saw
guess,
him
is what
throw
it
the nade
becomes
there,
or
but
something.
smoke blocking up
The
the
defense
signal.
flash lanes aren't the
Taking
worst,
trust on the
though.
Vice Wall.
That risking, fighting into multiple.
They don't even have thorns.
Yeah, they've been very greedy with their buy.
into B main. Not going for the full Phoenix
Ghost. Ghost into the classic here
farm.
is kind of
There
nuts.
is a Vise wall right here in the choke point.
With it being a pistol, though, means no thorns. And
The flash also
Oh.
doesn't.
Oh no! 3 of us got stuck behind it, so Spike the only one into the site. Not a big problem though, because G2
Full retake
All
B
good.
for your pistol. I don't even see the point of using the Vice Wall in this
Luckily
round.
for King, he hasn't actually stepped back in there.
You know what I mean? Like,
So it's just gonna be a
I
fight
would have
on
just
Vice
done a
Coast.
deep one mid,
so
honestly.
deep, though, that the late back stab will still be a factor.
yeah. Yeah.
The paranoia in Neon's hand too.
The Vice Wall's done
I
nothing.
mean, not like a deep one, I guess, but like a post barriers mid one feels like a
Yeah,
better way to
yeah,
use
yeah,
ball
yeah.
here.
So you can actually fight from mid.
Right into.
Yeah.
Spots the first player, but
That's the kind of setup that I think on a Valo plant, you're like, oh yeah, it makes sense, but the wall on B will fight mid. And then you're just like, wait, but
An advantage.
as it comes down though,
you've not actually used the wall for anything.
about to break out Neon into the thick of things, but Baby Bay is there with steady hands.
The best
Dude,
piece of
Harbor-
information in the game is being used. Well, the best piece, the best. How do I say it? The best tool that can also be used for information passively is being used literally only for information.
Yeah.
And it's not
I
particularly
think
deep
Harbor could be
information.
the biggest advantage. Before
Information that you're also going to get 99 times out of 100 anyway.
to play against, like, it is so weird.
The
Look at this
harbor
wall they
value
have.
on retake
How
is
often
actually
are
just
you thinking about
disgusting.
what crossfires you
Retake value of
intercept
harbor, you said?
when those are the smokes?
Yeah,
Best
like the
example
wall that they
is
got
Spike
to
in hell.
like they
No.
literally threw like. Have you seen Wendler's half site retake wall
yeah,
for
yeah.
B? They basically threw that, and then he also put a hardened cove on the spike, and it's just like, well, fuck me, I guess.
Pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Even then, you have that
I don't know why teams.
as a defender when you see that wall come down pre-round or mid-round.
I want to see them get punished for this rule, but maybe it is because it is kind of technically like the choke is deep naturally.
This is like an inset wall. This is one of the few maps where I don't fully hate this one.
Nah.
As long as you have someone contesting that like first step of the bottle there.
It's just there's like so many different walls you could put that wall on that like make it look cool and shit. That like yeah. No, I agree though. It ends up not being too bad because there's hallway. But then if you smoke that hallway early, you're a fucking noob.
Oh dear. Those thorns.
Me when I sprint through thorns and just I just speedily killed myself. All good.
I'm the only one to find a kill, and gonna be nothing left after that. Clean from G2.
I feel like people could get way more from coaches in some off live interviews questions or live talks after coach questions.
That's true, actually. Lev picked this knowing G2's comp.
But like
and
they're
playing
that we can't really do that. Yeah,
they could make
like...
worse into this if they tried.
Wait, what's sorry?
Lev's comp just gets like hard fucking countered by G2's comp. But they knew that G2 plays this year. So what was their draft logic to be like, ah yes, surely this will go well?
I mean, I think it's just they want to play Neon Phoenix on every map they can.
God.
Like
even satchels them.
The reason it's live is
the
because we can
it's
react to the
kinda
moment, right? So like you have to do stuff live.
The
real thing is getting coaches to actually give us answers sometimes. I think that like I think half of the coaches are fine and the other half are pretty bad.
Here and Trent again on this sheriff.
Well, actually, I think most coaches are fine. I just think that sometimes.
So where do you go from here? You're diving.
It's like I understand why there's frustration sometimes with having to answer questions or whatever, but at the end of the
they
day, like
no pass on.
the reason why you guys are all professionals and getting paid or whatever is because there's fans watching.
They can place down. King's trying to make a go of something here.
Like you can answer questions without giving actual information that's interesting, you know? Like for instance, I asked the player, why are you playing Vito on Haven? Which I was purposely making as broad as possible because it means that you can answer it as vaguely as you want. And so all I was after was them to say like, oh, we really like using the TPs to fast rotate, you know, stuff that anyone could answer. And instead they're like, oh, we can't talk about that. I'm like, well, you can. It's just that you're not very good at answering questions. And I did prod them. I was like, is it about the fast TPs? Is it like, you know, the hard anchoring? And then it was just like, no, we can't answer that question. I'm like, yes, you can. Like, if I know I can answer that question as a coach, then you know you can answer that question.
Really nicely played by Blows there. Reading that he stays new box, repositioning into that off angle.
I'm not asking you to be like, oh, we think that the A site Vito is like the best in the game, and they're like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not asking for like genuine value propositions or anything. Like, just give the audience something.
They were forced to hit into this stack B site. But this time, it's the LEV individuals making the difference. That was a bit more absent, map one.
I've got the ESR roundtable stuff down as like an example of something that I think, because Sponge did it right, does them, and like I think that ultimately my position as someone in Valorant should be basically becoming someone like Sponge, and I think that the unfortunate reality is that like I don't push myself right now enough to talk to coaches and players on broadcast. Like the post plants I'm pretty good at, or like when we talk to players on the couch, I think I'm pretty good at. But like I haven't done any content or interviews yet that's like specific. And so like I think that if I was to get good at it, it would be very good, because obviously coaches and players probably are going to talk to me differently. You know, some of that might be negative, but I think a lot of that will be positive. Negative in the sense of like, they might go too nerdy at times or something.
Shipping everything.
As G2 link up back towards Hall.
Leaf on Astra is still
And the spike
throwing me.
play resets the round.
I don't love it.
No Yuto. This has to be a heroic round from Valen.
The cover falls.
One enemy remaining.
And Baby Bay right on the other
I think
side.
it makes sense though in the sense that
Another duel.
Dre is definitely going to be better on Astra than he would be on any of the alternatives here.
Perfect timing. Second guesses. Again
Wait,
into
what?
a corner
Like,
that's
Dre-
unexpected.
Baby Bay's gonna be better on Astra?
Again, G2
No,
looking
no,
the
no. I'm saying
wrong
that
way. The
like
Red Bull
Baby Bay
clutch from Neon.
is surely better on the Vice, and
Yeah.
like
No,
to
I
make
agree.
Level
I just mean like they
passable
can't. It
enough
just
Astra that I think it makes the most
I
sense.
I guess I just don't mind him playing Viper.
I don't like it either, but it's also probably just the best role alignment they can manage.
Respectively up towards heaven.
If you were to run Harbor Astra, which map do you think is the best on?
And that's a reset
If
on
you
the
were
team.
like
For
forced
Astra.
for, if you're forced not to
Player
play
away
Harbor
from losing their
Viper
bonus. Lev
or
now in
Harbor
great
Solo,
spot.
Fracture.
That they are.
Harbor Viper,
Again with this B main
Fracture.
control. Leviatán have seen the Vi setup here often enough that might just want to break that to start off the round.
I mean, it's quite nice to watch Na'Vi play
More.
some
like this
like
idea of
old
just
school Viper.
B main at round start over and over.
Yeah, they're literally throwing our shit from
Yeah,
2021.
pretty
I was
much,
like,
yeah.
wait a minute, I've seen this before.
Yeah.
This harbor wall.
There was like a bit of a debate on the B site wall segmentation on defense, whether we like,
After creating that question mark, they
because
wanna
you could
solve
cut
it
it at the
their own.
site or you could have it on the site, and I can't remember
So
which one
fluid.
we did,
This
but I remember
harbor
Na'Vi did
wall
one slightly
between
different.
its utility and stepping back
Yeah,
into B
we
main,
had it
pushing
from
back
the
player with
center
round.
site boxes, like from
They do
Dice,
show 3.
and they had it
Crash
from
Harbor.
Like,
the slant
Both teams this
plant
way.
position so that it fully carved out.
That's really
And like
cute.
the only main difference
Lev
there is
seem
that
to have gotten the
they
right read on this.
obstruct
G2
their
have
own
already
tower
begun to shift
line
towards
to
A.
stop attackers from pushing
This
into
calling
Canteen.
is
Like there is
nice.
no tower
An
contain
absolute
line.
mind game between our IGLs now. And
So
yet that
these kind of
flash
things, I can't
left in
remember.
B main will give some amount of intel towards G2. At this point, though, they have to commit to the gamble they've gone for. And that will mean full-on even numbers for the post plant.
And Lever taking proactive space off that. Already fighting up towards
yeah,
front.
FPX started playing it after
G2
because we
dominated
played
play,
it.
and the post plant's back on Breeze. But now 2 rounds in a row for Lev, and far superior
I think
weaponry,
they,
as well as this
I think they
advanced
did
positioning.
G2's
copy
retakes are
us though.
Probably the most interesting part of this series so far.
Sets up Leviatán
In terms of
nicely
just
in
how
this
much
fight.
value they're getting out of the combination of
G2
like
hoping a fight will come their way sooner rather
Vice
than
plus
later.
Yeah.
Harbor.
Oh shit.
It's now the bombardment of
But they keep
utility
retaking B,
lands
which is,
itself into the site, but right into the waiting arms of
I
Leviatán.
presume, still
A 3K
not the best
for
idea.
Neon, and Leviatán takes 3 for themselves in this map.
It's a really interesting round from both sides there.
Have they been
Back
A
and forth
once?
on that push and pull. Lev make a great read at the end. Hearing 3 players read
I don't
during
think
B
so.
They catching nothing. They would rotate away and switch their strong side.
No, I don't believe so.
How are they getting onto B against the Vice? I guess it's Eco here.
I think that's how you have to play against Harbor. You have to give that bit of respect even on an anti-eco. That if you're playing back, if you're behind
You think
the
it's
Harbor
fine to use the new
facility,
pitch jump
they can
right
win with pretty much any
playbook
guns.
with Neon instead of chat?
Well, we are heading into probably the biggest round of the
Yeah.
half for G2.
Yeah, it's probably better,
Must win for
to be
them.
honest.
3 major
We
ultimates.
fucked up a little bit with the playbook because we made it like a wallback, and then I basically said to Sliggy, like, I can't, like, I'm working with a team, could you do the breeze?
Almost my favorite Vice B setup.
And then
Another nice change of
it just
pace
took
from
us
Leviatán.
ages, basically.
But now they slow down
And now it's
the
even
game.
more difficult to do playbooks. We were like, do we do Neon stuff if it's about to, you know?
G2 have now lost in Trent's hands.
Where did Lev want to finish this round? They have a player posted B main, but they still don't really know what's going on.
Yeah, that's kind of
outside the
suffocating.
map.
That is literally a kill box.
Yeah, it's like the easiest, if I were to make content on it, it's the easiest to illustrate like how you should use your thorns to create kill zones.
2 players in ramp.
Because literally, like, they come past the wall, they can't pass the thorns. They're in a perfect square where you
Still,
throw
the
your
longer
raise nade
this
and they
clock
die.
ticks, the more dangerous the ultimates become from G2.
Yeah.
Exactly. Baby Bay and Jaw, they've got him right here. A showstopper at the ready and a nice shot.
So you could kind of do one here.
And there's the showstopper. Combos off the util from afar. G2 win on both fronts with this setup as the rocket just grazes the hair off of Neon's head. Neon does have the ultimate to reposition. If he gets the chance later in the round with 12 seconds left to go, that's going to be the call into backside B. There's still 2 players here. Babybay rips the ultimate, and Dogamo gets the kill on top of that too. So a spike likely to be planted, but this round is wraps. G2 will take it.
G2 were so
I like that Babybay's always playing essentially like slightly broken agents in certain metas, and like I do think he's a good player, but he also does benefit from, you know. Oh wait, Chamber's pretty good. Oh wait, Vice is pretty good, but it's like it is. If I
had him on Waylay for a while before the nerfs.
Yeah, I wasn't too impressed with the Waylay, but the other two I think he's actually a lot more proficient at, or at least comfortable. The Waylay for like a week slapped, and then after that,
yeah.
Struggling to be the one to take the initiative.
But like on some level, surely people are like, well, how are they getting Babybay to like, you know, smash our teams? Maybe these agents are good.
Chokes you out from the time. Interesting to see.
It's nice to see America's actually respects Vice.
Oh man, nearly taken out Spike there. Trent flashed up, drops into the side. Another flash. It doesn't matter. Trent just keeps getting kills on players he can't even see. It is ridiculous.
Harbor was interesting.
And yet, players on opposite sides, it's all sorts of confusing. Neon finds himself in hell, only to quickly fall. This wall has created infinite amounts of chaos. Again, Leviatán shooting at the backs of G2's heads. And for the one-on-one, it'll be King to fall. G2
That's really scrappy, man. B side, like, I don't know why the Vice setup's on A. Like,
the most chaotic round of this game so far.
at least one Thorn should be on B, I feel like, right now.
Injecting the chaos is this Harbor. Watch again how this wall breaks him up.
The Vice setups are so much stronger on B in general that
it's also like every time I look up, they're just like on B side.
Yeah.
Couldn't actually trade with his team until the wall falls. Such a good tool to disrupt the way your opponent wants to fight.
Yeah, it divides them up, and then as long as you're playing good fundamentals, good spacing when you come back in, which is, hey, that's something G2 is always going to have locked down. It pays off nicely. So it will be Leviatán calling the timeout now after losing 2 in a row. Money is not looking great for them, but what do you think they could try to be looking at here in a timeout like this?
I really like the round where they went fast early A ramp and got an embed into vents.
I have a question not related to this match. How coaches teach micro team fights to their players? I don't know because I've never done it before. Obviously, like, if there's situations in which I'm seeing us consistently fail, we would discuss it and like review it. But in terms of like just fighting off each other, I never focused on it. And I used to be jealous watching Paper X players play in ranked because I was like, wow, these guys are actually fucking cool for Yuto and like fight together and shit.
Worried about those plays and instead willing to set up the way they did in that round that Lev lost to time, where they just hold and say, hey guys, we have all the info we want. We'll wait.
Leviatán, only some scraps in the inventory this time around, so we'll see what the idea is. Paranoia is set up for a quick mail dive.
Yeah, I love that start.
Here we go. Some trouble abound for Trent, who is blinded up, and nice on the laser. Spike opens up to sight. Forget the embed. It's just a full-on hit, but Jogamo quick on the heels. Back and forth. King has the other side covered. Has his teammate 6, and now can turn and deal with Babybay in mid.
Spike planted.
7 bullets in the chamber. Nice from Babybay. That flash in his eyes brings Leaf down into a 1-on-3. Thrifty rounds have been tough for our teams to contain so far in this series.
They have.
This one looks to be no exception.
I think that's a great change-up from Leviatán. They've been pretty cautious about the way they've approached mid thus far.
Hello.
Leaf will go down. I think the biggest reason is just the pure amount of stall that G2 have there. They can be constantly
doing the on-ult things, all good.
Thorns there. But I think the decision to just send it early and go for a play like this.
I feel like I'm the only Lev winning this match believer.
It's a great call.
I mean, they should win.
Have we seen a Phoenix ult from Lev already?
I'll be honest, I'm not locked in enough to.
I don't remember. I'm sure that they did. I don't remember where it was though.
And that's awesome, right? That's just your round 1 off
Round
the
4
player.
apparently.
But what I'm looking for
Just
is in the
curious
rounds where
where
they're
this
not
one is
getting
gonna
picks on
be.
those initial plays, how they
I mean,
convert that
Lev
into
gonna be like 8 rounds. I feel like.
True. It'll be.
Don't get that early kill. That makes things a whole lot
Oh
more
man.
challenging.
I feel like if I'm Lev, I'm calling a fake
Their own
now.
timeout after mixed success this half.
Such an interesting game this has been so far. I've loved to watch just this matchup of styles where
The Harbor retake at A is fucking sad.
Alex isn't really. I don't know if Alex is
Maybe that's why they're
teaching them that
avoiding it.
necessarily, but he facilitates them talking about that stuff, and I think they focus on that stuff a lot. Like Alex's approach is get them to take as many fights as possible, and so like they've learned how to fight together really well.
Definitely. A lot of ideas being kicked around there, and especially when there's so many different things that Leviatán have showed you, their default's pretty similar with that B main hit, but those fast looks.
Okay, so they do just put the vice on B.
And I think that's what.
But I mean, it's eco, so who cares?
Going for a pretty quick open, getting punished the way you did in round 8.
Just a pistol.
Good news for Lev is it's an eco for G2, and they only have a couple ults.
Yeah, this is where like these are rounds where I would put the wall slightly different, I guess, when you don't have someone facing.
Should be easy enough.
It is a bit awkward for info.
Except this time,
Yeah.
just the bait out of the
3
wall.
seconds of the round is baited.
Yeah.
King has been so passive when he's playing the extremity. I remember a lot of previous games when he plays the Viper on this map where he'd be really proactive in the way that he's.
Do you think your skill set was a strong mold to Alex?
So far this game,
Or do you think it wasn't a perfect
seen that
blend?
on display.
Leviatán have operated with the pack moves first, and then alert can come in after a pretty significant delay.
I think it was a good blend. It's more like Alex is more like integrated into the team. Like he's almost just like part of the DNA of the team, right? It's like
They're playing more passive on their
his approach is seen through the years of coaching them, not necessarily like it wasn't like it wasn't like day to day. He was like giving them 1,000 different ideas or anything. It felt more like because they'd worked together so long, there was a lot of things that they just knew about each other.
Sees the Astra, assumes it's Valen.
How they want to play, you know.
Let's go back to the SMG into the corner, nearly takes down.
Like my style is a bit different, where it's a bit more top down, where like I'm dictating a lot more.
All right, Trent considering the nightfall.
So then, in terms of like stylistic differences, the reality was there wasn't much time, both in terms of like time for me to get used to them and time in sense like I was busy guy. So
they're both so weak. You could definitely win this.
Which king are we talking about? King?
I think it would have worked long term.
Tough to say.
Like the reason why like yeah, I mean, you know, they were asking me for my availability and stuff, you know, but realistically I didn't want to move to Korea and I didn't really want to be an assistant coach, so
when Sliggy doesn't even have to tell them to molly themselves.
But I know what the replay team is gonna do. Yep.
Oh my god, I didn't even catch it.
Like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Well, it's still there.
Kind of a worrying start for G2 device defense.
Right?
Yeah.
It's funny because in between the gap between
Pistol
EMEA and
only
Americas
win?
yesterday, I was doing some split playbook for the next Patreon upload, and it has a vice in it, and I was like really nerding out on some of the lurk setups, like where they should be setting forward walls and taking their timings or whatever. And I'm like, I wonder how nerdy Josh got with the way Dre is going to play this on attack. Because I remember when I was working with them last year, one of the things that Dre struggled with early on and like needed a lot of pointers was how he should lurk, because it's not something he
obviously he's yeah, he's not exactly
dude
a
invented
lurker.
the Smeek, like he's not a lurker.
Yeah.
And so how is he gonna get value out of this vice? Is he just gonna be a pack member? Because that doesn't make a whole ton of sense to me. This is probably the map where Astrolurk makes the least sense, so if they have Nate doing that, it's like, what's going on?
From above,
Yeah.
that showstopper comes in
That's
for
a bad
two.
showstopper.
Are you kidding me? How has
Simply
he done that?
2K with a
And
rocket.
that's a spike down and elbow. Neon, a kill
I
on
mean,
the
they
guess-
have
though.
thought about the
An
retakes. It's
Orb
just
did
they
it too.
shouldn't
Yeah, but
have
Santo's
to
been
think about
hanging
them
out
this
in mid.
much.
He's going to be delayed up into heaven.
Yeah.
Neon still has a whole lot of distance to cover.
Might just be a
That
save.
Viper ulti, I
He
guess,
can't
was
play it
kind
out.
of
I mean, that spike is just in an
a freebie
impossible
for the
position.
rocket too.
Only
They
hope
didn't
would
have a
been
lot of
grab
playable
the orb, Try
space.
and pick it up, and even then, it's a 2-on-4 with minimal time.
10 seconds left.
A lot of things I liked this round from G2. First one was Jaw with that operator.
Oh, yeah.
A perfect read on that same 4-player B main default that Lev has been throwing. It's a pick on the jump peak, and then late round, having that proactivity that, hey, Leaf got caught off guard, caught a bad timing, but immediately they're adjusting for
Oh,
that.
the elbow,
Is that opening kick.
the ult got
That was
people.
really a nice shot from Jaw. But look at how quick they were to react with this ult combo. And 2 players getting caught with that decay bringing them so
That's
low.
pretty, yeah.
Because they weren't even like standing on
Ray's
top
ult's
of
just
each other
kinda
either.
It was
like that.
literally just the Fade ult decay that made that possible.
Do you want to come back to head coaching?
Brutal scenes out
Nope.
there for Leviatán. Now, though, at least they know there's an operator in play.
Jaw thinks this is going to be one of those A ramp early plays. Nah, we're back to the B main default.
It's funny because I think the read is good from Jaw, but
No,
we're
I don't
back
want-
to
I don't
B
head
going
coach.
for this.
This time, I think
Not
it's
for a
gonna be
while.
ahead.
Like if I go back to head coaching,
Yeah,
then
because they
I've
know
either
there's a lot of
become.
eyes wall here from last time.
It's one of two things. I've either become a very healthy
Still
individual,
quite good.
or I've become a
Keeping
very
them at bay.
unhealthy individual.
People break
Most
down.
likely because of some
A
kind of midlife
problem
crisis.
for Leviatán.
If I go back to
Check
coaching,
dials
like
in on that
full-time
player
head coach.
backside. The rest of G2 are here. I mean, what do Leviatán do from here? They're trying to work forward. That's going to be 2 kills. But they're so low when the dust settles, when it clears. A 2-on-2 now.
You're Cameron
Jaw still has
focused.
nade, and Spike's the
Spike
one
at
with
30 health
well,
though.
Spike.
Gets the plant.
He's
No,
dead.
he doesn't. Splattered in the attempt.
Me, when I have my 30 health teammate plant the spike against a nade.
45 seconds. All the time in the world to navigate.
I feel like
this
at the start, well, I
situation.
mean, I was going to say at the start of the game, of course it happened all the time. Those fucking 2 Raze nades.
No one's showing up
I
on
do
the
distinctly
streets.
remember
That's
Raze
the
2
plan for G2.
nades. Not because Raze 2 nades, but I just remember people dying all the time on default.
Now has to run back and commit into this one. G2 could be anywhere now. And they're right inside of the walls. Right there is Leaf to take this round G2's way.
Leaf reads that so well. Knowing the first couple
What are
taps
your
gonna be
thoughts
letting
on
that time tick
players
and
overly
contacting out the
relying on
perfect
default
moment.
plant positions when in
Great round win for G2 and
XP,
another
like
highlight
1vx's?
is how oppressive the stall utility
Because I
is.
don't think he's
Watch
ever supposed to
the map
plant
where that
default
Viper
here.
rotating
Let me
in lane
see.
could just never get out through the harbor utility, even as his team was just getting executed on site. Can I have 10 seconds for like a
Like, I would have loved for him to plant literally in the pathway to spawn and immediately take a push timing
Now has to
on
run
the
back
player
and
that
commit
you can
into
pretty
this one.
safely assume is coming from that corridor.
Now has to run back and commit into this one. G2 could be anywhere.
Yeah, yeah.
And they're right inside of the walls. Right there
I think
is
he's in a
Leaf
tough
to
spot.
take this round G2.
I think with the orb, for fuck's sake.
No, what do you think they're talking about?
I think that they are
With the
talking
orb
about that
on heaven, he could have done something
possibly trying to move away
interesting.
from just slamming
I think the
the
problem
hits.
with
And
planting there and then
I
going
honestly
spawn
bring
is
up
like
the
you've done,
same
you have
idea
made.
that
I'd
we
almost
talked
want to
about
plant default and go
What's your
spawn
What shocked
because
me
the
is I just realized
information
that's
that the plant
Leviatán's
gives you
second
if you
timeout
plant
of
for
the
spawn
half in
is a bit
6-5
sus.
game going into the last round
Like,
of the half.
I feel like players win a
They're
lot of
making
clutches
so
by
much
planting somewhere that
on
just
winning
technically
this
is
round.
bad
They're like,
for
yeah,
you
we
to
don't even
push
wanna
with
talk about
and then
defense.
catch timings or something.
Interesting.
Very interesting. You see
Yeah.
the double timeout happen when
I think that
Like, it's going
specifically in the
real bad build
1v2,
out there,
I
but
just
these rounds
want
are
to put
virtually all coming
myself
down
in
to
an
the wire,
opportunity to immediately
like,
kill
so many
one
rounds Leviatán won
off
Yeah,
of like
yeah.
novelty and just like catching a jank timing.
I agree with that, yeah.
But after slamming B so many times, they'll look back towards A. Remember, Jaw had a read that there would be an A ramps dive 2 rounds ago. He was wrong, but he's here again with the operator. And
Is my
this
cam
time,
still
might
unfocused?
get
I
rewarded.
can't see.
Call a timeout just to run straight into the operator. You hate to see it, unless
I mean,
the approach is clinical. First
there's
shot
not really much to
goes
see.
wide. Spike stalled out for a moment. And whoa,
stuck that.
Jogamo is satcheling towards an ulting Omen. What on earth is going on? This round is just ridiculous as Sato now finds his way down into the vents. Leviatán up a man, now up 2. That's a 3K.
He accidentally grabbed the rope. Fallon's rewalking.
Is it common for assistant coaches to be strategically better than head coaches in the game? Not common. I would say it's not like it's not more common than it is not common. Does that make sense? It's becoming more common. Like it's becoming more of a thing. I would say that like in League of Legends, from my understanding, like the way the Korean teams operate is that the head coach is just basically the leader, father figure. And then the assistant coaches are like more like strategic coaches, you know.
In the exit animation, probably.
Yeah, an interesting call.
I think that
they make it work with another fast execute.
In general, assistant coaches do have more time to commit to strategic ideas.
Look at this play. He's getting prowlered. He's nearsighted.
I feel like my read has been generally head coaches.
Watching it from the other perspective is so funny. Just flying in as Sato is killing his teammate.
Sometimes you watch around and
head coaches quite often hire assistant coaches who are going to be very agreeable with strategy stuff.
No. But you might love some more Valorant on the other side of this.
But I do think it's a bit different nowadays. And like some of them are just basically trying to
enter with the Linus Tech
get them to do dirty work a lot
transitions.
of the time. I didn't hear his thing at all, to be honest.
It was just like some cringy wordplay, low-hanging fruit type thing.
6-6. Who plays next?
Great question.
That might be our Loud.
Oh right, it's the shit stomp.
Yeah, they can freely distribute tasks as they see fit, yeah. I just mean like I think there was a period early on in Valorant where a lot of assistant coaches were basically
Loud
like
is probably far better than people are giving them credit for so far.
Basically like just minions. So what if you have an AC who's agreeable and analyst who disagrees with you a lot? No, I'm saying that like the people who want an agreeable AC are going to want agreeable coaching staff in general.
They did win a series.
Thank
with
you very
a
much for the
coach going
sub.
-20.
Masao? Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't know where's like I can't remember what I said about Loud when I was on.
Way to close out the half. We are tied at 6 apiece between G2 and Leviatán.
It was literally just Darker and Look Show looking like actual fucking.
Oh, and
demon
Batty
gods.
won. Yeah, Batty. Yeah.
Coaches have had their chances to talk to their teams.
Yeah, they aren't going to be bad. But Envy were playing Veto terribly. Yeah, Loud only just barely beat them, so. But it's a regional matchup, and who knows. I haven't watched back the Japanese matchup, though. I'm going to do that tomorrow.
Towards A main.
I kind of forgot that the A side of the map existed up until round 12. I see that
I honestly don't really know what an AC versus analyst is a lot of the times. Like people have so many. The way that I would use an analyst or a third person would be like as a prep bot who gave me stats or something.
Oh my word, Jogamo up and around a two-piece.
When we had SOK and Anders, SOK mostly did prep work with some map stuff. Like certain maps he'd be like, let me do this, and I trust him. Anders was far more theory, strategic focused.
That flank wall is so passive, it might as well not exist.
On B?
Yeah, look at where their fucking flank wall is. Like, what does this do?
It's good for a B hit.
If they buy our guns, we know that they're there.
I want to know what Baby Base said.
Oh, what a round. Well, that's 2 pistols, 1 for G2.
Yeah, I think the Joker mode Raze is good. Because Joker is good at Raze. I just don't think his other primary duelists are as good.
Try and control the orb at the start of the round, but Leviatán love their B main orb.
They do. It's their best friend.
Using Storm Surge as the
Fortunately, they've had to
B main
abandon the
open
A site
util
for
piece
it.
is kind of nice.
And as we learned on Breeze, and the last time they played this G2 comp with the Harbor, with the Aster, with the Vise, is really tough to retake into. Of course, Lev will probably just look to die to the spike this round.
Yeah, it's good conditioning. I'll be. I wonder if we just see like a B hit early.
Sometimes teams will
From
exit
it.
out through your own side of the map, but we'll see. No heaven control for G2 might make it a little simpler.
I really like how deep you're going on them being able to die to the spike. Sato does want orbs though. That's
He's just,
two
yeah,
orbs.
he's going for the fight. Why not?
Yeah, you're Phoenix.
Everyone else, they can die to the spike. Sato, even in these losing rounds, is gonna win the tempo race. Over to first ult.
Being a head coach in exclusive tier 2 or 3, you have to do a lot to the point where you never have time to watch VCT. I mean, I never watched VCT, and I didn't even.
The round goes G2's way.
I think the way I approached it was like, I was doing just as much work when I was by myself as a coach than when I had 2 other people helping me.
Pretty good exec power. I think that's the biggest change with new Harbor compared to old.
There's always more shit you can be doing.
CC utility to actually help and executes and kind of act as a pseudo initiator.
I would only watch games from teams that I would identify the teams that I knew would give me shit, and I'd only watch them basically. If a team started winning on a map that they shouldn't be winning on, then I would watch them. Like, if a shit team was beating all the good teams on a map, then I'd watch them. Otherwise, I'd literally just like watch the good teams that I thought did good shit. For reference, like I didn't really watch like Optic much, you know. Like back in the day, I'd watch like Gambit, not Optic kind of teams, you know. Loud, I'd watch sometimes.
Like
teams that have like a
so
structure.
Passive, it's not queuing a flash trap.
To Neon.
Nor does it give us any ability to be proactive.
Are going to regret this if they keep moving forward into vents, I fear.
I feel like they should just be saving more and they're just throwing it when they need it.
And they regret it instantly. Okay, Spike pulled off on the last shot. Salif will get the kill.
Also, like,
really
surely we can be using an Astra pullback to put a flash in a position that isn't just useless.
On his own, over towards A. Good first shot to connect. And now support in the form
Yeah,
of
it's a strange one, but I thought if they're anti-bonus, I kind of get it, but bonus, it's weird.
Reconnaissance mission.
Doing both games, I'll probably fall asleep during the second, but I'll try.
But that is just not going to work at all. Leviatán only lose the one in the round.
Yeah, keep it a 1-round game here. Make it look pretty clean on
Why
that
is
Eco.
My friend sent me a picture of 2 Pringles.
If Lev has more aggressive defensive rounds cooked up.
The Burger King Pringle flavors. Saying, what do I think? He's such a troll, man.
With this kind of composition, so I want to see how active they really want to get on this attack side.
Yeah.
Like, do you think it would be good when you're playing into this Harbor comp where you really don't want to play retake against it?
Sure. You're probably not just like full sprinting at them like you might see with like other Neon comps, but with the Phoenix popping out from behind a corner of a wall or behind some smokes can be really effective just off of good timing or info.
And so often you'll see those 2 players holding hands.
Valorant and Nats frag a lot more than other IGLs. Is it a huge advantage? Sometimes it feels like experienced players like Stars of Com, for example, could be good IGLs, but if their team doesn't frag hard enough, it's just it's just a political compass. Where it's just like fragging is on the y-axis, IGLing is on this axis, and so it just depends where you want to be on this, you know.
3 elite out
like,
from him. Now Leviatán, considering the error of their ways, trying to.
You can't just be. You can't be down here. That's not acceptable.
I would.
You know?
I would rather them go for damage when G2's money's in a less good
There are.
position.
I can't name many examples of
4 of their
players who get into this category.
A little bit of money trouble.
You know.
Either way.
They're considering ultimates as well, where Jogamo Trent not too far off, and King of Blows they're miles away.
I do want to laud G2 though for the utility.
Valen might be the only IGL who gets into this box.
Thorns in Heaven to stop a refight was great. Exactly the protocols you
Or at
need.
least like
There's
high
like
into the
wants to brawl.
box.
And then even once they went into the execute, you saw the Whirlpool went towards back site, which means no one could be flooding from that direction either. And even past all that, the way Baby Bay is playing around this, reading the flank, and then tucking into this corner. Sato doesn't think anyone can be there.
You're just playing around a really unique wall.
And that's what's so cool about Harbor, is that every round, your opponent has to sight read what you're doing. Look at it for the first time and figure it out in time.
Yeah, and that wall always comes down just a little bit different because you are throwing it on the fly. So quick thinking is your best friend. Up against it.
And when you're a team that wants to go quick and fight a lot,
Nako's IGL'd, yeah.
all the more effective at disrupting.
Not at the very second, I don't think.
Leviatán again up into B main. Sato already has the ultimate though. Interesting to see G2 continue to put this focus down into mid. Leviatán want to go for this fight too. Run it back, ready to go. Sato into it now. But ready for it is G2.
He's just not allowed to fight a Whirlpool.
Yeah, I mean, they're just brute forcing middle.
And this angle that Jaws into is just beautiful. As well, fully protected from Male.
Where does that need to go?
That's stunned though, and he is in trouble. Good support out from Trent, but that fight goes all Leviatán's way. Man, the second Neon puts down the smoke, Leaf rips his head off. That stall completely disrespected too. Baby Bay gets another.
It's frustrating watching a team, like,
Lev's last two players
you know when my expectation of the team is really high, and I'm just like, well, would this actually work against good teams?
Yep, that is basically how I feel watching everyone right now, though. And the problem is that there are no good teams to punish them.
Sure.
These positions are
I think by default it'll be APAC though, if that makes sense. Like even if Paperex are out of form, you know at a global event they're still gonna shoot your head. Like
out into the corner, Babyface looking the wrong way. Thought King had slipped out, but King had held his ground. Calm, cool, collected.
Hey, Cal.
The IGL.
King gets his revenge in that one-on-one that he lost earlier in this game.
Nats would make it into that category probably, but like that you can't. I don't think his IGLing you can say is as good as Valen's at the moment.
Really nicely done by him, taking that timing to very early get out on the side.
Like it's hard to make that read because obviously every team is different and like you don't know. But the unfortunate reality is you have to kind of go off of results a little bit. And I think that Valen has like obviously achieved a bit more than that when it comes to IGLing.
G2 head back over towards A. It's been a great part of the map for them.
I'm not Des this week, no. I'm Des.
I feel like the next round of ults is gonna decide
the
who
last
wins
3
this
weeks.
map.
What, sorry? This round?
I think the next round of ults is gonna decide who wins.
Okay.
You've got Blows 2 pips off of his Fade ulti. You've got Leaf 2 pips off his, Jaws 2 pips off his. I think literally converting off of those like 3 ultimates on either side is gonna swing because it'll come up against econ breaks as well.
I just think G2 are gonna win.
Felt by Jaw. G2 don't really have any other things to play for on the map.
Like even this horrible cooling scrappy 5-man ramp right now, I just feel like they're still gonna win rounds like this now. Even though it's terrible.
Simply put, your whole team ramp. What could go wrong?
It is like awkward to be the defender here without forward info. Like
I think so much of this is only possible for G2 because Lev just has 0 fucking info cycles.
Yeah.
They have a Fade Eye and 2 Prowlers. That's all I got.
I mean, at this point, G2, what are we doing? We're now making presence felt.
Well, 15. What is this? This is.
Dude, we're trying to lose. If these 2 backside players just don't die.
Quick trades and the kill is there.
Oh, it appears they've died.
Spike still just about to go down.
Okay. I mean, I still feel like G2 are going to win that round for some reason, but Yeah. 15 seconds left. They're only just gone through a main chunk.
15 seconds left in a main.
That might be. We were just talking about good cooling and good fraggers. That's like, oh, Valen's like probably the only person I could say is like really good at both. And then he just cools the worst round I've seen this year from him.
Yeah.
The old 5 ramp into do nothing the whole round.
Closing dangerously close to Casey Mellon's territory with that one.
Yeah.
Late rounds go their way, and now the ultimates start flowing.
I mean, I think Casey Mellon's, I presume, because I remember watching them, I presume it was like them trying to be clever, whereas G2 weren't even trying to be clever. That was just.
It was them going for an, like they're running a crunchy nut, like I have in Split a Day. They realized that there was entrenched A side anchors, and so they called an audible back to B without enough time to actually make it to the plant space.
I love fighting for this orb.
Was that the KC round?
That was literally the Melons round.
Yeah,
was
okay.
Oh, we're A heaven, we cannot go A. There are 2 guys back site. Let's go B. Wait a second, we don't get there in time.
Okay, so at least it wasn't the double fake, which is the kind of shit I would see them trying to do.
Second leash on life for him. He charges on forward, sent back by
I don't know what's going on this round.
One on the return is Valen now steps into the 4.
Okay, I think you're right.
Keep your eyes on Baby all the way on the other side of the map. He is nowhere near to help his team. Now Sato's turned his attention back to heaven. Leviatán have the lead.
It's a bit of a rough map one for Sato on the Neon. Fell victim to a lot of first deaths pushing into this utility. But here, it has really been good out of him. 18 and 12.
Do you think there's a way to quantify IGL ability from the outside? Some people saying attack round run rate was a decent metric.
But Sato gets that kill with the molly and then
I mean, attack round win rate is like reasonable. Reasonable. To like use that as a metric as part of it. But obviously like you can't then account for like the system that they're having to play in. Or the players that they have. Or even if like the rounds, you know, like over a huge sample, then of course like, that's gonna mean something.
it has been a game that was in their control. Remember, this
But
is
even then it's like
pistol. What's in perspective? How hard
I wonder what Josh is
and
calling.
then also
here.
comps you're playing on certain sides and maps you like to play or whatever. And then how much does your IGO impact the defense side, etc. No, there's nothing great. That's why I prefer to
I'm trying to
just
think what their issue even is right here, other than just calling rounds too slow.
like for instance like
they win the util trade super efficiently if they go mid. They just have to not drop bodies.
I mean the
there.
problem is they were brute forcing mid with no lurks. So like to me they haven't shown me a single round of attack where I'm like, okay, they're doing something good.
Yeah.
They 5-man ramps, they 1-3-1'd, and then like the lurk on A wasn't a lurk. Oh, there we go, finally.
Hey, Dre's actually doing something.
But it didn't actually do anything for the round for just rushing B.
G2 did throw down the wall on B main, but they want to reset the round. That early pick
I would say, like, for instance, I would use those stats. Like, when I watch Giant X play, their attacks on some maps are quite bad.
Wait, they're resetting the round with
And I don't put that on Cloud
no
specifically, but that is
and
partly
no
a Cloud problem, right?
smokes.
Like, Pearl, for
Oh, no, he
instance,
had
for
one
Giant
star
X is
coming out.
quite bad on attack side, from what I remember. I remember last year their defense being really good and their attack not being great during stage 2. And so, like, you know, you can point to Coach and IGL, they're like Pipson and Cloud maybe, but like maybe Pipson has to tailor the attack in a way that like suits IGL or something.
Goes horribly wrong, and that something could be Neon in the corner. He breaks it himself and just keeps holding down the trigger. Where's the rest of the team? Jogamo sent down to his
You
death.
hear Giant X. I'm usually a little bit too mean about Giant X.
Rounds like this are why people think that Jog is into top flight duelists.
Wait, did he just double satchel in for no reason?
He just double satcheled in and no one was behind him at all.
But
Literally
like,
zero
why
seconds.
does he do that though? Like, what is?
I don't know, man. Like, sometimes it's like just lack of follow-up from the team. Like, in this situation, I'm not sure that I say that it's an Alex problem. I'm tempted to be like,
and have a look
it's not his fault that literally no one fucking followed.
Blow's not even wasting a moment. Silent on the drop, but he's
I gotta go watch that back.
there into Baby's cross. That's the Bay was right there, so he just basically wins this round unless something goes horribly wrong, and that something could be Neon in the corner. He breaks it himself and just keeps holding down.
Yeah, he got baited, but at the same time, it's not necessarily a him problem as much as like I don't think you need to full BX sec in that moment.
Swing. Good night, Sato. And then this catch as well. And even further on, if he's not getting these kills, there's 10 seconds left. That's a guaranteed.
I think they were 5v4, and there was a smoke in front of them.
Yeah.
So I don't think most ever calls a fucking full BX sec. Well, it was not even a full BX sec. You're lurking inside the map still. Apparently it's 5v3 actually. Yeah, you're not satcheling at B main. 5v3. Throw a smoke.
And with Lev not having a true sentinel, unlike G2, makes the concept of just going for a fast hit.
Is Valorant top 5 IGL of all time? Yeah.
Spike's got a judge. There's always seizes that can be thrown down.
Can you make Can you make a case for any APAC IGL who like? And I don't really count Forsaken.
Tide is in. And now a quick rotation. Leviatán already have 4 players on this site. This is a big gamble out from G2, but
Munchkin's the only one I think you can make an actual claim for. I don't think you can make a claim for stacks.
Side players, doesn't do anything to heaven or spawn or screen.
And Munchkin was only relevant from like 2024, so I don't think anyone from APAC actually gets into a great full-time IGL list. If we're talking about like legacy, like achievement kind of stuff, I value the consistency.
He TP'd past the fucking Harbor ulti.
That was sick, actually.
The fucking schmovement.
That was so sick from Neon.
That's actually.
Yeah,
he just got their asses.
King is trying to get active here. Heard too many golf claps this afternoon. Wants to bring it right back into G2's face.
Man, show me that from Neon's perspective.
That's actually sick as fuck from him.
Here's
the micro, actually disgusting.
Expecting a player to be a free kill. Instead, it's 2 pick for Neon. It's King on the other side. And that is Lev taking the lead.
Lev common English?
King has been enjoying it this
I don't know.
as well.
That's a great question.
Not the first time I've seen him stand up.
Or no, we got to listen in. Last map, and it was not.
No. They must do like Portugal. What? How do you say it with the Portuguese Spanish? Portinho.
Fuck if I know.
Like Fraud says it quite a lot because like Fraud can speak.
Imagine being cultured like that. That's
Fraud
great.
Can speak Spanish.
They could do something truly heroic.
And then like he can like Portuguese and Spanish is very close, but like it's not like close enough that you can
like
automatically speak.
When you know like 2 romance languages, you can usually like bullshit your way through the 3rd type thing.
Yeah, so the Portunho. It's basically just bastardized Spanish Portuguese.
Yeah.
And Sato's taking his time for now. CG2 are waiting for the restep. In good positions themselves.
Although they think it was Spanish.
But Spike not too far behind. Dogamo on 2 already, and Spike can't pick up the gun.
Portuguese and Spanish aren't close enough, in your opinion. Are there any 2 languages that are closer though?
It's too much as he is overwhelmed.
Like it feels like those 2 languages are extremely close from as an outsider. Because otherwise you wouldn't have as many Portuguese Spanish teams.
Ahead in this round.
I mean Spanish and Catalan, okay, but okay. In terms of a language that's like Catalan is a very specific language in Spain, I would imagine, right? Like we're talking about languages that dominate countries. Czech and Slovak. Okay. Yeah, you can't really. Yeah.
He goes for it, but nothing given. G2 keeping 3 alive.
Okay, this is one of those moments where like I'm just using logic. So like now people are like arguing against it, but it's like name me another team, name me some other teams in Valorant that have multiple nationalities that is common. The only other one I can think of is Japanese Korean, and the reason for that I know is because some Koreans just watch a lot of anime. it's not because our languages are necessarily similar. Whereas I literally have been told by coaches and people who are Spanish that like, or and Portuguese people actually, that like they can do the bastardization thing. The Russia thing is just they speak English. They don't speak Japanese or Chinese in those teams. They just speak English.
Leviatán sinking everything into this round, and even then, still
And that's just like Russian war type shit for visas.
G2 will take their time at the start.
King pressured back.
It's that same element of utility they showed in the last round, except this time, G2 repositioned back onto A.
And Lev start to walk away. Had 3 players on A, and now they get worried about.
Has Lev taken control of the map once?
Not really. It's like they get mostly into like util trades, but they don't really.
Oh, they actually they re-clear B, but it's the timing in which in this map you can't re-clear. Like,
yeah,
that's a good re-clear in the last year.
A change from Baby Bag. He's been caught here before. Now he plays far more passive. Ready to be a late back.
Even then, I feel like last info cycle committed re-clears like that aren't really playable. It has to be like, it would have to be on your weak side, where like one of your B players is prowling back into B main, and the other B player is already partially cheated to get to the other half of the map.
Use that wall to pass over to the other side and spike to strike.
I just remember 20 like a huge protocol for us was like as soon as we felt pressure anywhere on the map, we would just fucking take B main, or we'd take B main at the other ends.
Yeah,
and like
exactly. Like it needs to just be so much earlier.
It doesn't get much better than that.
But then back then, like people would like. In 2023 specifically, people on attack were so bad they would just do like, hey, we've got middle, now let's go do something else. And it's just like, in that timing when they've got middle from us, we would just take it in. But nowadays, teams are better than that.
And this time it's Lev. Look at the timing there, the coordination that they're all swinging backside with. And now the task falls to G2. You want overtime, deliver on
Leaf or Demon 1 mechanics?
with SMGs.
I think Leaf, Demon 1 has like better rule aim, but Leaf has the better like overall package. Oh, like obviously the overall
Why are we
package.
just so horny for this mid control, man?
The hunt is broken. Sato is in the clear, and now he's into the smoke. He's going absolutely.
Well, I mean, this is the logic, I guess. We don't have double duelist, so we can't just slam XX. We must have middle.
And once again,
I think that's their logic.
blink of an eye, it is just Baby Bay left on his own, and that spike is unrecoverable.
But in reality, they should be doing those defaults where you can like
turn this game around through some improbable moments.
take control whilst pushing and pulling, I
Now
guess.
just a kill away from earning that third map. Neon delivers it. Leviatán. You thought they were out of it. You doubted them. But here they are, pushing us to bind.
You would have thought after that Breeze map, oh, it's an easy 2-0. We're getting out of here early today, but no, no, no. Leviatán with a strong fought game up against G2, and clutch in those late moments as well, coming up with the right calls and the right plays to come out on top.
I didn't.
Oh no, is G2 gonna be on Viperless Bind? It's gonna be Harbor Astra.
I don't think they're that
Does
crazy.
the pattern hold?
No, I don't think.
I hope not.
Because I think it's so obvious that I'm buying the Harbor with no Viper just gets fucked on.
I would be happier for Harbor Viper, for sure.
Yeah, because like
if we see like Harbor Brimstone, I'm actually just gonna alt F4.
Like I remember us playing. Who did we play? I think it was NRG. NRG and Paper X played Harbor Comps and Bind, and I just remember Jake just being like, "Well, we've won."
I think that Harbor can be really, really strong.
Oh wait, they did play it with the vibe. I think the way they played it was very bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, we beat them 10-2 on attack side. Yeah. They played Harbor as a short anchor, and like
Yeah. What the
we just
He's
need
a spawn rotate. You run him like fucking old Gambit used to run, like Redgar, where he's literally like in their spawn for the first 40 seconds of the round, just like running between the two sites. The extra distance he has on his wall now means that he can literally reactionary like anti-exec wall from spawn, and it will still hit all the bottlenecks it needs to.
Yeah, I mean, I guess back then they were first cycling because it was more cycle based, but it was still like we would just abuse short every round because we just knew they had nothing on short. Yeah, NRG played short anchor. Yeah.
I'm gonna go warm myself up some dinner. I will BRB in a sec. I'll leave my chat in your care. Whether or not that's a good idea, we may never know. I'll see you in a sec.
Added in for flavor.
Why is Dirkus? Okay, I mean, he's done the best touch I've ever seen, so it's fine. Yeah, look, short anchor. I think first gun rounds when Alpha just shits on them, showers. But yeah, you can see that like they played Harbor short anchor, so we just won basically. Like we literally, yeah. It's funny that like this is like normal now, but like we just bullied him on short every single round. I mean, he got a kill there. Alpha cleaned it up for us a little bit. I think I was worried that round because the Harbor actually worked. We just ended A a lot, I think. We started the game fucking rough. They got flank on us here too. Okay, we want a hero round.
Welcome back. After that insane game, it looked like G2 was clawing.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that we were just abusing.
LEV taking that split match, really well played by them, and they picked it for a reason. I know you're expecting to see
tell us straight.
here, but you're gonna be stuck with me because
where's the iPad?
Is in session, and today we're gonna be talking about LEV's IGLing. This round was really important to see and shape how LEV was going to play their attack side. Now, before I just get into it, you need to know that LEV, they've been defaulting pretty slow. We've talked a lot on the desk about how we like their aggressive.
Would I cut GNC? I was asked and I said no.
But they conditioned G2 to be playing slow. Now, on their attack side, they're going to start this round by putting so much pressure towards this B main, even baiting that vice wall so that that vice wall is no longer there for the rest
Wait.
That vice wall so that that vice wall is no longer
the Telestrat tool is annoying.
That vice wall so that that vice wall is no longer there for the rest of this.
Yeah, the Telestrat tool is so annoying because like right here, so like if you were to like put anything on the screen, as soon as you zoom in, you delete everything once you zoom back out. It's so annoying.
Is no longer there.
It can be really frustrating.
Of this round, and they fall all the way back. This is really important because G2, they're a team that likes to re-clear, and off of this pressure, they know that something is going on. And if you're gonna look towards this mini map, you see LEV.
Okay, I think the problem is that I really like to do I like to think about how people are doing stuff like this because obviously I like using the teleshow. But I don't want to also just sound like I'm just criticizing. I don't think you should do a teleshow around an anti-eco.
And applying just a little bit of pressure. But in the meantime, G2, they've sent 4 players towards B main to re-clear this. And the whole time, Neon is just outside of B main. The
illustration works though for what Athena's trying to say about the re-clears and stuff though.
towards the
And I
mid
can still
lane.
highlight the
They're
IG
putting
lane.
that pressure towards the mid. They're just being really, really annoying. And again, when you think about it, there's no Vice wall on B.
I don't think I'm amazing at telestrategy yet, but I think my approach actually is fucking like I think the system that I have will be goated. I think I will be very fucking good at them once I actually get it down. Because I think that like I think the question I ask myself is like, what is the defining strategic narrative? You know? I think some of the telestrators are fun when it's like something interesting or cool, where it's like something just like little. But like I think I'm pretty good at identifying like the strategic narrative.
Very competitive matchup here. Excellent breakdown as well. Kind of illustrates why this game was such.
I think my last telestrator is pretty good actually. The APAC one. The segment was a bit shit, but the actual telestrator was good.
Clutch moments through and through. This is Lev needed this obviously to stay in the series.
Would you ever try the halftime telestrator on the floor again? Yes. It was a valid plan. And if that actually, if the producers didn't fuck me, that would have been very good. I don't know if people realize, but like, what was gonna happen was that it was gonna be, so like there's a camera above me, and it was gonna be on the floor. The valid plant was gonna be on the floor, and so the camera was gonna be top down. And so I was gonna actually like, you know, explain the valid plant by literally just pointing to shit on the floor. And at the end, I was gonna like look up and talk to the camera, and it was gonna be funny. And I had like a joke ready for like looking up at the camera and shit. Instead, I'm just stood here, and there's a map in front of me. Whereas it was actually
It kind of happened again. Yeah. Last week. It just happened again.
Yeah.
Where the rounds are so close. They're almost coming back.
Have you watched FlyQuest video about co-streamers? No, I think that
We're looking at like a 4v2 and out of nowhere becomes
it's funny that
G2 and then they still lost. It's like what?
that discussion has been being had for a long time. And I think Cadril made a pretty good point that it coming from an org, and then the org then bigs up their own content creators, makes it a very like, it's a bit like how companies pretend to represent values or whatever. It's like, yeah, let's not confuse two things at once, you know? There's a bit of a conflict of interest here.
If they did win those pistols, and a lot of those bonuses as well that they really like to work on, so it was really
so I think that genuinely like there's people like Richard Lewis who have been commenting on that kind of thing for a while. There's journalists who comment on those kind of things who are much smarter and actively trying to inform and not just get clicks, you know? So it's interesting that it's coming from a place like that, and it's clearly touched the community on some level, but yeah.
We'll see what happens.
It's an interesting discussion. It makes me think that like it's a shame that we can't have those discussions and get them into the community without it being a video like that. Like clearly there's some kind of curiosity for it.
Yeah, I think a little bit more of this double duel is that we've been seeing for them since the beginning of this map. This has been a perfect map to run it down just like that.
I guess that's kind of what Richard Lewis and he does with the 4 horsemen thing or whatever they call it. Most of that content is like driven towards that kind of thing.
It's a good map for G2 esports, but you're getting some fresh new ideas from Leviatán. And the question is, can that be enough for Lev to be able to score this win and force G2 to lose 2 matches back-to-back? Oh boy, you don't want to miss this one. Will G2 suffer their first back-to-back loss? We'll find out after this.
I mean, I saw he was streaming earlier and I clicked it and I was like, why the fuck's he watching football? I mean, I knew it was sidemen stuff. But I was like, and then I saw someone else was watching it and I was like, are these people just paid to watch it or something? Or is it actually that good content that people actually watch it for content? It's peak content.
Well, map 3 is about to go down here on Bind for G2 and Leviatán, and this is an interesting one because Mimi, this is the first time we will be seeing this
Hey Zoro, my day's gone alright. What did I do today?
Either of them We haven't seen what they're playing.
I played some TFT.
Are we just seeing Valen lock in the harbor again? Is that the meta?
Yeah, I kind of think it's just going to be similar comps to what we've seen on pretty much all their maps, where it's LEV, likely.
I must have done some shit today. I got something done today. I feel like I've been productive today on some level.
I have returned with food.
Okay, they're playing Viper. We're good.
Thank God.
Viper Vice. That's cool.
I think that the harbor
Good shit.
pretty strong on
Strong
this
comp.
map. They choose to move away from that instead.
Yeah, I like the comp.
Viper has a lot of map presence that you like to have with those lurk walls up short.
What are your thoughts on Phoenix on this map?
This is the first diversion
On this map?
that we have seen from them in stage 1.
I wonder if it could just come down to what do you want LEV playing? Like this,
I don't hate it, but then I guess
I was gonna say, like,
because Sky and Fade aren't bad,
on Cloud 9, and he was like, but
I don't hate it necessarily.
Let me play Viper on this map, please. And he was good on it, so why not?
But
Yeah.
I think you end up
Going all the way back 2022, that's when I recall it.
Yeah.
fighting over B-Long a bit too much, probably, on
Yeah,
defense.
my thing with it is like
This would be something new if they fall here.
using the exact same words. Like, I don't hate it, but for me it becomes an opportunity cost thing. Like, Sky and Fade are both great on this map. What is Phoenix doing for me that makes him steal
I
one
think
of
the
those
reality
spots?
is like it becomes,
Utility being exchanged.
for most teams, they're running Phoenix on a lot of maps because they want to play double duelist, and they don't necessarily have the ability to flex styles as easy or players to flex as much, and so it's just simpler to be like, hey, you know how we're playing every other map? Let's just play that on Bayern 2. Which I think for Lev is in particular is fair.
So he'll take his time.
Pretty slow on this flank. You already see Neon tucked deep.
I think if you're like a G2 Fnatic kind of team though, you obviously have the range in your ideas.
Has given a window to slip forward for G2. King, 2 locked in to leave even an inch.
That's a crazy level of discipline on the flank from Neon.
Get one of those flankers dealt with, but Leaf is
So watching me, just being scared.
on this Viper.
I mean, G2 intentionally baited the contact from the U-Haul players to try and bait Neon into playing like the quote-unquote correct line of like, oh, your strong side took first contact on the flank, this is when you should go for the backstab. But Trent's literally just staring at where he's supposed to swing from.
Really well coordinated from Leviatán.
Just really pretty shooting from King all around there.
Neon as well, bringing that hype we saw towards the end of map 1.
I wonder if that was like entirely accidental, or what sort of...
Was he just in the kind of like
last-
right side where Viper is now kind of area?
Yeah, like Neon is where Viper is.
He just
we've
waited
got
for
two G2
full
players
contact.
contesting short. They fight the U-Haul guys, so like Neon's teammates have taken first contact. And instead of taking his time in to kill those short guys, he still just fucking stands there.
I think that's just like how I would play. It's just a very like almost baiting style. That I think it's better to do that than to be the other way around with those positions where you watch like Alpha or just immediately peek before even contact on you.
It's big to get your start early.
I'm curious to see how this Phoenix continues to perform on Bind now. Of course, I think on the defense side, I almost like it a little bit better with those pop flashes around the tight corners for fighting for space like this.
Yeah, you played a lot like how you would play the Sky.
Yeah, I guess the attack, I don't. Yeah, on B is not gonna do too much.
With one other teammate with you, and you sort of swing off one another, have that flash ready to go. Super effective. Okay, King.
We talking about the Vice?
Phoenix. Thinking about Phoenix.
Talk about it in Agents Left, but it is interesting to see that you do not running a flash agent here.
Yeah, sticking to just the
The best Phoenix wall is literally just like a car, like a U-Haul carve out,
Not sure if it counts exactly.
where like
It's an easy cleanup at the
I
end.
can't really
He still sounds
diagram
like
it.
passive.
He's not.
I was trying to think.
He's
I
not,
was like,
he's not blocking off U-Haul. He's going up under the little like power box in front of U-Haul, and he's using that to wall off their backside to U-Haul entrance and their vents.
Okay, for like a backside control. So you could like push through backside.
Yeah, well, and you're isolating U-Haul. So the guy, if he is in U-Haul, has to take damage through your wall to exit, but he's also now in a completely locked off segment, so you just go and fight him after.
Is going to be playing back, playing off your stall utility, and forcing Lev into bad fights as they either try to bait that out or exec into your tools.
Now, the first 2 rounds for Lev were all about B long early on. This time, bulk of their forces.
Your take-off is you need someone who's significantly better individually than the league they're playing in to make it work. I don't think that's true. The win rates are too good for that to be the case. Like, the stats right now in VCT are, like, ludicrous. Like, it's like 60% round win rate on a lot of maps. Which to me is implying that, like, and it was already doing pretty good before this shenanigans. I think it's just, I think it's almost the opposite. I think in some respects it's like, it's just comfortable and easy and good. It might not be the absolute best when you get to like top 4 at a global event, but like, you're not going to lose a trophy playing it, I don't think.
Kind of out of it, this one. Hanging out back over towards B long, just making sure no one walks out of hookah and gets the flank on his teammates. The rest of his
it's a problem when an agent is easy to play, easy to implement, and good. Like, that's just like, it's kind of like, oh my god. Yeah, man. Okie dokie.
They're running my second favorite defensive vice ball right now.
Why did they get so fucked on A on it? There. They got no control anywhere.
Lurking King has done in the last 2 rounds. He's kind of out. There's no one.
Look to do that and then fight up against the Phoenix.
Quick on the cross. Leviatán.
Choke, why are you throwing this nade?
Sees control over Shadow.
The orb.
Oh, Dre, you so dead, homie. I don't think you get out.
Why didn't they do anything with this info?
All the time they.
Now back, mates. So the rest of his team is forced to accelerate now, down towards short. And for all the aggressive Lurking King has done in the last 2 rounds, he's kind of out of it. This
Valen's very scared to play this line because of the fast neon.
one. Hanging his teammates. So the rest of his
They
team
need
is
to
forced
put a thorns this side of the map, I think.
And really going all the way around, it would seem. Talk about.
Sorry, I started watching the round before.
Okay. You're trying to such a difference about utility.
What you can't see right now is King is egging on the crowd. Having some fun out here.
I think if you're going to play 3A, you can't be playing 2 backside and 1 hiding lamps. I think that's...
If you are, you have to be running Gambit Wall. I don't think you can do it with standard Viper util set.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I'm thinking, or like, they've not thrown across map thorns. There's no like orb to help them. There's no wall to help them. They're literally just,
with the Vice Viper specifically, there's a way better argument than there is in any other comp that you should be shifting to old like a Gambit Viper util, or you should be allocating the majority of your Vice util to A.
They do lots of things.
Yeah.
It's weird that they're just like, we're gonna throw the wall that's for B, and we're also gonna put all of our Vice util.
Well, I can see on some level,
and then we're surprised when we get run over at A.
I think it's like, I can see the logic of like, well, we got B is harder to like do like hold in general. I feel like it's like you can't like deny plant. You can't
it's
like
also
be
the worst
cheeky.
retake. So it's like,
but like it's like they got 2 people there, so like we're strong side A, so that's enough. But your strong side A, if it has nothing there with it, you have to play a sub. Like, like Valen's not denied short at all. They've not got a raised top truck to deny short at all. They've just sat back.
do you know what would have probably helped with that? He was playing Harbor.
He was playing Harbor, true.
So
yeah, but I think he's not playing short because they are doing the like liquid style wall, and he was worried about Neon just bursting him or something.
Yeah.
I don't really know. Harbor there's probably not gonna. If he plays the same, he would just play the same with Harbor, I think, and that's about.
Yeah. I mean, he would have the Storm Surge, though, is the main thing. I think part of the problem is that the A players have actually, like, they have Fade util. And they're supposed to start and win fights with that.
He's always loved playing that role. Getting that Viper on the extremity. As the last few players from G2 will come into their death.
I mean, the Neon stun is available for the retake even after that early fight. That just goes to show how many tools LEV have at their disposal.
So to the point then, I think the win condition for G2 is
Yeah, I think this meta as well, like the Gambit wall is probably the best spot it's been in for a while, because on B people can burst out of, well, I guess the Viper wall pairs quite well with the Vice Util, I guess, but they're gonna burst out that fucking wall.
Come up with a solution.
That like you kind of need like flood smokes and shit. I think more on B.
Last year I was already pitching G2 on the fact that I thought Gambit wall was probably better than the standard wall.
Yeah. The only argument against would be, well, I mean, people play double duelist every map, so it's like, back in the day when teams would play slow and wait out shit, I think the Viper wall B was good.
Yeah,
better. Like people treated the Viper like it was like you cannot.
An impassable barrier.
Pretty much. Gambit wall.
We just gotta listen in for them to get absolutely ruffle stomped by Valen in 15 seconds. Holy shit.
Valen. I kind of wish we could have heard what was going through Valen's comms right there, because he just mowed them down. I think he got a kill on short into a kill on showers almost instantly.
It depends which one. Like, there's variations you could throw, but
rip the ult on U-Haul.
It'd be a variation on this.
Stepping up there. And I think the difference maker, even though he ended up dying, was Jaw holding showers, creating other problems. Kind of different angles. You see Spike is going and turning as that showstopper gets popped.
I've seen that before, and then there was like one.
Yep. So that extra bit of pressure opens the door for
that's
Valen.
why we couldn't listen to what he was saying. That makes sense. Okay.
I think I've seen like these recently, but like I think that one's like the main one from back in the day.
But Leviatán have changed their approach truly, sending their duelists to play for showers again.
Yeah, a little more spread this time.
Valen
is here.
Are PM watch parties? What's PM watch
Yeah,
parties?
dry walking showers might not be the
You do
line.
have to use util if you're swinging Valen, I'm sorry to say.
Wow. Because it was like that previous round where they're showing before tapping the orb, but it just doesn't matter against Valen's aim.
Do you need that agent to supplement level? No. You're just playing to deny plants.
Just narrowly, so paint shells do
like
nothing.
it allows you
Trent's
to
killing people through smokes again.
play around here a lot more comfortably and to deny people running through rep. Whereas if you don't have anything here, you just sat back here doing nothing.
So it turns out the solve is they have flashes, they want to fight. If we're playing back, they're going to brawl into us. Is okay, we're going to play weird forward off angles, force them to waste their utility, shutting down plays like this.
Back in 23, 24, the ex-coach PM. I know who PM is. I just didn't realize you're referencing PM.
I'm running it through my head, and I'm not sure how much of this is a strategic solution or just Valen killing everyone.
I think
that remains to be seen.
Yes.
We'll see. We'll see how that all plays out here.
He shouldn't be getting 2Ks consistently, though, nor 4Ks from heaven.
Yeah, Molly to stop the retreat over on elbow. Keep these players out in the open. So Leaf is stuck here, and now comes the thunder.
Oh my god, that's a hell of a shot.
The full setup coming to fruition.
The liquid molly from 2021.
Trent into back halls, and Spike is on the prowl. Spike ever
A timeless
forward
classic.
on the advance. Just a perfect drawn up plan in the playbook from Leviatán.
I'm surprised the setup didn't facilitate Leaf's judge at all. Like they didn't do. It's like they put the setup down and then Leaf just played in front of it with a judge.
Yeah, I think you'll see.
I don't think they really thought that through.
How good that molly is from Neon that he throws off the rip, because you know, immediately you're like, oh, that's not doing anything right off the bat. But if anyone is playing down B long or an octagon,
I love those days when like, a brim molly. I could tell the whole strat from one brim molly. Like that's such like a 2021. I remember us knowing the strat, Mystic calling the strat, and we still lose the strat. I'm just like, well, I guess that happens.
Want to watch that again though. Really nice combo from them. And Leviatán, you don't break that streak that they ended up losing out on.
Jog is 0-7.
Glass operator for Jogamo. Been struggling at the start of this one, but Thinks that could
Why
be
is
the solution.
he
Yeah, I
playing
think
Heaven?
furthering the idea that they just want to take fights ahead of where Leviatán wants to use flashes for.
I think they have conceded that they are not going to hardhold A.
But they've not tried anything.
I mean, they tried strong siding it like 3 times.
Yeah, well, I mean, is they've not tried anything good apart from.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're still both dead.
Yeah. All good.
Leave no room to breathe.
And with an operator in the hands of Jaw,
It's
tough to try
yeah, I
and go
find
for
it
this
funny that
retake,
like
especially with the Viper's pick.
it is kind of funny that
It's time to get out, G2.
No hope.
it's kind of sad that the team that can just run it down
Lev's econ is gorgeous.
with the comp that runs it down
Was it 4 rounds in a row?
is in such a uniquely good position in the meta to just do that. Like, like it's so punishing to be G2 and to slightly fuck up, and you just really get like you're not rewarded almost.
Again, it's G2 falling victim to these deep post-plant fights as Trent will collect a couple.
Whereas the equivalent of fucking up the Lev comp is like not really fucking it up. I don't know.
Something's going down on stage. Leviatán is having.
Sato, I think.
I think Lev might be having the most fun I've ever seen them have down there in a tight
You know, sad
game.
accent season
Tight
Ascent
series.
No, because Ascent isn't really played
Really
strat
playing
heavy
up
like
to a
that.
full house here.
Someone's still yelling down there.
His knife timing, like knife timings on that map would give reads.
After dying to Brimstone in Heaven, this time just a spam to get it done. One day. That's
I didn't play loud in
That's being
2022,
called by
so
G2.
Oh, that's what I
DRX were the team, or DRX were the team with the worst obvious things. Like on Haven, for instance,
once again, really different situation, and this is a tough spot.
they would have very obvious reads about like if they didn't smoke long
Yeah,
A,
it's not great for them.
they would probably be rushing C. If they smoked long A,
So tough because
they wouldn't be rushing C.
It is bind defense.
Kind of stuff, yeah.
want to disrupt this style of play. And
If they
trying to
threw
play back and just
a
avoid taking
breach
those fights,
stun, but no
then
recon A, it was probably a fake and they're going somewhere else. It was like, they had very obvious
I
utility.
always try to temper my expectations when it's the first half. Someone's on bind defense and getting run over. Like,
Yeah, true.
it is still bind defense.
It is, yeah.
Ways of holding on to the sites, even if it's not going to be that
I don't think
forward.
that narrative's played,
Happens,
like,
he's
I don't
always
think
gone full
Broadcast
on
has
A,
done the
is
best
wrapping
job of
round truck
communicating
into the back
that
of
for
the
Bind.
and he's always catching someone off guard.
It's like one of the most egregious. Because like the whole ecosystem stats tell a story where it's like, yeah, this map is pretty egregiously attack sided. It gets worse the higher level of play you filter to.
Oh, okay.
It functions like some TCG matchups where like some people are like, oh, as like skill increases, things like bias towards the quote unquote like true like biased result that the thing is supposed to have. And I think that's the case with Bind, where like the better the teams get, the more attack sided it gets.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Bind's always felt awful on defense. Like, it's always just felt rough. I specifically remember us, back when we were like really good at Bind, and like our attack size were ludicrous. There was an existential crisis we had where it's like, well, we don't know how to play defense. Like, we hope that teams didn't play it against us at one point.
I don't think the C's actually caught, but that was the timing G2 went for. They're throwing a C's from Trent. Try and stop these players from all going through.
Okay, well, you've proved that you can hard hold against a hookah pop. Now let's see what they've learned.
Do you think there's a
about
side on the
holding
map where getting less than 6 rounds with a pistol still
Look
good
at
half?
something they hadn't
If you run a comp that's attack sided on a map
Showers has been the
like
main point of
Bind,
attack in a lot
well,
of
Bind,
I think the
6
craziest
is
part
good.
of it for me is like the one major-ish rework we've seen in the map's history was them making attack even better.
Last time it was a contact from
With the
Sato.
TP
Valen was
changes.
here. This time, a jump
With the
and a
TP
double swing.
changes?
As now that flash
Yeah,
comes in,
remember they
Big
moved
can't do
the TP that ends at
down the
A, they
volley,
moved it closer to
reset the
shower so you would have a better
Not to
rotate.
map
I'm
is
like, why did we
yeah,
need
yeah,
this?
yeah,
G2
yeah.
walking down
Who
King.
thought that this was necessary?
King gets through. But Leaf knows this, and he knows that Leviatán think their back is clear. Nice shot out from Jogamo. Now forcing Leviatán to
Choked.
heat on up.
Bought it
But
up and
with
got
this wall
value.
blocking them, now the flank
Oh.
can come to fore. It's been shut down. Trent holds his nerve over on
Oh
B,
my
but
god, they just keep gifting
shots just
frags on
keep
A.
traded back. It's crazy as Spike is tagged up through the wall. He's shut down by Valen. Leviatán have no real space to work with. It is uncomfortable.
Yeah, Joke basically salvaged the defense with the ult.
Yeah, the solve was wake jaw up. Get this man active. Delivers.
I haven't pulled the stats on it in quite a long time, but I remember that in terms of op conversion, Bind is actually the best op map in the game. It was for a very long period of time.
Interesting. I think I went back and forth with letting Durka open the map. Because like
it's interesting because like whenever I pulled those stats, I pulled them in a very like simple way very early on, and I think I got like a couple of false narratives because of it. Because what you need is literally need to like plot like an XY graph of op conversion versus op purchase frequency. Because there are some maps where like it has extremely high conversion when you only buy it like twice. And it loses its value aggressively the more you buy it. And Bind is one of those where like if you buy it 3 rounds of your defense, it's gonna cook. If you buy it every round, it starts falling off a cliffside.
You forget oops exist on this map is basically what happens. I think Lotus was like that sometimes where like Alpha would just pick up on the attack side because it's just a gimmick or whatever.
Lotus is for sure another really good example of that.
It's a bit more difficult now. G2
just randomly run one round of guys peeking front B with an op and you're like, all right, that gun exists.
So 4 back to B long. Reminds me of those early rounds that Leviatán were on cruise control with.
IGL, I don't
show the early sky flash showers regardless.
Deep long recon?
Interesting that over
Deep long recon was good back with this cooldowns. If you didn't deep long recon, then if you're playing against Durka and you didn't deep long recon, he's going to he's going to do things to you.
Stuck in the middle of sight, he's alive somehow for a moment, and yet he will ultimately fall, and G2 are left with just 2 in the round.
And it's now tough to see how this retake would even be possible. You have basically no tools to get back through. Look at that flash coming off cooldown.
It wasn't always necessary to do it, and like you could mix it up with short and stuff, but
3 on 2 now.
If you didn't condition like an Ultra to feel scared or I feel like you're kind of
somehow Baby does as well. King has to step up now, but he
nowadays doesn't matter.
How do they win that?
Absolutely illegal. A B post plant with basically nothing to get through, and Lev, I mean, you have to say that was a blunder.
They have really salvaged this fucking half.
Yes.
No trade from Hookah.
I mean, they had no business winning this one. Is a bit troll.
And then somehow Valen is just walking out from that choke point.
No one supporting Spike backside. No one even baiting for him.
Ah, he got owned at the Durka spot. To be fair, he didn't get checked.
For how good they've been at team fighting this game, it falls to pieces there.
I don't think Baby knows how it happened either. That's ridiculous. And
It's now become a good half.
At halftime, chance to tie things up for G2 now.
Still Vice though.
Right off the tough start to this map.
And look, just literally on his phone in spawn, ready to insta-rotate with the showstopper.
No way he gets no one there.
Close is seen right against the corner. Good shots, not connecting.
Where is Trev getting these?
And now that showstopper into the mix of things. Leviatán get to.
Did he TP and kill the 2 guys towards K?
The wall is down and Jogmo still alive on this site. G2 approach from every single angle. Leviatán paranoid, can't see a thing, can't hear a thing. And
Leaf's being flanked every single time.
Neon has no idea.
Oh, that's kind of sick from him.
Out with the teleport. Spike in hand, but no
I was laughing because fucking Jewel tried to satchel headshot someone midair. the pistol drop is cool.
Yeah, the drop the classic bait the door open sound is kind of cool.
And react.
Sit there and play your 3-on-1. Salto could take all the time in the world to find a pick.
But that's the problem. There's no one actually near enough for him to do anything.
And you see how cautious he is, clearing every angle, thinking through every possibility.
One flash. That is all he's got.
Stream has a severe lack of joking. Go get some joking. There's no joking on my stream. Not today.
He'll think they've moved to B now. but it's still too dangerous to plant backside.
But now there's so many questions in his head. At this point, they could have reflanked through B. They could be coming from spawn, and it's still a 3-on-1.
His only salvation, Trent only has one ability. That's it. Nothing else left to find him, but it won't even make a difference. Leap is there, and G2 course correct to tie at the half.
Yeah, great turnaround from them. Engaging in more forward fighting, getting ahead of these flashes, and crucially, realizing that it's very rare for LEV to play a fully spread default. So you have that ability to proactively push in the side lanes.
We missed that the first time around.
Realizing that it's very rare for LEV to play a fully spread default. So you have that ability to proactively push in the side lanes.
Yeah. Trent fucked up. You just won 2 1-on-1s. I'll be right back, one sec. I'll be right back.
Things are tied up now, but for Leviatán, it was peachy for them at the start. A chance to win this third map, to go up 2-0 in the group, beating group favorites in G2 as well on the other side. But after seeing G2 string 4 in a row together, it's all even now.
This is a 6-2 start for them. Team that struggled so much at kickoff, had to deal with problems. He's just not even having the whole team of
everyone start joking when he's going. He can't stop us joking. I mean, fair enough.
Look like they can fell G2 here. But that chance
fair
isn't
enough.
over yet. The second half, an opportunity for a much better start to the stage.
It'll start with a pistol round for them. That's how they got that round streak going at the beginning.
Ascend wall.
Things operate a little bit more differently.
2020.
On the defense side of Bind for
Ascend
Leviatán.
wall.
They've got plenty of options to fight for it if they want, and you're seeing 4 players down B long at the start.
Why has Shogun got a nade out ready? Why has he got a nade out ready?
Down with a flash ready to go. There it is. And
Oh, you
Sato
get
on the
fucking owned. Where's your nade now, bro?
Yeah, yep, get the gun leaf and the spike and hightail it out of there, but this round just got blown up.
And normally you're doing that fight to get the
I'll find something similar players mentally.
4 players
No.
contact up, have that deep fight off the Phoenix Flash.
Durka and something
G2 had a high
are
low,
similar.
but I think as the flash popped, they stood up and ended up perfectly lined up while trying to run away.
Flash gets a ping
I think
along as well.
Alpha's.
That could be.
And look at the discipline from Lev.
I feel a similar disposition between
3 already as a
Alpha and
reaction force.
But like the holds of the
Forsaken.
Viper in the sky, they're so passive, right? To not give any chance.
I mean,
If I was
Viper's
to compare
literally
a
sitting
paper
heaven
X player
watching
with
for someone to
a
walk through CT.
Yeah, this is discipline.
Alpha
Let
here.
G2 chew through more time on the clock.
Trade-off is that you give them space.
Sure. But you also have to take some element of risk. Charging on in goes Spike. He's downed.
Oh my god, Trent.
Trent has got 3 kills out of absolutely nowhere.
Trent.
Sheriff in hand.
Okay.
All
and
good.
he is dealt with, but
Christ.
anytime he takes that Sheriff, you
They were so
hold your
ready
breath
for a
just
B long
moment.
push that Joke had a raise nade ready, and then as soon as he pulled his gun out, they just peeked. Collided.
Advantage. Use that collide again. I love the way that Sato is varying his Phoenix flashes. You see him swing it to the right there, so it's very weird to turn, and it means even players in that passive angle are caught by it.
Exactly, because if he goes for the left flash, those players back on that box, very likely not flash. That only gets the people close to that corner. But the wide one, as long as his teammates aren't hit by it, they're going to be okay.
So that's a good recovery. You lose 4 in a row in the first half. Get a pistol in the second.
Again, Leaf chooses to pick up a Sheriff here on the
Jaw
eco.
is on full armor classic.
Full armor
What is he
classic.
cooking?
Oh, it's a
Something, that's for
satchel.
sure.
Right.
Just trust the double satchel right click to get a pick.
You just got to trust the process, I think, Mimi. They win enough of these Thrifties. Good sees on King, but nothing's happening behind it. Just yet, looking for some spam. I like the idea.
I still
but
get confused. Yeah, full armor.
yeah, you know, sometimes you just have 2 shotguns. They lay waste to you.
They got 2
At
guns.
least Sheriff did get 2 kills at the end
Not
of the day,
big guns, so.
that's almost worth it. Half pays for itself.
Sato's flashes are so
He is dealt
annoying.
with.
So good cleanup in the end from Lev.
This fanatical vitality and more firepower.
To just hold these lanes down. I actually think I, in some ways, like this comp better on defense in that you just have so many tools to
Probably
push it, pull in the
vitality.
background to get aggressive, and it makes your
On
ability
paper.
to flood through smokes and constantly fight really strong.
I think about like the old Sky on Bind without the rechargeable flash or whatever, where if you wanted to run like a play on the pistol round where you like flash once and then flash again to catch them, you're out of utility completely. Now, use one Sky flash as a default, you can always have
vitality
a
on
Phoenix behind
paper.
it.
Exactly.
Could be recharging more. It's a lot better.
I have so many tools since that update. It's very
Wait, did we have
passive start from
6-7?
G2.
Did we have 6-7?
Expecting
I
something
should have been
aggressive on
spamming.
this bonus round.
A little
Not
6-7.
actually coming into play. Neon showing a little bit more activity in showers, but without passive that jiggle is. Don't think he's going to be fooling G2 too much for the time being.
Oh my god, why are they defaulting showers?
Okay.
Anti-bonus
Might have sat
default
down in trench
showers.
chair. Gets those shots through the smoke.
So 40 seconds gone, and G2 haven't actually taken any space.
Yeah, I know. That's why I go
This
to his
is
chat and
Leaf
spam my
Jumbo,
own
who is
emotes
on a Guardian
sometimes. So
A
it's
and B taken down on low HP. He's going to
Perfect
be
50-second
the
info
guy that's
cycle
sticking around
long.
on the A side of the map.
They see the
Maybe.
insert.
Maybe just rotates back to the
We
squad.
cheat a rotate at this
Only the
point,
Viper
surely.
shows on that dog. You don't know how many are behind it. And even if a flash gets sent out, that's still not good
At
info.
50
Still think that's
seconds,
just
there's
a
no
low.
way that this
Good
guy's
news for
solo
G2
on this
is
half
the
of the
two
map
anchors
if they're
on
not
this side.
planning on
They're the
coming
guys
back
with
to
only
him.
the sheriffs, right? Although bad news is that Spike
So I have
is
seen
already
Leaf
here.
solo
That kid
like
is
that
fast.
before.
Now tucked into the corner.
20,
First kill
24
goes Trent's
chance.
way.
15 seconds.
It's low onto the clock. Spike could be the dagger, could be the problem.
Spike just
There's
needs
the
to
first.
suicide
10
plant tonight
seconds
here.
remaining. As Blows dies to the molly, it's got to be all on Spike now. Kill the planter.
Why didn't he just
Do
try and spam
something,
for
it
the
won't be
Pen
there.
shot it, yeah. What the
Spike
hell?
goes down. Sato gets a kill through the smoke. It's a little bit claustrophobic now. It's Leviatán full of confidence.
He used the
Face
Just
check
wall
out of
tap.
it.
Wall tap and then
Pops
have
the
Neon
molly
fight.
for a quick heal. And that blocks off the Spike. Tries to pull someone into Neon's view. Good turn, that's a kill, but
Nice
no
try.
more behind it. Leaf is steady there to bring this back
I
within
feel like
one.
Spike needed to just
That
fucking
round
send
could have
it
very
there.
nearly
Go
gone
for the
bad for
spams.
G2. They burned so much time before going for that hit, and within that, didn't actually bait out
Trent
any
just
utility. You
kills
see,
him
it's
for
15 seconds by the time they're committing. I think the crux of this round
The
is just
full
how good
peak,
the
man.
cover
You either, I think
was
you either
from players
hide
like
and don't
Baby
give your
Beck.
position away, or you just
Even
spam.
still, if that
You
Guardian
don't
had just
peek.
went for a spam,
But we make that happen.
yeah, that sums it up. If the Guardian spam would come through, they'd probably just lose on time.
I'll
G2
start
end up
watching
playing
the
a lot of
second
those
game. I don't know if I'll be able to
superior
watch it
rounds. They
all,
get
especially if it's like
pretty
3 maps
low
or something.
on the clock. They make kind of late-minute pivots as well, based on just the slightest amount of information or positioning of a lurker on the map. It's got to be interesting to hear how they come up with these late-round decisions, and especially on a round like this where they have such a bruised economy too. Now teleports coming in beside.
The Neon's here.
Huh?
There's plenty to come. G2, let's listen to what they've got.
It's the most half-cooked TP trap I've ever seen.
Okay, he's gonna fight you now, I think.
Who said that? That was a really good call.
Flying front sight. Yeah, we're trying to.
That was Trent, right?
Tether default. I'm just ulting, bro. Okay, we
Yeah, Trent called that he was going to get faulted short at the moment he was.
Yep, you all. Oh, well done. They have close short on me. Yeah,
Nice. I see you on I want to take you on Spawn. Key Thorn. Re-smoke front sight if you can, Drake. Okay. We're playing heavy U-Haul. I have a flash. They have a orb for bomb, okay? I'm gonna re-wrap. Listen, boys, we have flash for front sight. We're gonna need to fight front sight. You're molly front you. They molly pocket. Can we fight front sight soon? They're through. You. 2. 6.
God.
2 you all.
Last player standing.
I feel like that situation was nowhere near as intense as what they made it out to.
Yeah.
Like, you're in a very typical lamps post plant. They need to fight front side at some point. But it wasn't to the point where they needed to be calming it over and over again. And they have Viper, right? It was Viper alive is the question. Like, if your Viper's alive, then there's absolutely no stress. You just wall up and just reposition yourself.
Yeah, I was really glad
Sato's an idiot,
they were
man.
expecting that fight to come through front sight, but that decision from Sato to send it into U-Haul
Little
instead
dork.
ended up being so effective. Another game where I feel like, well, he's not at the top of the kill count. He's been so impactful in a lot of these key rounds. With the fights he's taking, and also just with the flashes he's been able to find.
I didn't like the rewrap either.
So Satchel across. Interesting idea from Jogamo.
What the fuck is that?
Neon got tagged by the Haunt, nearly spammed down.
Thought I was just taking Phoenix Orb.
There's one Satchel spent though, and keep an eye on the walk down. Here comes Sato. Curveball out, and Jogamo flashes and gets away.
Sato ulted last round, didn't he? He's now one off.
Back out of that one. The reactions are good. If it was anyone else, they'd probably die. But still, G2 have to kind of...
How is he one off from last round?
Jesus
Christ.
They want to look to end this one, likely back towards B.
Couple players just one away from an ultimate and an orb for the taking. Okay, Baby Bay, get that lineup ready. Just like Josh showed you. Oh, which wire was it? Is it that one? I don't know.
Yeah, different lineups.
There's like 4 wires up there. It could be tough. Okay. Oh, and ready for that one too. He was priming the first one before he sent the second. Very nicely done. Horns go into the site. Oh, the utility on full display. That is gorgeous. The sky's opened up. Divides up the site. G2 secure their kills as teleports come in on the other side. Spike, not wasting a moment. Not wasting a breath. Spike is down. Leaf for 3 is good for it. And Blows has nowhere left to go.
They were just anti-flood thorns, right? I think it was just thorn.
What a turnaround from G2. They were completely bisected by that Brim ult. Had to push
Thorn
into
here
their
is good.
own thorns to get away.
I'd go
The
here.
swings on the other side were excellent. And this time, in
Although,
the chaos of the team
this one's
fight,
quite
it's
good
G2
too.
finding the right angles. Getting away with 4 alive.
Yeah, Leaf's adjustment there. Hearing the teleports come in, even in the thick of all that. Then turn around, knock out both those players. That's what turns the round.
So a bit faster there in the approach from G2. And nets them another round. And you can see that again. Look at how much this Brim ult is doing. But Valen is very aggressive and immediately has this double swing backside. This is what you're talking about with Leaf.
That Seize is so good, catching King backside too.
Lev would have won that round if Mini did a belly button move though.
I've noticed a lot today. G2 players
Not yet, bro.
to a spray after they get a first kill.
I'm still on a diet right now.
Pull off that, try to reset, get another, but yeah, the 3, 4, maybe 5 times I've even seen it, it's always come for a double kill for them.
Playing against LEV is such a huge test of your
This
team
is
fighting.
how young I think I
I
look,
think the C9
but I definitely don't look this young anymore. That's how young I looked for about 28 years of my life.
in these brawls against this team.
That was, wait, no, 27 years. I started esports about 27.
I assume he's trying to get ahead of the ults here.
At the last international, so
they should be used to it by now.
I'm not paying attention at all. America's L with the no lower third orb count stuff.
Yep.
They're probably not even talking during this timeout. They don't have a plan.
Mini look 20.
Owner certainly is. That was the last
Thank you.
time out for either coach here. So it's overtime.
Yeah, pretty early days for it as well in such a tight game. 9-8.
Fat count. I fired once this stream.
Up on there if he can be took issue with the way they played that.
He never changed.
I think
That's
this
not
is
true.
Mostly just owner saying,
I don't think that's
be
true.
ready for them to
I think
have
I looked
basically
younger
Exodia over
for
the next
sure at
round
the
and a
start of
half.
esports. There's some photos I have too where like someone I was seeing was like, yeah, your photo on WhatsApp looks like it was like 5 years ago, which is a bit of a flame when it was only like 2 years ago.
Lev could still do an
It was
aggressive
at
play,
117.39.
late flash really signals to G2 that, oh, B's the weak side of the map, it's just scouting.
Oh, look at how much respect they're giving out of this timeout. Players are back here all the way towards spawn, just waiting for that aggressive play, which they know will come at some point.
But that dog is good. Reveals someone's in the corner. Still seems like G2 might want to test it. No.
Dream locations for International 2027.
Mobility of these duelists, getting ready for another active idea.
I like the pocket.
Your European places, so that I'm more likely to get the desk, because it's harder to get global event desks if you're not from the region, and I'm not the obvious choice right now for desk.
That's usually how this goes down. Make sure utility
So like
is
Italy,
quite good.
nice hot country, good food. Malta, fuck that.
There's some problems here.
I've been there before. There's a lot of boshing.
Post no way to really flush it. They're gonna have to burn Phoenix ulti if they want.
Bro, it's chasing the bag.
Taking
It's
this,
not
I
chasing
feel.
the bag.
They
It's
probably don't, 'cause
chasing.
the recon still just ass.
It's chasing actual career fulfillment. Like, I don't want to be sat watching EMEA all day every day. I want to watch fucking good teams.
Just dying before they even get to play the round, it seems.
Did you just accident someone through the box?
Yeah, he did.
It will go down.
I'm like, where'd the second kill come from?
Never even had a chance to play the round they wanted, regardless of having bad guns or not. It was G2.
But Italy doesn't have many Valorant players or orcs. I don't care. It has a lot of sun. It has good food. Italy.
I think the key decision for me was after the pick, even though they were low time, they never
Somewhere North
completed the
Africa would be
plan.
cool, like
Instead, they took the
Morocco.
time to push two people together to the edge of this pick to be able to punish the players that they knew would flood into it. And that just worked a dream.
Southeast Asia probably deserves an extra one. It's just hard with visas and stuff, I think.
Couldn't have said it better myself. 9-9 now. And this time, the fight down B long.
I mean, I know Desire, yeah.
Different
Of
version
course I
of
know
the pistol, and
Desire.
Leaf is going to be punished for it. He thought that was a safe space, but now Sato.
I wasn't
yeah,
at
he was
2020.
I was like, what is he doing, man?
Milan
Cool
game
your
week.
jets for +1.
How do they actually do anything from here? The fight keeps
Sorry, I'm talking
coming their
about
way.
Milan
Leviatán
Games
slowing
Week
down at
2020.
all. Push G2 fully away from showers.
And the Seekers give perfect information.
Yeah.
All three G2 members just cowering.
Leviatán know everything they need to win this round. They have the numbers.
Who
to
is
win
the
this
best team in
round.
the world right now?
But they use that
Who is actually
In
playing the
Val?
best? I guess,
On the
yeah.
inside. That does mean Blows is
It's
in
gonna be an
a
APAC
bit of an
team,
awkward
for
position.
sure.
Needs to play
If we had a
good
tournament
formation,
right
not
now,
commit into anything too risky.
If we had a tournament
See him
right
backing away,
now,
playing that more passive angle, letting his team set
I
up to retake.
presume MIBR in Americas.
yeah, MIBR is definitely the top contender
G2
from
have a
Americas.
chance at this
It's not
They
close.
need to get an early pick.
But who would I expect to win? And how, do I expect another Americas team to sneak in there?
Visult as well, and it's a B post plant. If no one's flanking, those two ultimates are ridiculous at stalling out the chokes, down numbers or not.
I think it's APAC. Because, like, EMEA's in a hot mess of a situation right now.
40 seconds to do something. The teleport is in, and now they have the flank. Now Trent has no
EMEA, the only
chance.
team that I would trust to do anything
much of a
internationally right now is
Maybe
Fnatic.
they end Valen.
Yeah, but they're
Brothers in
almost
arms
losing
here.
to Pacific.
Yeah.
Stuck with no
I mean,
And
you've
then-
also, I guess maybe I would trust Eternal Fire to do something.
Defiant.
The weird thing is, Eternal Fire and Foot are our current
Discipline in the retake works
top
out for
3
Lev.
Top
teams.
teams. Yeah.
And another big round from Sato. They've shown variance. It's been kind of this push-pull of when the aggressive B long play will happen. How many rounds have G2 just been sitting
I think
outside
Eternal
waiting?
Fire are
This
basically on
time,
their BBL
there's a
arc
catch.
for
The
stage
slide,
1.
the flash, Leaf had
I
no
think they would
chance.
be
And then making the decision to
decent
say, hey, they
at
lost
global, but they
one,
won't
they'll react showers.
go
We'll take one of
podium.
the ulti. That is great from Lev. Take your advantage, further it with that additional kill.
Hot
I
take is
feel like
Premier's best player in the world right now.
The next
I don't know if that's
two
too
weeks
hot.
of games is gonna do a lot for my power rankings, because I think RRQ might actually be in a position to be like a top 3 team.
RRQ.
Yeah, I just need them to actually fucking play against better competition, because all they've done is fucking bullied Zeta and Varel so far.
I mean, Zeta almost beat them.
That all this space could have been seized from them.
Zeta got lucky, but
yeah, they fumbled the split super fucking hard. I guess they played Varel way closer than they had any business doing.
I had a very different opinion. I was like, I think this team is cooked.
Sato clears the wall, and that has LEV looking the right.
I think I'm just Jemkin biased.
A steel guard in 2.
Yeah, I mean, they should be better than they are right
That's
now.
gonna
But...
ping out 2 players. Jammed up as the rest of Leviatán try to come in and help. Dogma doesn't see a thing as the smoke clears. It falls and
like,
so do Leviatán.
a team with...
Stuck on opposite ends.
I don't know how to say this without flaming Zeta too hard, but they should have they should have closed that game. Like, if I was in the server being able to just help them close it out, like, they would have closed it out, you know?
That was definite information advantage from the start. And even getting that kill that they had no business getting onto LEV here. The difference maker was the steel garden and the thorns. Those players that pushed elbow had no way to get out except push into the utility.
I think the thing for me right now is, like, I feel like I can't trust any one team globally to actually be extremely good.
Oh, of course, no.
Like, there isn't a single one where I'm like, yeah, they'll be good.
No, I know.
And yet, just 2 rounds after used it, Sato's got the run it back again. There's something
Like, every region is quite messy.
After seeing 2 aggressive rounds from Leviatán,
It does feel like this year has been the most fucked for... No, it isn't. Teo was fucked for kickoff. Last year was worse for meta stuff. But it does really feel like teams are still trying to figure out a lot of stuff in a way that's, like, concerning, because it is, in my head, and I know it's not true, but it's like essentially halfway into the year in my head.
You want my potentially toxic take on that? I think that this year is way worse than the Teo meta. Because the Teo meta was...
Yeah.
The Teo meta was driven enough by tactics that the teams that were good at Teo would consistently win with Teo. Whereas the teams that are good at this dive shit are still coin flipping against the other teams who are good at the dive shit.
No, but what I mean is... Sorry, what I mean is, like, the timing of the like, I was starting a thought process where I was like, the timing of the patches this year might have hurt teams, but then I was thinking, yeah, but Teo got released 5 days before fucking kickoff, and then it got nerfed to the ground after kickoff, and so, like, the meta changes and patches did impact it more, and so then my next thing was like, okay, there have been some patches and issues, I guess, this year, but ultimately, and I think your one's pretty big, it still feels like teams are trying to figure out what they're trying to do, like what their comps are. Like, the teams that have just landed on Neon Phoenix quickly are finding success.
And they're going to get potentially cooked as soon as the Neon nerf comes through.
Potentially, but at least they made a decision quick to do stuff, that makes sense. Where some teams, like, we're figuring out stuff too late.
Full reading aggression.
Which is great.
Which might be an EMEA mostly thing. Like, APAC are just going to double us no matter what. EMEA, we were behind at kickoff, and now we're also still in a weird spot. Whereas Americas now have a lot of, like, Vice play and a lot more teams committing to double duelist stuff.
Sato reconsiders as he moves back up into hookah.
America's position meta-wise, I think, to have the best kind of, like, understanding of how to play at global.
John knows someone's jumped up.
Yeah, I think they do at like a de facto level because of NRG. I think NRG's existence in Americas is kind of like a meta exposure hack.
I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just thinking of the fact that they have the blend of trying to play anti-meta and some meta. They can't emulate APAC is the only problem, and so they'll still get punched in the face when they play against APAC.
Although, I do think that like some of these young gun rosters do a decent enough job. Like LEV, I'm not gonna pretend like there's some fucking world beater international level team like Paper X, but when you've got Kesnet and Demon 1 running down, it's like a pretty decent.
Well, I think that's in EMEA. That's what I like about having Foot and BBL is we have that now existing in EMEA. But the problem is those teams just win, which is more concerning. It's like those should be like in my head. I was like, EMEA is in a really good position this year, where you got the rookie teams like slowly getting better, whilst they train the better teams how to actually play against that style. In reality, those teams just won.
When your whetstone becomes your sword, that's a bit of an issue.
There was no Mr. Miyagi arc. He's just getting beaten up immediately by Karate Kid.
They need something. You pull some kind of rabbit out of a hat.
2 players on just pistols this round.
Time is their greatest ally, though. They know that G2 are diligent. They expect Leviatán to run aggro looks. And Leviatán with a Brimstone ultimate.
Hello, Ghost Equinox. I am co-streaming, yes. I don't like co-streaming usually. I just was bored.
Had to use his smokes at this point in the round.
Yeah, and he's playing a pretty aggressive game as well. Always fighting up into showers. His shot has been effective so far this game.
There's that op again.
What Trick means? Trick says he thinks that G2 has a bad meta read. But he's not expanded enough to like. If he means like
disprove him,
yeah. Because his
meta read is excellent. They're
especially bind. I would say there's you could argue with the Harbor stuff.
I don't think they're playing it well.
Harbor Astro, whatever.
He's not done yet. He switches over to the classic. Could that be what sells the round?
Maybe what Trick is saying, and I would totally agree with him, is that he's talking about the widespread dropping of Viper for Harbor.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's the only. I don't think it'll be that. I think he'll. I think I know his kind of perspective enough that it's going to be why are they playing Raze and not Neon, and then why they're not playing Viper. On top of that, probably as a secondary.
I don't think the duelist is making the difference here.
No. I also just think Joker's way better at Raze.
Yeah, exactly. I'm probably like subconsciously biasing because I also just know him as
a
player.
If he thinks Vice is bad, that would be concerning.
Yeah, yeah. If that's his take, then I just go next. It's not even worth entertaining that.
23 kills, and on the final round of regulation, he says, "Gimme that up." He'll take the fight down B long, and it'll be a big fight.
He loves Vice, okay. Apparently loves Vice, sure.
With the up. With Sato right there waiting. 5 players in.
Trick is a good
in
Twitter engagement farmer.
He is. He's great at rage bait.
He would do better if he didn't though. Like in the as a long-term strategy, he's fucking himself by doing it.
Oh, I think he's been fucked beyond recovery in that regard for like years at this point.
In their face. Only 2 players to avoid overtime.
It'll come down to King and Neon.
I think he's incredibly well positioned as like a ranked player coach and like tier 3, tier 2 player coach, doing like private private sessions, and he'll just continue to slay with that. But I don't think that he's well positioned to do anything more.
Have been traded between these 2 organizations.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even.
It's such a pivotal moment. Map 3, King going for the ninja.
I think it's more like the comments about stuff that's like not game related sometimes are a bit like clearly engaged with it in a way that's like If I'm a professional org, I probably don't want people engaging with that kind of stuff.
In Americas.
Yeah.
And they've been pushed. They were on the brink. But they will not go down without a fight.
Nice for these teams to finally get a breather after a back and forth day.
Vice is #1 ranked agent, non-duelist. You should be playing her right now.
Just a
3
moment.
maps.
4 OT, they both charge up one more timeout.
Wait, he says that and then says 3 maps.
What? What is this?
Trick was saying that you should play Vice on a bunch of maps if you're a ranked player, if you don't want to play duelist.
I mean,
Which I think is fair.
Statistically, like a top 3 agent in the game right now.
Oh, is it? I've not been tracking recently.
Yeah, she's like that.
I think it
fucking
makes so much
crazy.
sense, right? Like it's like the best ranked agents are either the brain dead W key ones or the ones that completely counter that, like Sage.
Yeah.
And I think Deadlock was doing alright. Killjoy at lower levels.
Sage has always been heinously high.
Yeah.
Like I don't think she's ever been outside the top 5 or 6.
Leviatán are already into sight.
It's hilarious when I see people talking about ranked, like mediocre ranked players on Twitter, and they'll be annoyed by Sage picks, and I'm like, wait.
That's exactly what you want out of your
Or like
mediocre
back in the day, it'd be
teammates.
Clove picks too. I'm just like, you guys don't understand ranked, do you? Like, the little bit of knowledge about VCT you have has not prepared you well for ranked.
This B site, such a locked box.
Oh,
You just can't get back.
Trent.
And Trent is unleashed. G2 moving swiftly. Neon is there though, and Neon is better.
Oh my god.
Now rains down
Unlucky.
hell on
He
who
can't
can
even
lead.
get to the spike in time anymore.
To attack. Who was the one making the play?
Deeply
They
unfortunate.
played a B setup where they hold hooker despite having Vibe. Oh god.
Will they expect a second player in lead?
They played for a full hooker hold with Vice and Viper. You know your sub's getting, like, something's wrong with the way that you've been practicing if
basically that next generation of
you're
talent,
doing that.
all of the players from South America that we've been waiting to see step up. We're in a world where the majority of LATAM and Brazilian rosters have gone international.
I wouldn't be surprised if a team took a partner name as a microfocus coach at some point.
Like,
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with
don't know.
that.
I
There's
feel
probably stuff
like-
he could teach me about the game. Honestly.
Obviously love Josh and love the G2 guys, but I think it's very telling that I leave the team and this year they've started both sections of it with a dogshit meta read that's put them in a hole.
Yeah, I think the start of the year was egregious. I think this read is like not as bad, but the start of the year was
I mean,
egregious.
dropping Vipers for Harbor is some pretty egregious shit, if I'm being honest.
How do I explain it? I think it is. It's bad, but it's bad in a different way. It's like Breach. Just playing Breach is like
playing double initiator at the start of this year was
so
an actual what the fuck
obviously
are you doing?
like it's too obviously bad.
Yeah.
Whereas like the Harbor, like your excuse is like, oh, they could be cooking, even though it's not. Like Breach, you're never playing a Breach thinking, oh, they could be cooking.
They're the ones on the attack side.
And they're only like one pivot away from it being good, if that makes sense. Whereas a Breach, you're not a pivot
it's a
away.
lot easier to resolve. It's not like a full play style shift like it was in kickoff.
Yeah, and then catfishing your double duelist kind of vibes with no prac.
Just a jiggle from blows, and G2 contacting in.
It's honestly a rarity.
There's Anders.
And for G2 to be up here so quickly, trying to satchel in and kill the sky. G2
Unemployed like many? I'm very employed, aren't I? I thought I was very employed.
Self-cancelled orb. All good. Jogamo just 2 off.
Okay, I got a response from my bank. One sec, I gotta do business. I tried to pay my ISA today. Hashtag new tax year.
Lev can just get absolutely stomped on this exec. Oh, they're getting proactive.
Trying to seize the reins in this round. The drop down. Leviatán have done it. That's 3 out of nowhere. Teleports away. G2.
Bro, the first map I was feeling so
pace from
confident.
Sato here was fucking phenomenal. He started rotating when his team was going for the play.
Leviatán against all odds, in position.
Rotating back to aim.
Yeah, he was A player. He rotated into spawn to cover the hookah drop as his team was moving to make that proactive play long, and he killed 2 of the hookah drop players. Like, without him moving the way he did, I think this round gets kind of fucking owned.
And Leviatán have done it! 2-0 to start off stage 1, and they delivered G2 their very first 0-2 streak in America's history.
Such an incredible turnaround for this roster. They couldn't have the whole team here in kickoff. They couldn't.
I think the reason I don't like it is 2 reasons. First is the theoretical reason. The second is it fucks their roles. Like, they don't get people. They have maybe. It's like a kind of hot take, but Leaf is probably, in my opinion, the best Viper in Americas at least. He's like top 3 world, I'd say.
Yeah.
And look at him out there, playing up the crowd the entire day.
King and Owner, there's players that have been on this stage for so long, now joined by the next generation, by this young talent showing up and delivering for their region, delivering for their organization, and proving themselves.
All of a sudden, our group here is getting topsy-turvy. G2 starting out 0-2. Sets the stage for some really
on a scale of 1 to 10, how worried are you for G2 after this?
Depends what kind of expectation we're putting on them. I'm actually.
Very easily could have turned around to win even that map on Split versus MIBR. There's a world where they win that one and they win out in a map 3. Be a more different story today.
Truly a heartbreaking start for them, but for Lev, I am just.
If we're keeping same expectations that they want to win a global event, then 10. But if it's like, can we stay at the same level? Like 6. Like, I'm worried about both those situations, but I overreact to games all the time, so like I'm always prone to.
I think my concern is that I don't even see, and maybe this is a bad read on my part, I don't even see Lev as like a top contender in Americas. And so if G2 is losing to them at this point in the split, that's really concerning.
Now, they're going to have a little target on their back as well. Teams are going to be looking at them like, wait a second, they beat G2? Hold on, and who beat G2? None other than Neon. Let's hand it over to Elizabeth.
Yeah, someone in my chat's like, I think Lev are mid-pack like 4, 5, or 6. And I think the exact same thing. If G2 is losing close series to a like middle pack team at this point,
yeah,
that's a problem.
No, I agree.
For a team that I would be expecting to make international playoffs.
No, I agree with that take, but I just know, like, at the same time, Fnatic almost lost to Eternal Fire and was looking rough against Pacific. And, like, I think they're just in the same...
Eternal Fire is actually good,
though. Better than, like, you think they just smashed Lev?
Probably, yeah.
I just see them as very similar, but maybe it's because I'm
like,
not. I don't know.
I guess I would trust Eternal Fire to win this series. Is probably the way I would put it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really know about the score, but it doesn't really matter for G2. Sometimes these things happen.
I guess my overall point though is that like
they still have a chance to win. So more than anything, I'm just
G2 will improve. Like they're not gonna stagnate.
Yeah, I mean the kickoff is a good case study in the fact that like if Josh sees the proverbial shit hitting the fan, he's gonna turn the fan off and figure it out.
Yeah.
A ver, ahora como pude estar en todas las scrim y también ya empezar el torneo como desde el primer partido, la verdad es que algo muy como motivador ya como para el equipo. Estamos con mucha confianza también porque venimos entrenando mucho, ya empezar conmigo sin ningún como problema entre medio, como de la edad o cosas así, nos generó mucha confianza y también sentimos como esa confianza de que los 5 juntos somos imparables y no pensamos en ningún otro equipo, solo pensamos nosotros mismos, que nosotros somos nuestro propio rival.
Let's just not worry about your enough. Yeah, but I think Anders means like.
Every single scrim, every single match, I feel really good, and the team.
And I think
feels
Anders
really
is
confident
talking
as
about
well.
keeping that
We're
level
happy on the
rather than
progress that
winning
we've been making.
a
We're
trophy.
also happy with how our performance has been. We know that we are unstoppable, and we are not focusing on any other team. Our focus is ourselves, and we are our own enemy.
You said unstoppable. Can you name any other team in Americas that has any hope of beating Leviatán, or is that zero? No one can.
Dices que están imparables. ¿Hay algún equipo de Américas que creas que tal vez pueden hacerle pelea o crees que son igualmente imparables?
A ver, como siempre lo dije, yo no pienso en el equipo que tengo en la frente, solo pienso en mí mismo y en mi equipo, que eso es como nuestro propio rival, que más que nada la ansiedad, saber jugar contra nosotros mismos, porque solo nosotros somos los que se ponen los propios límites y no los rivales, así que nada.
Like I said, I'm not focusing on any other team. We're not focusing on any other team, just on ourselves and the things that we can do. And also, like I said before, we are our own enemies, the anxiety, the time, everything else that can play against us, and not anyone else.
Well, guys, give it up for Neon one more time. An excellent performance for you and Leviatán. We're going to head to a quick break. Yes, please bow, yes. But stay right there because it's a Battle of Brazil, MIBR versus Loud next.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이나믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，方只是其中一个。
Okay, sorry. Some business.
Which uses the newly developed fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology.
The Baby Bay could be removed, but the issue with removing Baby Bay or doing something with Baby Bay is that he is the one generally doing the most on the server. You there, Anders?
What's up?
I was just thinking, do you think they'll just drop Hara, or do you think they'll be more subtle?
I don't know. Presumably the teams have advanced info right now on what the neon patch is. I would imagine I might just be smoking something when I say that, but I would assume that they already have early notice of what the neon patch is. If I'm them,
for reference, I've not heard anything.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think dropping Harbor is correct because I don't think their Harbor is bad.
No, I don't.
Specific.
I don't think that is. I'm not saying how would you solve it. I'm saying, do you think there's a world where they just say fuck it, Harbor is gone?
Yes, there definitely is. How I would solve it is very different than what I think is probably going to end up happening. I think what they probably end up doing is they like... Is that even true though? Fuck. They might stay the course.
I think there's a bunch of options.
Them.
If the neon nerf didn't happen, there is a weird world where they actually revert back to like that style. There's also the chamber existing as an agent, but the problem is the Vice is actually. I think it's obvious that Baby Bay's doing quite well on the Vice, and it's working quite well. I think it's obvious that Leaf isn't comfortable.
Yeah.
But then it's just whether they add the Viper back in or just revert back to a standard kind of traditional double smokes.
I think they should just run normal ass double controller, honestly. At the very least, like, just get Leaf off Astra and onto Viper, and run Harbor Viper everywhere.
Yeah. I don't hate Harbor Viper, I don't hate Standard Smokes Viper. Device is like proving itself that either works. Thank you, Seal Meets Club. Thank you for the sub, I appreciate it.
Well, the stage is set. Welcome
I wonder how they do
I
desk.
think you can comfortably say, based off of even just this series, that the Vice is not the issue.
Yeah.
Alongside Athena, we also had Dryad doing double duty on the translations. They asked me to
Even on Breeze, which is something.
Yeah, no, thank you for bailing me out.
That was like a first interview, first translation.
And kid, let me tell you, you nailed it. All right, well, let's go ahead and move on.
I'm confused by the joke.
For match 2, we got a fun one. It's going to be Verno versus Verdi, the battle of the V's. V for Vendetta. Let's see who.
Yeah, they wipe straight into the skirmish.
10 out of 10. 100%.
We should start wagering.
3 mapper with an 11, 13, and an OT third map. I guess it makes sense that they're trying to speed up the schedule. What time is it? Almost 8:30 my time.
I don't think in EMEA, at least, I mean, I'm pretty dumb, but I don't think we do that. I think the transition times are the transition times no matter what.
Yeah, it's like fixed 15-minute whatever's for run of show.
Like, we're basically trying to buy time, obviously, for them to set stuff up and shit.
Got Verno picking up a couple big kills now. Yeah, things are getting fast-paced here. Verno getting 4. Just saying.
Not honestly.
No, there's no reaction.
Valid.
This is it right here. This is how you know they be sweating out in the server. You know what I mean? They're just putting in that work. But Verno gets the win, 5-2 over Verdi, and they will have the side selection. All right,
you owe me beard clippings.
Well, I didn't specify who would win, so.
Yo,
but
let
I'll
me
tell
know
you
in chat if you want GB's beard trimmings.
Beard clippings in the mail. All right, so folks, enough about the beard. We've got a fun
What am I hearing on the desk right now?
Loud is 2-1 all-time record in this matchup, and while the last match may have been a 2-0 for Emma,
America's always goes straight into big picture, generic highlights.
Yeah.
I think it's generally a pretty good way to do it. I get so granular so quickly.
I think that, like, the comparison I would make between the two is, like, EMEA has that new, like, keys to victory thing that they splash. I feel like that's the immediate discussion point of America's every single time. Is they're like, here's a single bullet point summary of each team's win conditions. That's what we're discussing.
But important to note, that was just 1 week.
I don't read that the same. I feel like America's always opens with a narrative hook that is about, like, either what happened last week for the team or head to head. They will never open with a. I think in general, America's is probably better narratively, but worse strategically. I know that sounds like kind of obvious because, you know, people like me, but like in terms of narrative, analytical narrative, I think they don't do as well. But in terms of like setting up the big picture, I think they're probably better. Like kickoff was really bad for us because, like, unless Kukuka is on desk, I think we probably missed a lot, if that makes sense. Because, like, she's always in that mindset of like, what does the viewer know or not know? And I'm in that mindset of just, let's talk about Valorant. And so, like, yeah, I think we fucked up the first day where we're like, there's so much, so when you got first day back, there's so many changes and stuff, and we just didn't hit a load of stuff.
Thank you so much, Tonello, for that update. And yeah, forget about the fact that
Or I'm always trying to find like an interesting hook for the matchup, the head-to-head, which is what the keys to victory stuff, I guess, is mostly. It's like,
yeah.
The problem we had with keys to victory stuff was like, long story short, it's setting us up for stage 2 stuff, but like, we kind of messed up the first week because I don't think we should have had keys to victory first week. because there was too much to talk about.
Second has had
And then the keys to victory become essentially the talking points. They should be sometimes like on weeks now. The keys to victory should just be the talking points at the start of the actual death segment. And then you can refresh it at the end and be like, oh, these were the things we're talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, the first week we got like new rosters, the expectations from kickoff to now, the meta change, the new maps, the new agent.
Too much shit to talk about.
And then it's like, wait, what are these 3 keys to victory? Like,
could happen. And now, after talking to Fraud as well, he was saying, well, this is exactly what we wanted to do from the beginning. And I love when teams adapt not only to the meta, but also what works for them. And this is what works for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want, right? Like, look, I understand a lot of teams in all the years of esports, you always chase after the meta. What's the meta? What works? But sometimes
do you think this is just a 2-0 stomp?
Game. You just got to do your thing. Speaking of that, one player that's actually been
I hope so for like global event standards.
I'm curious if my loud stock is higher than it should be.
He's been so good, and I think the reason why this meta does work for MIBR is because they use those double duels.
What did Loud do?
Because I feel like that team is quite a bit better than people are willing to.
I mean, they have.
People are stuck in the Loud of last year.
They have Lush. They have literally a bunch of good players. Like, they shouldn't be shit. The concerning thing to me is the amount they play double initiator for a team that should just accept that they're not that team and just play to just
I think he's definitely
play brain dead. Don't try and be good.
It's like you're saying they're not doing anything crazy, anything too different, but you have
what a recommendation.
I think
Stop trying to be good.
I mean, I think that's the case for this team.
Little things like that you're not changing the game in that sense, but you have that trust that all of those players have been
like KO to me is so middle of the road that like it doesn't like I'm not sure what team should play KO, if you know what I mean. The only team that should be play KO, I think the only team that plays KO should be
NRG.
An NRG team, because they have a not one trick, but like a very good KO player who would prefer to play a KO style from the IGL perspective. I'm not co-streaming all the games, no. I'm just bored. I'm just bored.
I think the current meta definitely helps my team a lot. I mean, I have Osboss and Zekin, and everyone's playing double duelists, so you know we're good on that end. And for me personally, I mean the Vise definitely helps stopping the double duelist, running it down, and I get to run it down with my teammates, and that was always my specialty. So everything is good.
Best of luck today.
I've been playing a lot more Vice player.
All right, so let's go ahead and move on to Loud. Now, last week, this squad had to bring in their assistant coach as a sub because Erde isn't with us yet. We ended up playing, by the way, damn well. Got the final kills at the end of the game, too. Picked up a massive win for this squad.
Yeah, see, like, there's always a recap of last week in Americas.
Regained its confidence. That's the most important thing coming out of that week.
Like, we will only do that if it's significant.
They literally come in with a last time on VCT Americas.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's always like generic.
Yeah.
Which might be, I don't know.
He was fragging out, and by the end of the game, he had 44 assists at the end of that BO3.
We're starting to have more actual conversations about stuff philosophically for this stuff, so it'll be interesting to see what people think.
Especially as we saw on Pro when they needed to get a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more active. This is when you see the flashes and those combinations with the rest of the team for Darker, for Luxia to pop off. But on top of that, because he is subbing in, and he's also the assistant coach and IGLing, I really like the vision that he has in the game because you see him setting up.
Why do you think the Americas teams play more Senti than other region? Because they play.
Winning those rounds.
Yeah, look. I'm not sure. I don't want
they
to get
play
what we saw from Bati and then talking to the players.
Vice.
It sounded like he was.
I don't think. What people? Someone in my chat's asking me, why do you think America's teams play Senti more than other regions? And my answer is, they don't, but they play Vice. Yeah, they've been playing more Vice, right? Split, they play Vice.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's just Vice.
I think that might.
I'm thinking about it. I don't know
Is that sampling bias? Not really.
No, they they are playing double duelist, and some teams are playing Vice with single duelist. So like it's just
EMEA has more Cypher, right? I think that's
on Haven we would run Cypher more. On Pro we run Cypher more, but these are maps where Senti's already played. Where would EMEA play a Cypher where it's not usually played? It would be Breeze, maybe, is the only map where EMEA might pull a Senti. And even that's going out of fashion. I think that now with the map pool where it is, where it's not like your corrodes and abysses, where you could run a Cypher if you're a mental EMEA team, we're now in a position where we're probably on even footing, and then Americas actually has teams running single duelist Vice, and so there probably is a higher pick rate right now. It's very funny to read the Reddit threads from a few months ago and be like, everyone's just like, Sentinel was a fucking ass, and then
dude, we still have people who are like, I was watching the most recent episode of Frost thing, and they open with like, or Strong says like, Sentinels are so ass right now, and I'm like, brother, we've got 2 Sentinels in the top 6 agent win rates in the entire fucking game right now. If people think Sentinels are ass, they need to do some basic math.
I think they've started shorthanding, because I know Frost likes Deadlock, and I presume Vice. He likes the weird Sentinels. So I think a lot of it, and NRG played Vice, right, quite a lot, I think. So I think they're just using the wrong shorthand for the conversations. There's no way, by their own logic, I feel like they know that that's not true. But I don't know. I think Frost was implying that Cypher was maybe a better counter, the old Cypher was maybe a better counter than Neon, was basically the implication, which I don't think is true.
You know, this is a guy that feels like he can brute force against the meta.
Yeah, I mean, you're not.
Wait, fit check.
Close game, right? So you never know. You never know with Valorant. There's no easy wins. No
30, and you know, subvert everybody's narratives about how. Oh yeah, you should.
I thought I saw Sideshow's jacket. It's okay.
You know, you can take a negative side of that. I see the timer pause at the top. That sends chills down my spine. You can take the negative approach to Aspas.
Well, I fit check it because I'm actually trying to figure out how to wear clothes. Wait, is Batty still playing?
In theory, he had the skill set.
Yeah. Naruto's still not here.
Oh yeah, it's 2-0. It's 2-0. Batty's not bad, but this should be a 2-0. Oh, Vice. A double Vice.
At least in matches as well. And now here again, you could say something similar, but also I think he's going to drop 30.
Yeah, I mean it's highly likely. Now I'm inferring through context clues. Empire,
all right, Americas does in fact play a meaningfully larger amount of Senti than EMEA does currently.
Yeah,
that's not controlling for like map pool bias.
I think it's just Vice though, you know.
I think so, yeah. Yeah. It's literally. It is. Vice has 3 times the play rate in Americas than she does in the EMEA.
Yeah. It's
almost immediately, and Aspas has a dash to disengage. So bit of chip damage onto Batty, but other than that, no casualties.
The recon over towards C might make MLBR think that Lad went for something reactive fast on the other side of the map. But they are just walking back into space that Aspas is still lingering around in.
It's a smart decision.
What beats Vice? Are we getting to get that layer? Oh yeah, fuck yeah. Oh yeah, your video, of course.
My whole meta pitch was like, we should all be on Vice, and we should have a pivot back onto Yoru, in case everyone realizes that this.
I like that I innocuously asked the question that you did a whole content piece on.
Yep, all good.
Why? It's funny. There's something not named Yoru. What if you didn't have Yoru?
Something not named Yoru, you'd technically go Waylay with an assumption that you're burning full Waylay kit on wall denial. I think that there's something to be said for running Neon Waylay still, and using your Waylay as, like, I'm using my dash. just to bait Vice Wall, and I am not being trigger happy with my refract. If I don't need to refract out after baiting the wall, I just like preliminarily consolidate that space while I wait for wall to drop. And bait them to showing me their on-site numbers before I use second activation. And that informs our pivot, if we need one.
Okay.
Again, if you haven't been with us for a while, that was Pancada.
That's probably what I would be telling a lot of these teams to do right now, but I've avoided saying it in my content or publicly up to this point because I don't want people to do that in case I sign to a team, because it'd be a pain in the ass to deal with.
My VODs are up, by the way, but I've only got like 100 viewers, so...
And while his fragging wasn't electric throughout the entire series, like the stats weren't amazing, his KO supportive utility was very strong, and he had some nice plays even to finish out the series. So,
oh, that Phoenix money.
Happy with how bad he played.
We actually get to see some Haven Vice, so we get to see... The only team I got to see this year run it was KC, and they've already switched away from it. So I get to was not having a fun time.
The Jet Phoenix composition, we've seen a ton of Haven back in the dawn of time. The more damage done here could end up being...
Double controller, you think it's not bad in Vice? Yeah, I would presume that... I was trying to think, like...
Yeah, it's not bad, it's not bad.
Comps that can default are probably going to do quite well in Vice, is what I was thinking.
They lose two, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, the Jet Phoenix composition on Haven is something that people used to run.
Yeah, sorry. I don't think I could play video games with Bayo. I don't think that would end well. I don't think me and Bayo playing video games is a good idea. EMEA, broadcast talent is freelancers mostly. Some League of Legends talent is our official rioters, like Dracos is a rioter, I believe. But you have to, I think you have to be at the company a long time to become like a rioter or something. We're all freelancers, which is, you know.
I love playing Retake C without Viper on this map. It's so much fun.
Well, they've been given all a backside control apparently. Oh, nice thorns there.
We can't.
I'm sorry, but why have they given up the entirety of the back of the site?
I have no idea. They had no one playing contact even. Like, all good. It was a bonus. Cope.
The bonus where you should be getting close to that.
They should have been able to like maybe clutch with one or like. You actually just steal the bonus there.
What actual it seemed like an actual idea they had.
I think it was like a cool thorn trap idea, but no one was contacting for backside.
But even if you're gonna thorn trap there, I think you could still run someone close somewhere or like backside.
The first game that we saw them up against G2. Yeah. They've got the skill to get them through these kind of retake scenarios where it looks like the other team should be favored.
Yeah, that raw individual brilliance, it's filled to the brim with MIBR, and we're seeing a nice little fight here. Sees off the rip into lobby. We'll see if there's some sort of follow-up, run it back. Zekken trying to take this A lobby area by storm. He saw the C's. Spam into the corners. Yeah, he knows that there's one player waiting. Daka is not going to get away with that. Being followed up and through. Tex also.
MIBR should be super favored compositionally. We'll see what happens though.
For the whole... Wait, what's the difference? For the whole game?
For this map.
Oh, wait, it's... Oh, shit, yeah. It's a Viper versus...
It's Phoenix comp versus Viper comp. It's like the classic... Well, what if we gave them space on our defense so that they could walk up and Phoenix pop flash through it?
Yeah. Shit, Phoenix. Yeah, I think, yeah.
I'd rather that Osboss was Neon here, but like, it's Osboss, whatever,
yeah,
man. It also actually remedies one of my bigger problems with these comps, which is if you go for the Neon Phoenix, you have no opper.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's the weird thing that JT was saying about Koala. Like, Koala in this meta is now a Phoenix player who can't ult. Like,
yeah.
Same with... how Liquid are running comps. It's weird because it's like the Neon Phoenix seems pretty good, but at the same time it's like, I guess your Neon player just needs to be able to ult pretty well.
You just need texture.
Yeah.
Either that, or you run like the variant that Paper Rex was running briefly, where like you go chamber, which I think has merit, but like I think Vice is significantly enough better than chamber at this point that it's a hard sell.
One of these rounds, Aspas is going to start open. You got to imagine that's the biggest reason that he's picked Jet.
I think that the chamber variation is more for like teams that won't implement Vice very well or comfortably.
Yeah.
Not conditioned by the A lobby fight, they just went for it again this round. They take up a bit of space. I mean, we've got Darker inserted into A short. It's going to give them backup policies. You can pivot back in that direction, but you do need to do some mid-rounding here. It looks like the goal is Garage.
They need to force this wall out, but it's a tricky one to force.
Yeah, you need to get a body on it, essentially. And
Luke Shaw got caught by Tex in the previous round going for something aggressive.
It's tricky to force, but in the same way, it's like easy to burst from.
Doesn't it here? Messina, what is that timing?
Oh, that's electric.
Just takes a peek off the back of it, and the paranoia is pretty perfect on top. Big blinder.
Dude, what is that teleport? What the fuck?
I feel like I think he really doesn't appreciate how much, like, even if there was another player coming C long, just having that
force
awkwardness.
the one against that guy.
Yeah.
Like,
he was trying too hard with the thorns.
Verno with that Odin in hand sprays him away. Darker feeling like someone has pushed up here. What's going on? It's Ghost in the walls. Miscommunication towards him because both players are on the side.
That's awkward.
Being stuck. AD
Trying to be less.
The dance between the two players. Not too sure what was going on there in the loud camp.
Yeah, what on earth are the comments?
Why are people buying Ares? It's so shit. Duh.
I don't know. I mean,
No, Danby's not an OP.
where Aspas was entirely and thought that
But they played Waylay.
They know that
They played Yoru, sorry.
But for some reason, they must have thought,
Yeah, someone was asking like, did Danby open? I was like, no, they had Francis who plays Yoru, and I was thinking, what does Francis do now? What's his AWP agent now? It's Breach.
oh no!
He's a Breach AWP.
Yeah. In terms of raw talent, you've got some really
That's actually funny as hell.
The thing with Loud is, even though they hadn't won a match for so long, they were always close. They were always dropping massive performances from people like Luke Shaw. You know, occasionally in the past it'd be Pancada. Darker just had an amazing game in their win recently. There is talent. There is absolutely talent on this team. There's no question of it. It's just been really difficult for them to turn that into.
I got a drink up your back.
We're going to take a tag timeout here to try to make an adjustment for the next rifle round. This one will be coming into an eco.
Yeah. Tall order though, going up against MIBR, because even if they are playing a little bit off meta, they are good enough individually that they can, you know, brute force is the word I used earlier, but I genuinely do think so. I mean, they were even, you know, you think back to their Abyss of old, Aspas still on the jet there, where a lot of teams were moving away from it entirely.
Yeah, they've definitely done that so far this year. Not running exactly the most meta compositions. I thought in the previous game against G2 they were actually trending much more up to date. This is a little bit of a tangent off to the side, this Jet Phoenix comp.
The rate on Breach on Zen was way more. LMAO. No, it wasn't, because Francis is doing it on every map.
Really nice idea on the anti-eco actually, because you're so far away from the Neon that might be trying to get some kind of shorty kill, but you can still hold short.
Yeah.
Every other position that you're holding short from would be liable to get run down by Verti. And Aspas has finally got a scope weapon in his hands. It's the Outlaw, makes sense for this round. You got to imagine he's going for the op in the next.
Dex definitely being squared up to here. We'll see if we can end up winning a couple of these fights out. Bullets raining down into the corner, and a molly as well. Bit of saving grace. Breathing room bought for him, and Luke Show's just doing that little bit of exploring here.
Yeah, when he dies, he'll get the Steel Garden online.
Yeah.
So there's ults for Loud to play around with. Definitely something that the coaches will be, you know, have been discussing during that time out.
One of the things that's also unusual is just the lack of killjoy that we're seeing on Haven. Without getting into the weeds too much, it does mean that there's gaps potentially in the defense for MIBR.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it comes down to where you place this wall. I mean, we're looking at the wall at C at the moment, but they've been running it in garage as well for a little bit of info. When you're on the Killjoy, you do have options to do
Okay,
both,
so
basically.
Loud one pistol anti-eco and has lost every round since.
Earlier where he said,
Yeah, I looked at his split second map. I'm like, I probably am not surviving second map here.
and it lets him get
Yeah.
aggressive on the attack side and go in with the rest of the team. You're not
The maps are very boring. This map is fun
Yeah.
because they're playing Vice, but the next two maps are boring.
Especially, like, I think even the second half of this is gonna become pretty one-sided slaughter.
Yeah, this is boring because it's going to be one-sided. But...
The rare A spam battle on Haven. The fuck?
Yeah, like, Lucio doesn't need to put his wall down. Like, why is he putting his wall down?
And once Tex is in this cubby, Aspas can rotate off if he wants.
Like, why do they treat it like it's just, like, Cypher trip? Like
if this goes into a C exec, one shot from the op, you're not going to check the cubby.
Absolutely. Let's take a listen into Loud.
Like, if you A exec now, don't you want the fucking wall somewhere good?
Yep. The only time that I would ever, like, approve of a wall like this is if you know that they have a forward player and you're trying to sound Q-bait.
I think it's not egregious if you're like, you do like a full C exec and you're just like, fuck it, we'll just pre-flank or whatever. But if you're like literally defaulting and you don't know where you're finishing, I think there's no excuse. Like, I know like your tricksy thing of like saving it for maybe like something else, but like, if you're literally defaulting, I don't see it's committing. Like, you're not, it's not getting any value.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Ó, deixa eu falar, mano, para de peidar, para de, tipo, cancelar exec. Dá pra ir em 3, eles são em 3, mas dá pra entrar, não é a Vice.
Loud going for that B finish.
That was weird. Lucio was almost like annoyed with Batty.
Yeah, I got that same vibe.
But like,
he seemed frustrated.
The vibes should be them laughing at Batty if he was doing something stupid. Like, I remember playing a scrim once as Raze, and I I think I naded my own team and double satcheled into like verticality, and nobody realized but Leo. And so as soon as that happened, Leo burst out laughing, but then he kept a straight face the entire round because he obviously didn't want to like ruin the round or whatever.
Yeah.
But then afterwards we obviously had a laugh about it. But like, that's the vibe. It should be like, or like, I remember playing Yoro once, just flashing Alpha over and over again, and Alpha would just like, he went to go get annoyed and then he just stopped. It was like, that was kind of funny, you know? Like, you're playing with your assistant coach, you can't be frustrated at your assistant
Have some
coach.
realistic expectations.
Yeah.
Let's be real for a second.
Like, the vibe should be immaculate right now.
Hunter's Fury was safe for a moment, exactly like this. 2 shots, connects, second drops. And now Batty trying to get ahead of the curve before the action really kicks off. But that Odin spam TP. Mazzino unaccounted for. He's completely flipped the script. Darker sidestepping, but now outside of this pit. Leaving it to Aspas and Verno, and that rifle picked up. Time ticking though. Got to get a move on here. Verno's got to stick this, and it needs to be a defense in order. Aspas has to step up to challenge. Verno pulled off.
Nice.
No more time left.
Big
It's
clutch.
Loud who clutch it up.
There is some part of me that does, I don't know, there is part of me now thinking that like the fact they're taking it so seriously with their assistant coach is kind of funny, but maybe there was something to it, but I think you just use the vibes.
The pit is great, the Hunter's Fury is great, but they're still somehow...
I remember this is something once where, like, I'm not going to name who, but like, someone was having to sub him and was like asking me about like the situation, and I remember being like, bro, you're subbing in, you just need to accept that you're shit at the game, even if you're not like shit at the game, like you're supposed to be having fun. Like,
yeah,
their mentality was almost like, no, I need to prove that I'm good kind of thing. I'm like, no, you don't.
Yeah. weird like this is my moment.
Yeah.
type shit.
Like if you do that, like if you play it the other way, you are probably going to play shit and it's fine. But then if you like, you're putting yourself in a position to actually play quite well because you're so loose and relaxed or whatever.
If you play like shit and you were just like vibey and having a good time, then haha, you were just playing vibey and having a good time. If you try hard and play like shit, like what's your excuse?
Pretty much, yeah. It's also just like players are gonna play differently if you're just vibing. Like, I know Alpha's gonna play very differently with me if I'm having to sub and I'm clearly just shit and he needs to carry me, than if I'm trying to play actual Valorant with Alpha.
Yeah. Giving them credit for. The little team fighting moments from MIBR are a lot stronger now than when we first saw them in America.
Just ping-ponging off of one another.
Yeah. And of course you're going to expect that because it's a new team with a lot of talent and they didn't get the most practice coming into kickoff, but they're now a lot cleaner with it than they were early doors in kickoff.
Yeah, Batu's a good player. Like, he was pretty good. I knew about him.
Worth remembering, Aspas.
Getting ever closer.
Yeah, ever closer now, just 2 away.
Yeah, this is just gonna. Yeah, this is just.
Of course, the eco for Loud.
I think it's just going to be a blender, because the next half is the one where the comp diff becomes most readily apparent.
The Vice Saps haven't like blown my mind, but at the same time, they're so much better than the ones I saw in Europe. That like,
yeah,
it's like it's just
they're
making
functioning
me
Vice
jealous.
setups, which is a new high.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've got to dodge the operator in the first.
Like cross map thorns, we got.
Cross map thorns.
This
like
is the thing. I
actual
think
multi-corridor thorns on B.
This is what I should do actually. I'm gonna do a segment about Vice. I've been trying to think about how to do a Vice segment, and I've already got like a segment written pretty much. But I was trying to think how I can do it as an angle in EMEA when no one's playing Vice. I think the angle is like, what can we learn from fucking Americas right now? And we'd make it like
just
a regional
make
thing.
everyone watch my YouTube content. No.
We just play your YouTube content.
Just play my YouTube content. Or just literally, you could play the last like 15-second soundbite where I'm like, Vice is gonna be the agent that has the biggest like effect on defining this meta.
No, I think it's
and
about
then just put Vice's win rate on the screen after and call it a day.
Yeah, I want to get specific though about like all the things, right? So it's like,
yeah,
like the obvious example is the thorns slowing people down, but like finding examples where America, like, because Fnatic did run it at kickoff, but they weren't even doing like cross map thorns or like slightly inset setups or even forward setups, you know. And so like the idea was like I would go through the layers of like how to implement the agent quite well, and like it'll be easy to hard. So it's like, I think the forward setups are the things that we think are like probably the thing that the teams are gonna not do the most.
I mean, even America's teams aren't really doing good forward setups right now. You'd have to rely on like a G2 to show them.
But it goes from like Thorns being good versus against Neon up until wait, you can tax util and all that shit.
Yeah. It would be like level 1, my Thorns owning this Neon that's coming out B main on split, up to like level 5, my Vice taking like facilitated lurk timings at A to set an attack-sided wall that stops them from re-clearing ramp after we take.
Yeah, I'm not even going attack. I'm not even looking at attack side. I'm just defense. We pretend attack doesn't exist. Like the thing that I didn't realize as well is like, because like Pipson was kind of arguing me a little bit about like the breach stuff.
Yeah.
And, like I was thinking like, if I'm having arguments about something that I think is very clear cut.
Yeah.
Like how am I like? There's no way I could do attack side Vice stuff for a broadcast. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's like. Like coaches disagree with me about something that I thought was a given.
Positions for it here. Garage, drone's gonna be misplayed. Storm is out though. Peeling back, but the rest of them are just open arms. Are willing to let these players in because they're just raw aim, trying to win it out.
Copying the way where's the Steve Duke shit? No, I'm just playing with my arm for some reason.
Rare Zekin turbo whiff.
We've got 4 more to deal with. Nightfall's now gonna be hard committed. That's gonna be 2 tags onto them. Texas Mazina will mop up and clean up towards the end. 9-3 is the half at MIBR. We're still waiting for that 1 kill.
Yeah, still.
I mean, The funny thing is that I think even with Neon nerf, it's not going to affect MIBR at all. It's going to be good for them, maybe.
Yeah, if anything, I think it will help them.
But then what becomes? Yeah, they're just going to play Jet Phoenix.
Sometimes it's nice to watch some really excellent.
The more I think about it, the more I think the answer to your question earlier is that if we had an international, they would just win it.
MIBR.
Yeah.
That's what kind of who I was thinking about.
I'm looking around here. It's World Champion Calm hanging out here in the EG gear. Look at you right here. Now, you buy Bucky's, you're here playing, but you're here today because you want to support your former teammates. You were here for the first match, but now you're here supporting Mizzino as well. Something I ask players a lot is, like, how does it feel to watch a game that you can't do anything about? And they always say it's so much worse. You feel that way when you're watching your former teammates play?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they're doing pretty well right now, 9-3, so that's pretty easy. But I would say the match before this, where it was Jaw, King, and Sato, that was very stressful.
You didn't see it on camera, guys, but you were like dapping everyone up, saying hello to everyone, waiting by that side. I love it. Something I want to talk about is right now is Evil Geniuses kind of finding their footing, finding their moment. Where do you think EG goes from here? Where do you think you guys, like, how do you keep on going up?
Just keep progressing, keep being consistent. I think we have a lot of potential to win out and really make a run for London. I mean, that's the overall goal, and we've been putting in the work.
Bro, their last 3 games are Sen NRG Crew.
And let's talk about, you're calling with EG now, right? It's like, how does that feel? Kind of like being back.
Their group is rough.
It's super fun. Like, it's something I've always enjoyed. I've always enjoyed being like a leader and just being able to support all the people around me.
I mean, both groups are pretty bad, to be fair.
So yeah,
It's Sen are beatable.
And I'm just happy to do it.
And Crew might be catfishing, but they looked pretty good.
Oh, yeah, having a lot of fun.
Crew looks really good.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, fake as fuck sample. You've got one game versus a, like, really early days Sem, but
I wish they had kickoff, man. Like, after seeing that, I wish they had reps from kickoff.
I mean, they would be, maybe this is Cope. I feel like they'd be contesting for top 3 in the region.
Yeah.
Scoreboard as well. 17-4.
Dominating completely and utterly here. So, close look at the pistol.
Oh, 5 grouped to take an A-lobby engagement.
A-lobby fight. Surely we're gearing up for potential of the kill.
What?
Util out into your hands or allowed, trying to swing out into it. Still weapons at the ready from the rest of the squad. And MIBR looking to draw a bit more.
That's exactly how I play my Fate on this map, you know? B-hopping down A short with a Prowler.
That is me in ranked. Oh my god, Verti. What? He shot 2 bullets and he killed 2? 4?
Absolutely nowhere.
I mean, there must have been a collect kill in the middle of all of that.
I'm annoyed that, like, I've not been playing ranked much recently, but because I really enjoy playing Phoenix, and it's just the moment. I need to go back to Phoenix gameplay.
So much damage.
Yeah, that's crazy. And the Sheriff is good on rounds like this.
Back to the wall when you got to step up. It's Verdi who does it, and he's having a brilliant map so far.
Can I say a little bit disrespectful, the pace there from MIBR too? Running knife out down.
We didn't get a replay?
And then insta going
we
into
did.
the A part.
Did we? What?
End the map quickly.
Eke around here for MIBR. Back to the wall when you got.
And presumably the whole of MIBR lined up. Take a look at it from his perspective.
I don't know why my brain didn't process it.
Don't even give me that.
But now Buddy is alone on the side with just the Sheriff.
Did you know it's just 2 VOD reviews? Yes.
Oh my god, Kawazine!
I got bored. I went to the cinema, I came home and I was bored. So I just asked Jim if I could go stream.
Actual thievery. It's okay. His ult is better anyway.
I was gonna watch the games anyway through Ando's stream, I just thought I'd just stream. Because otherwise I'll just fucking go to bed or something.
That's true. It's so true, but listen, he's now gonna have a rifle.
Yeah, true.
And he's the hard entry player. I mean, he's gonna be dashing into these sites.
With how much we're hyping this up, I need to see confetti.
Is Coach Mini still like G2 after the
Alright.
I don't like their
9 to
read
5.
about not
Loud
playing
one, both
Viper
pistols.
over Harbor. Like they should be
Poor
playing
game.
Harbor, Viper, or just playing Viper, Smokes. I like their Vice though, and I like them playing Raze.
Buddy also going exploring.
More aggressive option here being chosen by Loud. Go for individual
What's going on,
plays
sir?
around the map. You know, nobody's supporting Buddy there at all.
I was just musing about the fact that it's a 9-5 scoreline and Loud's won both pistols.
Oh god.
Loud have got a lot of players here waiting, grouped up over towards this A avenue.
Oh
as you know.
god.
Good shot to be found, and again.
Oh, Batty, you just got your knife out, bro.
Activating, and there's 3,000. First player to do it across all our international leagues.
It's Cow and Zine.
If I'm Batty, I'm just buying a judge every round.
Both Loud players, compatriot that he takes. As
I
his
mean, in the
3,000
one game that I ever had to sub into back in the day for Virtuoso, I bought nothing but Buckies and just bought rifles for my teammates.
There it is.
That was my
Nice.
strat. Is I played Cypher with Bucky and just dropped the entire map.
I had a sub for Doma on Raze, but this was back when Satchels would do damage, so I was cool. We played against like a Vova and Carcass and some other people.
This game, I think I was playing against like Xander and a couple of the like pre-Soar guys.
It's funny.
I was like, ah.
I mean, I think I got second top frag, but I was playing a lot of Judge in Melbourne. And I had 2 nades, and Satchels did 50 damage.
The Snake Fighters want to slow them down a little bit further there, but a smoke in their faces, they don't want anything to do with it.
I'm really surprised that MIBR are looking to run fast
Meteors
exits
first.
into a Vice composition. You know, it seems like the kind of comp that you would want
Captain
to
Cow says the
fill
stats
out a
wrong.
little bit.
Meteor got 3,000 before anyone else.
As it happens, it's
The way that the Americas broadcast calculates kills and assist numbers is incorrect. I found this out last year. When I found that cool assist record stat for Jonah, Americas missed it because their stats person was filtering the events incorrectly.
Yeah, that smoke would be difficult if there was a
That's kind of funny. Also, this Vice Flash. The fuck?
Squaring up though, here's Luke Show. Sees multiple players, only takes the one before he's just going to be backing away, playing this one diligently in a reposition with the wall up. It's Darker and Luke Show able to play and push this one back now. Flash through the wall, up drive over the top. Luke Show.
I was thinking about doing that for Plat Chat, where like I might not watch some games, and I might just pretend I've watched the games. And it's like usually if you're on Plat Chat and you've not watched like a game or something, I imagine people just kind of stay quiet a little bit and give generic responses. Whereas I like the idea of just like fully not watching a game, but having very decisive opinions about what I thought happened in the game.
You
I
should
just
definitely
just
do
see
that.
if I get called out on it, because I guarantee I won't.
Do a bit.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking about the stats. Is like
That's like
the stats are just lies and nobody knows.
Who fucking did that one year? It was like Bren when he did an entire bracket of pick'ems, rolling like flipping a coin and then just hard arguing for whatever the coin told him to do. It's that vibe.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
Yeah. Or what I do is I wait for Slicky to do a take and then I just argue the take the other way around.
Always
the entire
disagree with him.
time.
Yeah.
Shoulding your sharp push. I got that. Hit it. They saw us and they have no drone. Do you want to end it? You jiggle that?
Wait, G2 is 0-2 now. Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm very worried.
They had a line at the end of the map. It's the first time in America's history
They've
they've
lost 2
started
in a
0-2.
row. Yeah. I think it's the first time they lost 2 in a row in Americas or something as well.
Yeah.
Can we get in the smoke? I have no dash. Walk through garage. Get in the smoke. Get in the smoke. Yeah. They recruit garage. Mine outside. Go. Mine going. Go out. We're walled. Block. Yeah, I made it through. Stop anyway. Ceiling and nading. Push the 80. I'm blind. 80 window. Out ceiling.
Why are they going B?
80.
Nice shot.
Nice try.
Seeing difficulties there for MIBR, and like I said,
They didn't time the wall at all. They just, I guess, I presume the wall wasn't there for some reason.
That's not great though. I mean, that is a really important round for Loud to win. That's massively important. And I think it's Lucha really that does the dirty work here. Re-peeking through that smoking garage to solo challenge with no util is devious behavior. That is the kind of thing that you only do when you are confident that you can take a duel at a disadvantage against basically anyone in the game. Because you're also up against some ridiculous aimers on MIBR. And he just drives them through that smoke, pushes Tex out of the space. MIBR then...
Yeah, I think I might pitch that for playoffs. The whole Vice thing.
And they get to collapse onto them.
Do it. You should have a lot of evidence by then as well.
Yeah. Just pick out rounds.
It's not going to be for the upcoming round because their money, you know, it's broken essentially.
Just make it into a big Telestra Valorant thing.
Why not?
Yeah.
Get the blood pumping. But yeah, this is a bit of a struggle here, and
Split will provide some of the easiest to illustrate examples, I think.
What, sir? Split? Well, that's what I was thinking. Like I was thinking about reaching out and asking what the map I chose to illustrate it was I was trying to think of a map where I could show the cross-map thorns as well as inset setups and forward setups.
Pearl.
And Pearl was the map I went for.
Yeah. If you're trying to hit all of those,
it was really difficult actually thinking about on some maps, like especially with Abyss and Corrode gone. Those two maps were like very easy to show those things. Whereas like Lotus, like the forward setups, like I don't really know if they've. I can't think off the top of my head of one that's like good apart from the flash being forward, if that makes sense, on Mound or something. Bind, I guess there's probably examples, but it's like it's not. At the time, it wasn't like a Vice map or a map people would consider Vice as much.
Here and now, good paranoia on top of it, and spraying down with these stingers in hands. MIBR, these guys are menaces. Can't be removed, Aspas. Swinging right into them. Shots going wide here entirely for Loud. Takes that raw individuality. Darker and Luke show dynamic as a duo, but it leaves it just in the hands of Darker now. 1v2. Spike still not down. Looking for what the players are, given the perfect timing. Tex, though.
I guess you forward will be Lotus. It's not as important as other maps. Yeah, I was hoping Fnatic would still be on Vice. That was going to be my angle. And then I was going to be like, this is how Fnatic should play Vice.
Then he realizes he's getting overwhelmed, tries to throw out paranoia, doesn't hear the guy behind him. They donate a rifle at that point. Aspas has got a stinger, it just snowballs. You know, you find a single player when you're playing a death ball eco like that, and it can get out of control.
Luke Shaw looks like he's stressing.
Yeah, he was getting stressed at. Yeah, he was the one getting stressed at Batty.
It looks like he's just like kind of flustered in general.
Yeah, but maybe like I think that might be him. If that makes sense, like his.
Bit of a sound bait, but his plan has already been tapped. They're going to go to A. Bring around a Rosie. He's forcing out a bit of an ult now, and MIBR. Yeah, this is surely.
I forget that there are children playing the game that like, you know what I mean, who don't have well-adjusted kind of performative behaviors.
18-year-old is stressed.
Yeah. Well, not even stressed, but like some people. It's not that. I don't explain it like the hyper-competitive, almost toxic behavior that like someone like Simple has in Cash, like that kind of vibe. It reads that way to me. Whereas like if he's getting annoyed with his coach in the game, like
they're miles away from this.
Aspas low, smoked up onto it. A dink, and Kabazine's covering. Aspas is low, 23 health.
Smoke's gonna go
Sidestep, smoke's there. This is
I don't think I read it either that way, James. I think that even with what you're saying there, it's like he's the star player on a shit team. Symptom in the sense that like
that as well.
Ridiculous.
Got both smokes down. As it happens, Loud still had time to be able to stick it.
It feels like he looks like he's very demanding or something. I could be reading it wrong, but it looks like he's just like annoyed or frustrated with his teammates or something. Can't mask negative emotions during a match. Or even, it's not about even being able to mask them, it's about having those emotions in the first place. Like he seems quite emotional.
Recovery from Loud after a very difficult one, losing on the anti-eco. Still a game.
Definitely is. Loud still in it, fighting tooth and nail.
Those players often feel significantly more pressure on themselves. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think.
One of the benefits of the Phoenix. Especially when you're ulting, they really are.
Zero respect for the Vice util being there, and completely unpunished too. Oh,
Lucio's nonchalant. He's not nonchalant this game. We've seen a couple of reactions from him that are interesting.
Cowanseed's flank could be important here, and Mazzino's supposed to be watching it, but he's let him slip.
A huge flank gap somehow? How is this allowed to happen?
In the hold, but he's kind of got the Odin taking a swing and a fight together once more. These players feeling a squeeze from multiple directions. Mazzino now, his turn to step up, but he's only got the Sheriff in his hands, and he's finding it very difficult, as is the rest of MIBR. Verdi just knocking off their heads alongside Luke Shaw, leaving it to a 1v1. Tex versus Luke Shaw to tap. Tex just playing and buying time.
He has it. He has it barely, I think.
Luke Shaw, he's got it. I think he's got it.
I think he's got it.
So close.
Yeah.
It's very close.
0.17.
The way that he peeks through that B smoke.
What mouse has Lucio got?
He's checking the corners on little jiggle peaks, trying to get Tex to commit to
You recognize what mouse Lucio's got?
and eventually he shoulder peeks out,
Maybe when they should full screen his reaction, I think. Maybe I'll be able to tell.
And because it's Lucio, he hits the shot. What a beast.
To be fair, I'm not going to change my mouse because it's the one that Jason played with the champs.
I was talking about them not winning very many rifle rounds earlier on, but they're making a
Nope,
real go of it.
they didn't show it. Unlucky.
Out of 5.
Lucio uses Viper V4. Really, it didn't look that big.
Again, scrapping together a bit of a buy, whatever works. Rifle stingers.
Yeah,
It's just, I mean, disrespectful, right?
Yeah, it does feel like it. It's like this can't be the optimal way to close out the game, but
feeling like they're good enough to do so.
Yeah.
Kawazine is the only one holding this one back, and
It's kind of interesting. That one Thorns kind of does allow the server to just fucking... Like, I hate when I watch... I've had this problem with Zay all year. I'm just like, can you stop leaving your server on a site by himself? Like, we need to do something. Like, with the Thorns there, it's like, at least not egregious that he's... won't get run over.
It's still pretty egregious. Let's be...
Yeah, but it's like,
it's
at
still
least
pretty
there's something.
So in the previous time that we heard the MIBR comms, Zekken was making a very big note about the fact that
Verdi Neon Op is posted on the deep sea line, and we're not doing anything with our head count, even though he has it.
up into the split. Players are spotted though. Kawazine and Buddy, what do you do against this one? Paranoia sweeps and it's good.
Oh, this looks
Rebounds. Hold
rough.
on, these players are getting caught. 2 cinders. The Seas is picture perfect. It's the cherry on top. But the Odin spam from Buddy, anything to try and push them back. Just the one. Trader's instant. Aspas on the line, sidestepping. Gotta be careful with this one. Stun ricochets. How the hell do you get out? Luke Shaw just trying to bait out the shots, but again not anticipating it. Zekken, another flash, another peek. These players are gearing up for more.
BBL Rose cosplay, that's a good reference. BBL will do that way too much.
Is definitely a time.
Watching dismay as he realizes the round is already lost.
he doesn't even want to make footsteps of him retreating. So they got to hold on to this.
Lucio's ultimate super strike.
Spot, right? MIBR were forcing into this round.
Yeah, he's using the super strike. Yeah, it's the Logitech super strike he's using at the moment.
Oh,
they did show it in the reaction. It's just that it was in the reaction before you.
I think that like
it looked like a cool miss.
Definitely not a sponsored segment, but I think that currently, technology-wise, if you're a pro player, you kind of objectively should be using a super strike.
Is that the one that like it was marketed
the one with
really
the
well?
It's the one where they are using the magnetic switches in mice for the first time ever. I got early access to it.
Did they make like videos marketing it in a way that like made it seem like it was revolutionary to the point? Because I remember my friends all being like,
"Is revolutionary?" Like,
yeah, okay. Because like I obviously didn't know anything about the mouse, but my friends who are all like 30-year-old bums were just like, "Guys, we need to buy this mouse. Like, we're gonna be so sick."
You know how there was the huge shift from mechanical keyboards to Wu-Tings because they use Hall effect switches?
Yeah.
So the Super Strike is Hall effect mouse switches for the first time, and they're the only brand that has it.
That's cool.
They sponsor G2, so the players had prototypes of this like a year ago, And I was like, when this hits the market, it's just a fucking GG because everyone else is going to be a year of R&D behind them.
That's cool. But from my POV, I didn't know that, so I thought my friends were just being stupid, you know, because they just watched one video. But like, they didn't watch. It's not like they know about mice or anything. They're just a bunch of idiots.
I mean, to be fair, no offense to your friends, but the likelihood they're at a skill level where it matters is near zero.
Also true.
But if you are a pro player, then yes, like the demonstrable edge it gives you is the sort of thing that in bygone eras it would have gotten banned from tournament use. That is how like legitimately provable an advantage it is.
That's astonishing stuff. Not doubting you again.
30 seconds left.
I mean, that's purely, again, he just lined it up. He'll press mouse 1. But still.
Again, a reflex check, isn't it?
Reflex check.
Just nasty. And Loud, you know, they had to put 3 on a board in a row here, and they are looking so good for the first.
Yeah.
Buy chat some.
Verno ran out of
Bro,
options here, and you're right.
I'm not spending money on chat.
They did have to commit quite a bit into this round. They had a pit down over towards C to do so, but
they're going to start to build up towards some other ults as well. If they can scrap through this round, they might well have Steel Garden, Hunter's Fury, massive defensive ults to work with. Look how fast this is. Yeah. I mean, he sees the curveball. It's not like he's reacting to the flash pop. He actually sees it being thrown. That's a great collab.
Really is. Major difference maker here.
Loud did win both pistols.
Okay.
But they are playing with an assistant coach.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like you should be allowed to win both pistols with playing with an assistant coach. That's the...
You just get the pistols for free at baseline. Yeah.
I might be able to keep going B, man. I'm still confused why this has become the Hail Mary on Haven.
Potentially go down as Aspas for solo plays, just dominating up the smoke. Soon enough to be dissipating, but he's still got that raw aim to bail him out. Nightfall, another layer on top.
I guess that C site looks pretty juicy. Viper Wolf, Vice Shooter.
A defining moment into the series. It feels like a nail in the coffin, at least the first one for it here. This map surely there's Paddy has got it all to do. The spot in a 1v4, they know exactly where he is. The bait and switch.
Unlucky.
13 to 10.
I have seen Project Hail Mary, yes. It's probably the most overrated film I've ever seen, and I liked
them
it.
closer map 1 than G2 did. So there's that.
It's Darker and Luke Shaw that have been causing us trouble, is it? I'll just go and assassinate them both. No worries, hit some outrageous entry shots onto those players. And MMBR come out with the victory. Closer than I would have imagined, to be honest, for sure. And certainly closer than the first half would have indicated.
I saw, so like I'm addicted to going to the cinema right now, and so I saw Project Hail Mary without knowing anything about the film. I just saw it had good reviews, and so I went and I watched it, and I thought it was quite funny, and I enjoyed it. But I wasn't like, I was like, oh my god, this is great. And then I go home and see people talking about it on Twitter and shit. I'm just like, oh, you guys fucking know nothing about films, man. I think Letterboxd is doing irrecoverable damage to like the standard of what we think about films. Like loads of people use Letterboxd now, and just like are pseudo intellectually into films. And so I've seen people actually write stuff about that film as if it means something. It's a funny little flick. It's not art on any level.
You sticking around for a split, or are you throwing?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick around. I got nothing better to do in my life. The only issue is I got washing to hang, and I just know that's gonna be the last thing I want to do at 3 in the morning. But
yeah, it's okay. Surely the teams reward you by just showing some really dope Vice setups, right?
Yeah, for sure. You like Rocky? Rocky's good. Don't mind Rocky. But if you, and I think Rocky's interesting in the sense that like you could probably write an essay about Rocky. Oh, Rocky, you just mean the fucking I'm an idiot.
Right,
I thought you
I'm
meant
running
the
back from
film.
over here back.
I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. The film Rocky is far more easy to write an essay about than fucking Project Hail Mary. I'll put it that way. If you're gonna write an essay about Project Hail Mary, it'll be from a critical lens about what's happened to our culture. And again, I still like the film. I do use Letterboxd, but I use it where I only like films and I don't write anything about them. I don't rate them. I'm just using it to track what films I've watched this year. So you can.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let me find my account 1 sec. Oh, it's not working anymore. Wow, it's fucking ad blocker is so annoying on this website. Why is it not letting me go on the fucking website? I don't have a top 4 now. Top 4 films right now. Let me think. Top 4 films. What are my favorite 4 films of all time? I think Barry Lyndon's on the list. Eternal Sunshine might be on the list. Eight and a Half used to be on the list. I don't know if it is anymore. And then I'd probably have to round it out with a less serious film. What directors do I like? Oh, There Will Be Blood. It's not, it's kind of a... I like There Will Be Blood. This gets on the list 100%. This is 100% top 4. I think this... The problem is it feels like I like films that are mostly about just like Barry Lyndon and There Will Be Blood is just a film about dysfunctional men. Or a dysfunctional man. There Will Be Blood would definitely be on my list. There Will Be Blood. I feel like I would have, like, right now my favorite, like, I'm really enjoying Kurosawa films. And I like Chungking Express.
I try, guys. Best of luck.
I watched a film recently that was really, like, I think it could make my list from, like, recent stuff. It was a Chinese film. Why is Letterboxd not working? Fucking cunt. It was a Chinese film about film. Like, it was like the start of the film was shot in black and white, old school, like German expressionist that goes up until the modern day, which is kind of interesting. I am a dysfunctional man, yes.
And also they were like, wow, they're so unlucky. They're basically saying they're not gonna win, and what happened? They won. So that's part of it. Yeah. Second one, we're going into split.
Why has Dan got goggles on?
Because she's been in the lab. She's got a lab coat and goggles.
Ah.
Yeah, yeah.
The Reina eyes are funny. I know she plays Reina on there.
I didn't even realize what those were until you mentioned Reina eyes. I'm not gonna lie.
They're pretty good.
I don't think you get it, and it's okay. Okay, you don't need to get it. Oh no, because Al.
What Chinese film? My letterbox isn't working.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. Yeah.
I don't think if you're just a normal human being, you probably won't like the film because it is long and it's pretty intense. And I like watching slow, boring films.
I love the hustle, but Bruno has been going insane. He's been ODing and respectfully, I think the goggles make me feel a certain way about you. And
I watched a lot of Chinese cinema recently. Well, I don't even know if it technically is, but
at anchoring, getting that information, calling a lot of those rotates, and he's been the reason why.
is Yi Chinese? I don't think it is it?
It was okay. It was honestly really impressive from Berna. I'll give him that. The
Taiwan.
reads as well on A side. Every single
I watched Chungking Express, In the Mood for Love. Yeah.
If you guys had to make predictions of how that first map was going to go,
What the fuck is this film called?
you guys wouldn't have said it was going to be that close. No, I did not think it was going to be that close. You see what I'm saying?
I'm a Bati believer, so you know.
The more you guys doubt, you're giving that energy.
Yeah, I watched Primer a long time ago. When I was like 17 or 18, maybe.
Where's the lab? Do we have a lab here? I didn't even know.
You're not invited. Cooking.
That's unbelievable. No, watch it.
Cooking in the lab?
Fine, let's keep the conversation.
My friend really likes Primer. I remember him just loving it. I watched the film they made after, and I remember one of my friends just fucking hates it.
It was pretty difficult going into that attack side, the way that they were approaching it, and the way that they were calling it. It was very slow. It was very defaulty.
Oh, Resurrection, the film was good. I liked it quite a lot. I was skeptical at first, and then the more the film went on, I was like, fuck, this is it's like vignettes, and each like little short they're not short stories, but like each vignette is like shot in a different style. And so it starts off, like I said, like old school silent movie, and it goes into like German expressionism, and then like goes on and on. And like the most modern example is like almost like 90s dystopia kind of, also like In the Mood for Love kind of rom-com kind of vibe, Chungking Express kind of vibe. Like mixes like Akira and fucking Chungking Express or something.
I felt like you were gonna say win. Please stop yourself.
They might just make it to a third map, but they have to challenge MRBR properly, because MRBR, their util's so good, their trades and their rotates were just on point.
All right, well, look, guys, we have quick words with the coach.
No, Yi, the film is Taiwanese. Resurrection, I think, is just Chinese. It's by, I don't know how it says name. B.I. Gan.
To be honest, it's because we didn't have the time to practice in kickoff. Now we have the time, so split is a good map for us. So I think just leave it open and skate.
Are you confident in your split?
Always confident in my team, not only on split.
All right, well, best luck on map 2.
That's what I'm saying.
Your friend has Armageddon as number 2 movie overall. Yes, Interstellar number 1. He's just a normie. If he's got a letterbox, then he needs to get rid of it. But if he's just a normal person, that's fine. Armageddon's a funny film. It's like underrated slop. If Interstellar's genuinely your favorite film of all time, then you probably shouldn't have a letterbox account, though. Or at least don't write stuff. Don't write, just accept you're a noob. Don't write huge essays. Art's not for you. You know what I mean?
Trying to think what I expect MIBR, or not MIBR, what I expect Loud to play here.
It's fine to have it as your number 1 movie of all time, but then don't write an essay about it.
It appears they're Vice believers, so we should get that.
Split? Sorry?
Yeah.
Didn't they play it last week with Vice?
MIBR did.
I like Interstellar.
I'm curious about what Loud will play, though. Because MIBR, I assume, is just running back exactly what they beat G2 with. No reason for them to switch it up.
No, they'll keep it. I like Vice.
Getting into it soon enough, I'm sure. Between both of these squads, MIBR split. Listen, I said it before we even jumped into the break, but
Interstellar.
No, definitely not.
If I had to rank Christopher Nolan movies, though, I don't think Interstellar.
Incredibly happy, right? Yeah. At the beginning of kickoff, we got to see Zek and Astra. Disgusting.
To be fair, I've not even watched fucking Inception. To be fair, I think it's my. It would be in my top 3, maybe top 4.
Okay, fair enough. I understand it. I accept it. But the double duelist stuff should really be just bread and butter.
These are the films I like.
They've just got the personnel to make those comps fly.
Yeah, especially seeing Zekken on the Neon.
Yeah.
This is okay.
Well, I mean, makes it
I've not watched
this. Easily, and what's going on?
I've not watched those.
Speak to us, talk to us. This is unsettling. How long can he hold it for? That's the question.
Looking deep into my soul.
Okay, thank you.
We beat him.
I really enjoy long, boring films. I fucking love them.
Fantastic. Back when Neon was first changed, so that you had the sideways movement and the slide accuracy and stuff, the clips that were coming out, because it was the off season at the time, right? The clips that were coming out from Zekken were astonishing. Yeah. And now you get to see him with even more practice. And it also just sets up Aspas so well, I think. In theory, Aspas should be thriving when he's playing something like Raze and is allowed to be the second person in. Yeah. That is like Aspas' dream situation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying watching Kurosawa films recently. I think I've watched most of his films now.
Rather than being powered by double duelists, it's more of those like double anchor players who've been
I don't know which one would make it. If I was to put it in the top 4, I don't know which one would make it though.
To jump into agent select, but tends to be more of the Viper, Vice kind of agents.
Yeah.
And they've been looking really, really good there.
Cypher I'm seeing, maybe. Yeah, it is. Locked in too, okay.
Alright, Darker going for the Cypher.
This is a fantastic option against Neon as well. A lot of teams are running Vice these days, but the trips are still pretty good.
Yeah, they did get nerfed recently, but not to the point where the Neon can completely ignore them.
No.
So, yeah, you will.
They're going to tangle you up for a little bit.
They're also going to give you good information.
Why's my letterbox still isn't working?
Info can be key. Yeah. But I do worry a little bit compared to the Vice that you can just pop into sites easier.
Yeah.
Against what Loud are running. And when you've got Aspas and Zekken on one side.
They're on Cypher, man. Get me out.
Wait, who?
Loud's on Cypher.
Yeah. It's more egregious in a region where it's like, well, there's two things. EMEA wouldn't run Cypher on this map, which says a lot. And then you're in a region that's running Vice everywhere. Watch them win 30-0.
Kalanzine is a genuinely extremely good Sky player. He's aggressive with it. He loves playing in front of it. Yeah.
The sad part for me is I don't even think Cypher's that bad here. I just think Vice is so much better right now. It's a little insane.
I don't think you could get me to run Cypher. I can't think where I'd want to get. I just don't think you're going to get kills on defense. B anchor.
Threatens that they could be taking a lot of mid space here on defense.
Loud already. They've got a bit of a trap play. One player's contact. Baddy's going to be holding that paranoia. Could get disjointed, but a contact play off the trigger of somebody's contact. Who's taking it? Kalanzine, and there it is. Flushes through. Instant stars are propped up in their faces.
That's such a good smoke from Mazzino.
Yeah. For a rainy day, just in case it did go awry. Zekken's all the way through, though. Straight through Mail, and now he's just trying to take liberties and action and matters into his own hands here. Paving a way forwards for the rest of the squad to follow through off of his space, but noise, pressure, sound cues, baiting and switching.
How is he alive, dude?
Tangling really with Kalanzine. He's just tucked into a corner, needs a bailout.
I don't know.
Bro, what in the spaghetti is on my screen?
Zekken was trying a bit too hard to try and like be a Neon, if that makes sense. Like, but then I don't know.
Safe plant. Doesn't even get that luxury position. Now spotted, ISO'd. Hold on, that's a right click. Damage done.
Cypher is the second highest win rate agent at VCT this year.
But MIBR come out on top of a pistol round win.
There are a lot of complicated.
I wonder where that's mostly getting value from.
Diffused excellently by Mazzino's star. They must have seen that kind of setup before in scrims because they were so ready for it.
So it was off, right? With the wall.
Yeah,
Oh my god,
I mean, you got. I watched Interstellar before everyone. Interstellar is like, to me, it's like a better Project Hail Mary in terms of like, if you're gonna be a letterboxed idiot, if you put Interstellar, then like, I see where you're coming from. But you are a noob, you know what I mean?
It's comical. Yeah, it really is comical. Just seeing it. I love seeing teams be overly cautious because you have to.
But then to be fair, if I think of sci-fi, what film is actually what sci-fi is good? Apart from like 2001. I haven't watched Solaris. Those are like the two people say.
I don't think this route is a particularly good one to die to Spike, but alright. They might end up feeding Tex. Though Tex actually only with a ghost, so he's probably not going to get that many kills himself.
Arrival was alright.
I found the entire enemy team, guys.
Terminator 2 is apparently sci-fi. I don't really care as sci-fi. Terminator 2 is fucking good though. Terminator 2 could make my list, honestly. It's like that level of like good slop.
Take some space where you can and die as easily as you can through the Spike, but
Blade Runner, yeah, that's kind of, yeah. You kind of cooked. Like even the new Blade Runner, I think diffs Interstellar.
This is filthy to look at.
double judge on the defense side for Lucio and Verti.
Yeah, they were contemplating just buying only the one, but it looks like they changed their mind again.
Well, this could be disgusting for Zekken and Aspas to run into.
Yeah, we'll see.
Judge v Judge.
Average round of 20,
What is that
26 power and 3 judges in the server.
Bruh, Blade Runner is way better than Interstellar. Both of them. Nothing diffs Interstellar. Yeah, that's because you like your films to have. There's nothing to think about. Like, you can't make any. Like, there's nothing to think about. What does Interstellar actually make you think about? Oh no, boo-hoo. What if my parent grew old whilst I grew older? It's not realistic. What are Interstellar's themes?
Look at how good that round looks from Zekken on the Neon.
Yeah.
He's just got such an awareness that there is a smoke here over towards Mail. It is possible, even though it's our attack side smoke, that a defender has got inside.
Space-time continuum. Yeah, congratulations. The mechanical functions of fucking physics. That's not what the film is about, is it? It's telling the story through the lens of sci-fi.
From that point, the B site is just, it's over. How could Dartha find value in that position?
The only thing I can think about is like the world ending, like our like impact on the environment or something. Yeah, I watched Begonia. The only thing with Begonia is I knew what was gonna happen because I'm really smart. So yeah, that was the only issue. And I thought Emma Stone did a pretty like the CEO role thing. I thought was a bit on the nose.
A year and a half ago, and the thing that other teams have only just started to catch up and realize is astonishingly powerful.
Overloading you with util, too much to account for once more. Baddy's going to be feeling that firsthand.
Yeah, the Prowler also eats the bullets.
Yeah,
for the Neon.
I'm not gonna lie, XYD. It's like imagine if you were trying to argue that Zekken was a better player of all time than Durka. That is what we're doing right now. Like, you're the one who's having to argue from the position underneath. Like, there's no Interstellar is nowhere near as critically acclaimed as Blade Runner is. I am guaranteeing you that Blade Runner is far more critically acclaimed than Interstellar is.
Not sure about that.
And had a much more, like a way bigger impact on cinema.
Dude, why is... Bro. Get it out the game.
Zekken is closer to Durka.
Sliding
Interstellar,
shotguns,
so, yeah.
my favorite.
Yeah.
Sliding jumping shotguns.
Like, we could argue about whether you prefer the films or don't like Blade Runner or something. Like plenty of people aren't gonna like that film because it's slow and boring. But it's impacted cinema like hugely.
That's going to be a crazy statement for me, but that is harder than it seems with the judge. Tracking a sliding neon going across your screen. This is very fast now off the rip, off the cup here. Zekken is immediately stunted. U2 goes both ways here. Verdi sees that. Sight to life, overdrive
Very time.
Now we are trying to activate.
Dune, I like Dune. The Dune 2 is the best cinema experience I've ever had. Okay, my actual list might be.
Stun that hit.
There will be
Zekken
blood.
there, right?
Unfortunately, I just look like a fucking Reddit
There was a
user.
like
Lord of the Rings
pretty
probably gets in
significant
there.
util dump. And I couldn't tell if Mizzino had dropped a star there, or if it was Birdie counter stunning off of the sprint audio.
Crazy Stupid Love is Gosling's best work. Yeah, I think it's good. Project Hail Mary is like that kind of vibe of him just being silly. Crazy Stupid Love's a very good film though. I think Crazy Stupid Love is the kind of film I have in my head if I was like trying to watch a movie with a girl, you know what I mean? That's like a good like date movie. Baby Driver. I like what's the name of the guy? I like Edgar Wright a lot. But
That's so tragic.
I didn't really like Baby Driver.
I can't tell you exactly how MMBR have done that. It's this man Mazzino that somehow bailed them out of that.
Like I even didn't mind the I think it's because
Body was gonna play Tucked on the Flower Box and just 2K'd them when they went to site.
Wait, who's got Russian? Why has Mazzino got Russian language?
Who knows?
Running Man was terrible though. Running Man was terrible.
Get themselves into tough positions, doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's a dangerous aspect.
I think that last night in Soho I had like a soft spot for, but I think it's because I did fancy everyone, and then like it's set in it's like someone doing like a textiles degree somewhere where I used to do work for, and it was kind of interesting to watch that part of it, like the artsy fartsy side.
Taking this time out, but it's the rest of the team that are kind of having their discussions. He's already had his input.
The Big Lebowski, yeah, The Big Lebowski's one of my most rewatched films. I didn't get it when I saw that people loved it so much, and then like I watched it again, and I was like, wait, I like this. I forgot about the Coen Brothers. Are there any Coen Brother films? I mean, I like obviously I like No Country for Old Men, Fargo, Big Lebowski, Inside Llewyn Davis. Burn After Reading is quite good, a bit underrated. Barton Fink is weird. I haven't watched Midwest Crossing. I watched Raising Arizona a long time ago. I watched some of the Fargo series. I didn't think it passed the movie. I think the movie's way better.
Maybe if Loud have weapons in that scenario, maybe they can work their picks a little better.
I watched some of the series, and I watched the film a long time before I watched the TV show. And my recollection is that like the film has a lot more to it, from what I remember.
Yep.
And parts of the charms of the film get lost because like it's the original, if that makes sense. Like the film has that charming like vibe or atmosphere, and then like the accents and stuff, and you know, just doing that again just loses the appeal to some degree.
It's going to make Darker's life misery. Compared to the Vice, I mean, we were talking about Vice versus Cypher here. Device just seems like it does a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, June 2 was like, I watched June 2 at the biggest cinema in Europe, basically. The biggest screen, like where they do the red carpet in London. It was like sitting in a fucking coliseum, it was that big, and the screen was massive. And I was just stressed at the time, I just switched off my brain for 3 hours, just watching Timothy Chalamet just Chalamet, just riding fucking worms and shit. I did watch Robert Pattinson's Batman, yeah. It was whatever. It was fine. I don't think any
This comp is so cooked because Loud doesn't even have good ultis to claw their way back into the game.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they got nothing. The Dark Knight was like very good. I don't like any other Batman. Like the first Batman was interesting because it was like set the tone for like the series to be serious, but it wasn't like great. I like the original Spider-Man.
To see into the Cypher's cage. Okay, sure.
So, yeah, I'm not big on superhero movies. Generally suck, but the original Spider-Man 1 and 2, number 2, Spider-Man 2, Dark Knight, it's pretty good.
They still don't know where Verti is. They've still got to be worried about the flank until he shows his face.
I watched X-Men the other, like, as a rewatch, like, the other week, and it's so unrealistic because everyone's so attractive, it makes no sense. Like, everyone's fucking hot. Like, you're supposed to be a bunch of mutant fucking weirdos, and you're just all fucking tens. It doesn't really work as an allegory for, like, you know, like, LGBT and all that kind of stuff. If, like, you're supposed to be, like, the outside strange and, like, slightly... And it's just like, nah, fucking tens everywhere, man. Like, yeah, tens. Yeah, Matrix is good.
Yeah, but look at the operator here.
Animated Spider-Man movies. Yeah, I quite like those. They're right.
Tag him up, does need to be broken.
I mean, they'll be taking a look at the money and the fact that the Boombot got broken early.
A lot better than Arcane, man. I don't understand why people like Arcane.
Yeah, it does clear up most of the way into heaven, including his choke point player. Verdi's going to have to respect that one all the way back. Fast lane forwards, but Luke Shaw again just perfect peek from Aspas alongside that Prowler.
Like, I understand like liking it, but like thinking it's good is like crazy to me. I don't understand it. What do you love about Arcane? Like, I genuinely couldn't see the appeal. Like,
this
in a way.
is so cooked.
Like, I was like,
we've reached the point of extra well done steak. It's
yeah, it's over. I've not been paying attention the entire time, so we're good. I don't even get to see the Vice stuff.
Nah, like we're gonna
The
get
art
2 rounds
style
of them on
is
defense
reasonable.
at this rate.
Music is fine because like it's not my style, but it's whatever. I didn't think the character building or story was good though.
It does look scary. The fact that they're building this up slowly over the months that we've seen them as a team. Yeah, Raid Boss slowly being.
The outline was fine, but I didn't think anything was like.
Yeah, this is a dangerous team that's got their eyes set on London.
It wasn't particularly like realistic or complex or anything. I don't know.
It is perfect coordination.
They're so good at using that timing of the Prowler.
There's the other element of it. Yeah.
I think that's one of the biggest.
Like, someone said Armageddon, so their friend had Armageddon number 2 in their list, and Armageddon is actually a film with people with motives, and like, they act in the way that responds to their actual motives, and it's set up, and there's like development and arcs, it's kind of, even though it's a piece of shit Hollywood film, you know what I mean? And they, like, Armageddon might do that better than Arcade.
Difficult map for Loud. This is, guess you could say silver lining, similar to the first half of Haven, though the sides have swapped. They were in a difficult position there, down 9-3.
It's kind of like that thing where, like, have you seen that kind of the famous YouTube review of the Phantom Menace, the Star Wars film? It's like the YouTube review that like sets off all the other YouTube essays. And he has a funny voice, and he's basically saying that like there's one point of the review where he asks his friends to give him like a one-sentence response to like what these characters are. So like if I said Han Solo to you, they would say, oh, he's like the, you know, ladies man, he's the kind of charmer, he's the, you know, renegade. And then they'd say like Luke Skywalker, and they'd give answers. And then you do any of that with the characters for the Phantom Menace, and they're like, I don't know. 3 hot takes on some movies. The problem is that hot take is relative to what I think you guys like or don't like. For some people, me saying that Project Hail Mary is a mediocre film is a hot take. So it depends what angle you're at. Shit, I just dropped a fucking pinhead.
How the hell is he doing that? He's caught into a corner now, though. They know precisely the position to be shooting at, and Aspas will finally go down. Overdrive. Now utilized. Zekken looking to stay.
Like I was kind of like Ryan Gosling recently said that like it was like filmmakers' jobs and like people like him's jobs to like get people to come to the cinema again. He said that whilst making Project Hail Mary. I'm just like, well, if you're gonna make those films, we don't really like if that's what's gonna get people back to cinema, then I don't really care. Like, you're not missing anything watching it on Netflix.
That might be the first Cypher Trip reveal I've seen in like 6 months. You basically have to try to let that shit hit you now.
Except for the new Lord of the Rings film, I didn't know there was one coming out. You can't get excited for something like that. You're just priming for disappointment.
This time a bit of a deepenator, but he can't really step forwards. It still adjusts with that aim, but trade is instant.
Need more events like the Minecraft movie. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't know what the Minecraft movie is.
Immediately claim ramp. And the trip was jumpable. Of course it was.
Oh no, Aspas with the yacht though is going to be missing his shot regardless. While all this occurs, the plant is down, and Mazzino might be hoping that he can find a bit of a straggler here.
I don't think Luxio's going to suspect for a moment. He's coming from the other side.
Onto the other side.
All good.
Oh god.
All good. It's fine. Okay, you're in a 4v2, guys, and the clock is starting to get dangerously low. You need to press your W keys.
It's a dismal position, yet time is mounting the pressure.
They still lose.
You can't be doing this to them. Dodging around, juking by.
Yep, they still lose, by the way. 4v2.
And time is against you. It's a round win there,
Yeah. Very cool, very fun.
That is Barty's retake smoke that Loud are walking through, and Zekken's using as a
Hot take for actual people who like films and like are really into films and stuff, like it's not like a cinephile take, but it's like I don't really get the appeal of Apocalypse Now. I think I don't think it's, I don't understand why people think it's like it's as acclaimed as it is. And that's a pretty hot take.
Flick adjustment not there. Aspas showstopper off, but he's deleted. Turned into pink mist. They are just running a scrimmage.
I've listened to hours of like review and like I've read shit about it as well. Like I almost enjoy the analysis about it more than the actual film. The documentary about the making of the film is supposed to be really cool too. All-time favorite movie? It probably is There Will Be Blood.
Yeah, you might as well.
For Kalanzine, I mean, send it in. Go for it. You You get one kill, you die, you get Seekers online. It's pretty decent. Verti's the only player in any position to try to stop these hits from coming through. It's so difficult for him to land the opening op shot. He's still trying to make it happen, occasionally going 1-for-1, a couple of times going 0-for-1. Nazino donates his body to the cause because that's the game we're playing today.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it requires the best out of MIBR.
Yeah, I mean...
I'll say it.
Yes.
I'll say what we're seeing.
Yeah, they're 9-2 up while playing some sloth.
Yeah. Sloth Valorant.
Yeah. But okay. Yeah, listen.
They're not scrimming the A hit anymore.
Ah.
They have switched that up.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, Darker is putting double trips there. Oh, they are not ending A again.
Double attack side up as well for MIBR. Why not? You got money to burn. It's the last round of the half. Mazino.
Thoughts on Jason Statham? I have no thoughts on Jason Statham. Has he ever been in like an actual good film?
Yeah, conditioning that fast-paced approach, forcing Darker to use double trips over towards A, and then slowing things down. Loud looking for a B-main reclear, but don't need to do it anymore because
He's just in a bunch of films that I would never watch.
Oh my gosh, the timing shot from the op still even gets him. It's just so cursed.
I don't mind like action, silly, turn your brain off kind of films, but I want it to be like Terminator 2 levels, you know what I mean?
Didn't get the plan down. Decided not to plan.
Hold on. Maybe thinking that he did get it.
Yeah, he just came off the plan.
He decided to ult so that he could get the open plant and they could actually play offsite post.
Potential here. Knives through the wall. Just in case.
I mean, it's not a bad idea, but it does look funny.
Random shiv poking through the wall, you know. The usual.
They're just going to square up and take those fights. One hell of a high-low, isn't it? 10-2.
Didn't even have to use suck.
10-2.
Yeah, except it's not quite a triangle.
Well, I mean,
it's a line of players.
They are two players on the low ground.
Normally that refers to like a crossbar, right?
Right, let me see what notes I got for that shot.
No, it was a terrible analogy. I'll do better.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
Just title the segment "Putting the L in Loud" and call it a day.
MIBR.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Let's see you on the other side.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
What's Aspas playing this map? Is he playing Neon this map? Aspas.
Who?
Wait and see. Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, it's Neon Rays. Would you go Neon? Would you prefer Viper in that comp than Vice?
If given the choice of one or the other, I think it's a good question. I think both have like really, really strong arguments in this meta. The Vice might honestly just be better because you're not getting off A-lurks with the Viper util. So you'd be running Viper predominantly for its defensive value and like the mid-orb in specific. I'd still probably go Viper just because there's a different util set that I think is better than the one people run. But if a team doesn't have that, then it's probably Vice is going to be better overall.
Yeah. I have a feeling that teams have got better going through the mid orb stuff on defense.
Yeah.
But I still think, I don't know. I still see, like, last year teams were still just throwing util randomly through Viper orbs and not doing anything. But it feels like because of the neon speed, people are more reluctant to like play middle with Viper. I don't know if they actually get punished like they should though, or if they're just like being pussies because they got killed once in practice or something.
They got slid on with a judge one too many times.
And I mean, basically anywhere around the map, they were
What am
getting
I looking
brutalized.
for? What am I looking for?
You know, a nice moment with Verti being able to pick up a judge, and he's got a shorty in his hand now.
Yep. Cloud's turn. See what he can do over towards A.
Here he
Backside of the pistol. Yep, absolutely. Going to be raring to go, leading the charge and creating a lot of space, but the shots go wide. It might be
Holy shit.
Okay. We're clip farming, are we? Luke Show in a 1v5. This nuts.
Nah, just nah.
He's styling.
Yep.
It's disgusting.
Entirely unnecessary.
11-2. MIBR's map pick, and Zekken is dancing in front of them.
Yep.
The pistol idea is somewhat interesting from Loud, right? You throw a shorty into Buddy's hands, they've got pathing to get him really, really deep.
Oh, no, just kill them, just kill them.
See, as I
The depth of game plan is so strong for MIBR.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, Zekken go kill.
Zekken go kill.
Seems like it's a new strat as well.
Everybody go kill. Judge.
oh god.
And okay, a couple of straight bullets. Hold on, Verdi's got a shotgun of his own and heals out. Verdi's topped up.
3 Spectres and a judge left remaining on MIBR. Had to be a force-up for Loud, didn't it? But, I mean, there 2 Sheriffs on the other side. It's not exactly a similar investment into this round. That's the difference that not being able to get the plant and getting a ton of kills on the MIBR side does. And Loud are going walkabouts in spawn.
Yeah.
Maybe straight into Tex. These players are so confident right now.
Deep push.
He could get on an even deeper line and be jiggling it.
He's taking it quite shallow though for now.
Not getting too silly.
No, because at the end of the day, you have to show a level of respect. And Zekken, I should say Verdi, I think, too used to Zekken making plays like that, but disrupts the crosshair placement.
Yeah, it's a nice wide peak with the Neo movement.
And we're seeing a bit of a pause. Not quite. Plant's going down.
Next
I can hear that from the sound.
Next frame, please.
There we go.
That's kind of cute. That Nando guy is generally like glazing Zekken to no end because he's a Brazilian guy, right? But Zekken did like a Viper wall. He's doing Phoenix walls on Haven where like if you plant on B, he's just walling you. So like he walls you so he can flood into B, but also you're just literally taking damage planting. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
They're kind of cute.
Blinded though, and Kawazine running circles around him. A necessary round here for Loud.
There's the sky value that you're looking to find from Kawazine as he rolls back the years. Landing a critical flash.
I do find it funny that journalists, quote journalists, are you know, glazing players from their country.
They got a long road back if they want to get into this game.
Have you seen American Sniper? No, but one of my friends claims to be the American Sniper every single game we play.
It's possible. It's possible. I don't believe you, but
I don't think I would like American Sniper.
double lucky here for both of the duelists on MIBR.
It sounds like a piece of shit.
That's a lot of danger just in itself.
Yeah.
I was listening to Thorin and Richard Lewis and that lot, Monty, talk about Unforgiven though. I was very close to just watching Unforgiven when I got home today instead of co-streaming. I wanted to watch a film, like watching the film I watched today at the cinema. The what's it called? The drama or something. It made me yearn for a masculine film. Pretty Bad Simon's good film. I think my taste is just too fucking pretentious though, Mike. Clint Eastwood films are usually not like bad though, in terms of like when he directs films. I didn't realize at first it was Clint Eastwood directing. I just presumed it was just a mindless fucking American propaganda film. Yeah, I've seen The Lobster. I like The Lobster. What I like most about The Lobster is the poster though. Like, fucking Yorgos's films always have good posters.
to really help him out. Caught in transition, Furno doesn't die on 10 HP. Still alive, and Zekken holds them back. Yeah, there's groans from the crowd.
What film did he do recently? Oh, Begonia, right. The Killing of a Sacred Deer has a good poster as well.
That's actually just fucking toxic.
Yeah, I'm not even watching anymore, honestly.
I'm surprised Zekken didn't go for the knife at that point.
I mean, if you're playing against a conventional split composition that has the Viper that plays towards mid, you're looking to get a pinch on the vent player at the same time.
Oh, is it just... He climbed up during Hurricane Katrina, he climbed some tower. I'm assuming Lewis.
And that's where it all went to pot.
Wait, that is what American Sniper is about?
And you can see why. They just didn't even consider for a moment that Zekken could be there with the judge.
Just a pause, and Zekken still here with the judge. Wide peak and face Stundo.
Is there any movie you wish you watched in the theaters we didn't get to? That's a good... That's good. I mean, really old films, right? Like films that like were just before I was born,
it's so
probably.
over. It's so over.
Like apparently, like watching like Pulp Fiction. Apparently, when it came out in the cinema, was supposed to be like a big experience because like it was very new at the time. That kind of film, right? And in the 90s, it was a bit dead at the time, apparently, for film.
Well then.
Feeling like a bit of a walk in the park for them, but a necessary win that they do put on the board to get up to 2-0.
Adequately one-sided for my MRBR stocks to be quite comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, we said maybe they win.
Yeah.
If we play London right now.
So they were within an inch of making it to Santiago as one of our top 3 teams already. 100%. Loud.
The Fraud's extra happy because he enjoys being loud.
Yeah, I can imagine.
To make it a playoffs, it's about getting the winnable games on the board.
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
This one was ambitious.
It was for them as well. And you got to think they are massive underdogs in the current state of affairs. For the current situation.
There's a bunch of films I like the old films I like that I basically used to live next to the BFI. I used to live near
13-4 with some really entertaining moments in it, but
near the BFI, and so like they just play old films.
And honestly, since I've already played against G2, maybe that'll come in the form of a Leviatán kind of game.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll come in the form of a match later on in playoffs even. We might have to wait until then. Where we
They usually have like months where they go through.
This game,
what games are there tomorrow? When does Crew play again? That's what I want to see at this point.
Fuck, do I just like check?
I feel like I have a good read on everyone in Americas at this point, except for Crew.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
They
look
tomorrow.
good, but it could be
First game.
catfish.
Against NRG, so that'll be good.
you know, sometimes I think that could be a bit of cope. You kind of like to just be better than everyone and win every game. And that is the position that MIBR currently find themselves in, especially if you're competitors.
Yeah, so a lot of the
like
films
if
is
Sen
like
loses to 100
if it's old films that are
tomorrow,
good, then I can just
Rob
watch them.
Moore is gonna go into cardiac arrest.
Yeah, I need to go fucking bed. It's 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
I probably won't stream again. I was just randomly bored.
Okay,
and then
fair
I was
enough.
very bored watching the game, to be honest. That one.
I was gonna say the problem is that streaming doesn't assuage the boredom. Unlucky.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll catch you in a bit.
All right, man. Have a good one.
See ya.
See ya.
Right.
You were making it look easy, like we all could do it in the crowd. I'm gonna ask
Right, I'll watch the second thing, and then we
after the last best of 3 loss, what was your emotion, and how did you kind of recalibrate after that, after for a kickoff?
Do I like the VCT format for next year?
So I was just like sad for.
There's things I like about it, and there's some things I'm worried
pretty
about.
much. I just kind of just laid in bed, but then when the break was done, I was motivated. I was ready to go again. Sometimes you just gotta take a bit to feel the pain, I guess. But I was good, and then we got back to practice, and I was ready to win again.
Yes, well, here you are. I mean, obviously you're 2-0 right now.
I'm slightly worried about the consistency of having teams go to global events.
Yeah, I'm
Like
confident that we'll make playoffs.
I am a bit worried about it. It's something that Anders was talking about, that like
just keep showing good MIBR balance.
if you have an open qualifier, you are going to get some messy fucking results.
I think if we keep giving our best and just playing well together, that we can beat anyone.
Well, something else I want to ask you is, you know, we see I joined your live stream.
And the game is in the most RNG it's ever been.
The magic gun, and we were seeing the judge, you pulling out the judge a lot, and you're laughing. And I think I don't know, you couldn't hear them. There were some groans in the audience.
I have watched
when
the
we saw
Tree of
you use
Life.
it. You're such an incredible.
I watched it when I was 20.
You made your name for it, about how good your aim was. Now that the judge is so overpowered.
I do need to watch some more like
Is it just, you know, I'm playing the game that I have to play. The judge is so good right now.
Terrence McKenna. I've not watched many. Terrence Malick, sorry, not McKenna.
I
Fuck
don't
me.
necessarily miss rifling. I just like using what's good, and the judge is just broken right now, so I'm gonna keep abusing it.
And another question for you is, I think a bit over a year ago, I asked you like, oh, are you the best duelist in the world? And you're like, no, I have a lot of stuff to work on, like very like humble, etc. Year and change. No, you moved to a new team.
Is that the Three Colors?
Where do you see yourself?
I've watched the Three Colors films.
Back then you said, oh, I have so much to work on. Here we are, over a year later. Where do you see yourself right now? Do you think you've improved?
Three Colors films could get to my top
I
4.
definitely feel a lot more polished as a player, and I feel a lot more confident on the stage. I feel like I belong and like I know what I'm doing. So there's definitely a difference in confidence compared to like the last time I talked about something like that. But where I stack up compared to everyone else, I really have no idea. I'm just showing up to work and doing what I know how to do.
Well, I think he's doing pretty good, guys. What do you think?
Boo.
You're doing good. Thank you so much. Zach, we're over to match point with Verno and Tex.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure to hear from
Lovers on the
Zach.
Bridge. I've not heard of that.
By two other players from MIBR. We have Verno and Tex here to have some fun. We're gonna watch some videos, chill out. But for now, though, I want to ask you guys a couple of questions. Ask you guys how the day's been and stuff. Because I mean, overall, I mean, Tex, the team looks phenomenal out there, but more importantly, there's like this comfort that I'm seeing on the faces of every single player. It's almost as if you guys are hitting like a collective flow state. How do you feel right now about that?
Yeah, it's all coming together, you know, and kick off.
Oh, she's the Three Colors girl.
Time and hard work.
Yeah.
And having a good staff
Yeah,
and
I'm
good
done.
players, honestly.
Right, I'll catch you guys in a bit. I'm probably not going to stream for a while. I just got bored.
Gonna complete, you know, kickoff. We didn't have enough time.
Yeah, I'll do VOD reviews. When I do VOD reviews next.
We feel very confident, and
I'm probably not going to stream for a while.
And it is really cool because
For a long time.
found what works for you specifically. I think everybody was always talking about
Mini code streaming.
as fast with second.
Nah.
You see it in different ways, but for you, Verno, today
The VOD reviews will be back at some point. Potentially, like the next logical timing would be London.
How do you
But
feel in the current meta? How do you feel with the team right now?
I don't think it will be London.
I mean, I'm definitely comfortable
So
in
yeah,
the current meta.
I'll catch you guys a bit.